this guy with the dance, with the leather jacket. No be yori, but I dey bust your bracket. What's up, buy the beat? This time when you got the shake. You dey feel like man, you know say me, I know the rig. See the guy got the dance. You dey feel the way me say I come here to the yarn. Show them say you sabi, show them say you self you man. Hey, don't be lie, see the boy with the man. Hey, I see my guy normally I come to drop bars, something with the top notch. I don't dey shake the guy, he self on a shop floor. Everybody they feel I'm the way and they drop some. The guy don't they smile, feel like say your head is on ball. He self he dey feel the way I just dey go, the flow is dope. He self he don't they feel I'm on the low. I savage on the beat, you know say me self when I bad. Who be this your fine baby like this waiting for your band? Fine girl, what's up? If I come now, make we talk now. I know say me self you dey with man, but make it no come be like say me self go for your hand. Make we interact 101, you dey get am now. Or this your get you fine, be like say you pack it down. But everybody don't they feel am, they know say you bad. Everybody don't they see them, no say yes you don't. Collect the fight, my guy, you self God you know you choke. Collect the fight, make it no come they make me hanging. We sound like they don't know that yeah the thing is banging. I like the guy because he be loving how I'm sounding. Everybody they see him, they know say the thing they boss. This is way everybody they carry babe come. Also find me one babe now so that I go drop it. No, this one are your babe. All those catches you know say me self I don't want to make it. Make it no come be like say me self I come here come they toast. When I go come stop me for the road, come they ask me how far, waiting come they walk me. All those catches are
okay now.
To person between my pen.
I see.
I see Panamata don't really forget me.
Okay.
Papa yellow give you. And the Kirigaya. Mama say na one way to go kwa. Agana mwa mujelumba. Owe butike. Agadilu ne butilo wanemu.
Well, here's a video of Bola Ahmed Tinubu muttering those unintelligible words which have since gone viral. Let's take a look.
You see the innovation. If we lend ourselves to innovation, we can create wonders. Yeah, it's a successful, again, a town hall, different from Blue, Bulaba.
Rufai, you know.
I don't suffer, no be small. But say I get sense. Poverty no good at all. Now it make I join this business. For one night, no be it's once again. Everybody be there. If anybody follow Mugu, my brother. National Airport, National Stadium, President, my sister, brother, Vdm Master. Oh, Iboma, I go chop your dollar, I go take your money, disappear. For one time in the bed. The refinery, the contract, now you wife. But you won't pay me some more money, they can't bring down. I don't see them fire. That's why when they run enter my therapy, I will show them fire. National Airport, National Stadium, President, my sister, brother, Vdm Master.
I'm going to be president of this country, whether you like it or not. And I will preside over the affairs of this country, including presiding over you. I think you must start adjusting to that reality. The sooner you do that, the less chest pains you'll have when that reality comes.
Àìbínú gbogbo àtàrí gbogbo méjì ọkà bàbà gbogbo mẹ́ta ọkà wáṣẹ́ orí ló túmọ̀ ẹnu gbogbo ọ̀nà ní túmọ̀ ẹsẹ̀ akọni ìmọ̀ tú ìmọ̀ ọjọ́ ìmọ̀ èmi ni wọn kì í dálẹ̀ wọ́n bá lọ mẹ́lẹ́mọ́ wá fi jó ẹlẹ́mọ́ akọni wọ́n bá lọ bèèrè. Wọ́n á fi jòyè ẹrùkù wọ́n bá tẹ̀lé wọ́n á fi jòyè aláre àwọn mẹ́tẹ̀ẹ̀ta parapọ̀ wọ́n wá jọ ń pẹ́ mọ́ ẹ̀ẹ́mọ́ olóko jẹ wọ́n pa Akíntọ́lá ọmọ Ògún wọ́n pàdé Ìyọ̀dà ọmọ Àtàlà Àkànbí wọ́n pàdé Ṣàtàdá dẹ ọmọ ọba Ìjẹ̀bú Mèrè Aṣíwájú odògbólùkẹrẹ ajagun lólòdì ọ̀run tó bá ṣe pé tìyẹ tó bá ṣe pé tìyẹ náà bá ń darí jọ wí àgbèrò ni kò ń gbọ́wọ́ ọgọ́ ti ṣìgìdì bá gbé àgẹ́tì ló máa ń gbé. Àyàn tí ìlàyàn ewúrẹ́ Ọlọ́run dákun má padà lẹ́yìn ẹ kó má gbàgbé ọ̀rọ̀ tẹ́ Aṣíwájú Ọlọ́run dákun má padà lẹ́yìn ẹ kó má gbàgbé ọ̀rọ̀ tẹ́ Àkànbí Ọlọ́run dákun má padà lẹ́yìn ẹ kó má gbàgbé ọ̀rọ̀ tẹ́ ọkọ̀ onírẹ̀lẹ̀ Ọlọ́run dákun má padà lẹ́yìn ẹ kó má gbàgbé ọ̀rọ̀ tẹ́ Òdòlé sọ bẹ́ẹ̀ gómìnà sọ bẹ́ẹ̀ dẹ́pútì sọ bẹ́ẹ̀ Ọ̀túnba sọ bẹ́ẹ̀ spíkà sọ bẹ́ẹ̀ bàbá Ìjẹ̀bú.
Ẹni bàbá ilé bọ́lábọ́lá ọmọ ìṣúlú ojú ìgbàlódé ọjọ́dù báyìí lábì lúbi báwa lábì lúbi ìgbàlódé ọjọ́dù àtọ́jú lúbi àtọ́jú létí àtọ́jú lẹ́ta àtọ́jú mẹ́rin àtọ́jú báyìí àtọ́jú jẹta àtọ́jú gbogbo àtọ́jú gbẹjọ àtọ́jú gbẹsọ àtọ́jú bẹ̀rẹ̀ wọ́lá wúwúwúwú ẹlẹ́yìn òkọ́ àbẹ̀bọ̀gbọ̀gbọ̀ ẹlẹ́yìn òkọ́ àtọ́jú sílẹ̀ ọkùnrin ní àtọ́jú aláàbàrà dábìlárú ohun bẹ́ẹ̀ ṣe yóò fún yín lọ́la ìwà ẹ̀rù ọ̀gá nílẹ̀rù
and there it is right there. So there it is right there. There it is right there. Here I am right here. There you are, wherever it is that you are. And here we are. So here we are. Here we go again. Apologies for not coming out yesterday. I was intending to come out earlier today as well. But, you know, life gets in the way of doing these things. As difficult as it may be to believe, I do have a life outside of this thing. But we try to keep the consistency just as much as we can, as the space allows for it. But good day to you. Good to be in your company and all that. Good day to you. I hope you've had a gloriously wonderful day, cascading into yet another session. Your friendly neighborhood or you are laughing man. One man went to mow. One man went to mow. The eagle lands again. The eagle lands and is bringing a myriad of all sorts for your delectation. So all that, the protocol remains the same. Click on the like button just at the invitation of my voice to do so. Do so. If you have not already clicked on the like button, click on the like button. If you are not already subscribed, please do. We need a minimum of 10 subscribers to take us over a particular, just a little threshold we need to cross. We've got still bigger thresholds to cross, but there's a particular threshold, just a mini little one. 10 subscribers will do that. So if you're not already subscribed, please do. So like and subscribe. Copy the link to the stream and post it in your WhatsApp groups, your Facebook groups, when you mooch around on Instagram, etc., and those dark and funky places that you go to on social media. Tell them about this weird sounding or your man with a peculiar accent that talks nonsense on the internet all the time. Tell them all about me. So all that, like, share, subscribe. Click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard as well. If you want to come and be active in the conversation, if you want to come on screen and share your thoughts, it's an open mic space, by the way. Nobody will stop you from saying anything that you do choose to say, but you might get pushed back if people are finding what you're saying not factual or not to their understanding of what the facts are. So come on stream, especially if you've never been before, please come. We need new voices. We're looking to discover a new champion voice. We've got a lot of champion voices, but we never have enough champion voices. If you have the articulation and you have the expansiveness of the understanding of the Nigerian political landscape, then I am your huckleberry. This is your huckleberry right there. So hop on board and let's rub minds. So like, share, subscribe. Click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard to come and be an active participant in the experience. Super chat towards the stream. So all those things. So those are the 5 calls to action. We call them all the time. And it's not just me talking just to hear the sound of my own voice, by the way. I'm inviting you to actually carry out an activity. And not just an activity, but a series of activities. And the activities I'm inviting you, I see you there, Niger man. And by the way, say hello in the comment section as you're coming in, so I can say hello back to you. I see Chioma right there. So good to see you, Chi. She's already left the note for you to thumb up to the stream. So that's Chioma right there. Agbado Tinubu, there he is right there. One of the most loyal, the most ardent follower of this platform. Here he is right there. We previously knew him as Niger Man. Now he's calling himself Hijo the Dois. I'm not quite sure what that is, but Hijo the Dois is what he's calling himself. So there he is right there. And of course, the impossibly beautiful D2, who has now upgraded herself to D3. So say hello, like I said, as you're coming in, and of course, the elegance that is at your right there. So hello, say hello as you are coming in, so I can say hello back. So yes, like, share, subscribe. Click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard to come and be an active participant in the experience. Super chat towards the stream as exemplified by Ayo right there, who is the main sponsor, without equivocation, the main sponsor of this platform. So give Ayo a bit of pressure right there, and you hop on board as a sponsor too. So that's Toga right there. So I see you, Toga. So say hello, like I said, in the comment section as you're coming in, so I can acknowledge your presence and you know, exchange pleasantries and all that. Hello, Samuel, and all that. So Simon is from Ibadan, so he already gets an upgrade on the stream right there. Anybody from anywhere from my homes, my home in Ibadan. My ancestral home is in Ayeye, and my contemporaneous home is in Felele. Felele layout. So that's where my dad built. But my grandpa is in Ayeye, but ancestrally we're from Akimoni, so you don't get more Oyo than that, and by the way, you don't get more Yoruba than that. If you want to know what a Yoruba person is, I am the archetypical. What is it? What's that word again? Is it archetypical? Yes, and of course, that's Haja Adama right there. the beautiful ladies. So all the glorious, all the glamorous ladies are on this platform. That's Sheson Fashua, right? Is it Fashia? Sorry, I could just call you Sheson. You know I'm bad with names anyway. So yes, all that. I'm starting to gibberish a little bit. So let me move on fairly swiftly. We move on and we pick it up from this spot. So we yes, what's that word I was looking for? Archetypal. Yes, that. Thank you. At least one of us understands English. You know, it would flow smoother if I was doing it in Yoruba. You know, this is even my Yoruba is not that good anyway. But there is. But my Yoruba is actually, is my Yoruba any good? It's decent enough. I don't know. Let me just let me leave that space. Very dark man may face another arrest as Nafdac takes action against influencer for inciting Onitsha traders. So a lot of you, of course, would have seen this guy. You know, there's no reason why this guy should not. Let me see. Vdm Onitsha market. So there's no reason why this guy should not be in prison, and there's all of the reasons why he should be, you know, because this guy now, he has not turned himself into like a very lost nuisance within the Nigerian. This is what offense actually. A lot of you, of course, will recall how Nafdac shut down some market spaces, a lot of them in Onitsha, some of them in Lagos, etc., for selling adulterated and expired drugs, you know, into the Nigerian medications market, however that terminology is. So they shut down those spaces, and then they are now giving conditions now for those shops now to be reopened. So they've given them a series of things to meet. So they've given them a series of things to meet, and additionally, they've imposed then a levy for the shops to be reopened. So they've given them a series of conditionalities to be met in order for their shops to be opened, and additionally, there's a fee involved as well. So that is what the Nafdac is saying to these people selling adulterated drugs. But a very dark man, of course, never want to miss an opportunity to clout chase. He has now gone to Onitsha and is now trying to rile up that particular demography, that particular industry against the Nigerian state. So this is what offense. Let me actually bring it up from here. So this is what offense. This is where the offense was caused.
All right, so this is my first time in Anambra State. I've never been here before, and a very important thing brought me here. Now, what brought me here is the extortion and what I call stealing from Nafdac, and I want to call them out so that they will stop. Because what you people are doing here is evil and a very big extortion. And from this video here, we will put up on our stuff. There's no to about it. Now, what happened in this market? This is the biggest drug market in Nigeria, am I right? Yeah. West Africa, sir. West Africa. Yeah. Right. Now, what happened? Nafdac came here in February to shut it down. February 8th. February 8th to shut it down. This market has over 5,000 shops. Yes. Right. Listen. Over 5,000 shops. They locked it because they claim that they found fake products. Right. Now, after 2-3 months, the people said, please, it is not all of us that you found fake products with. You understand? Not be all of us carry fake products. Why would you now lock all the shops? Which also does not make sense. But at the end of the day, these people stayed about 2 months. 2 months? 4 months. Come on, 3 months. Boys down. They spent over 2 months in their houses. Nothing to do. The market was locked. 3 good months. Eventually, Nafdac came and said, okay, you are going to pay 500,000 if you want us to open your shop. After 500, They moved it to 700.
After 2 weeks,
They moved me when they again to pass you. Now, hey, they came and said, pay 500,000 and we'll open your shop for you. Now, this is the first question. Nafdac, for you people to say they should pay 500,000, does that mean you are giving them a guarantee to go and produce more fake drugs? That's the first question. If truly they carry fake drugs, where are the people that you caught? Yes. Are you not supposed to prosecute them? Why the people that are selling the original drug will continue their business? Yes. So you shut down a big market like this that supply drugs for Nigerians that are sick in the hospitals for your selfish interest and for stealing. Because this is stealing. Now, as I speak to you now, a lot of shops, and I'll take.
So that is a very dark man there, cloud chasing as ever, using the people of Anambra Onitsha market as its backdrop, as prop, as it shows off yet again. VDM may face another arrest as Nafdac takes action against influencer for inciting Onitsha traders. So there it is right there. The National Agency for Food and Drug Administration and Control, Nafdac, has accused popular social media influencer, Very Dark Man, of encouraging traders at Onitsha Bridge Head Market to defy federal regulatory directives. The agency claims Very Dark Man shared videos urging traders not to comply with recent regulatory actions following extensive raids on open drug markets. Professor Christina Adeyeye, Director General of Nafdac, warned on Monday that Very Dark Man's conduct could violate the Cybercrime Act and called for thorough investigations by security agencies. These actions undermine public health efforts and must be addressed promptly, she stated. Between February and March 2025, Nafdac carried out major enforcement operations targeting open drug markets in Onitsha, Idumota, and Aba. The agency confiscated and destroyed banned, expired, and substandard narcotics. Valued is not narcotics. So why are they calling it narcotics? It's not narcotics. They are everyday drugs, but they're fake, expired, and substandard. But it's not narcotics. I'm not aware that they confiscated narcotics. The agency confiscated and destroyed banned, expired, and substandard narcotics valued at over 1 trillion naira. Professor Adeyeye highlighted the severe non-compliance with storage and distribution regulations in these markets. These markets lacked proper registration and failed to observe good storage and distribution practices, posing grave risks to the public, she explained. Following the raid, Onitsha market reopened on March the 9th, 2025, with more than 2,500 traders now complying with regulatory standards. Nafdac condemns the defiance and calls for public support. Despite progress, a minority of traders connected with banned narcotics continued to resist compliance and allegedly collaborated with influencers like Very Dark Man to foment dissent. Nafdac emphasized that these traders aim to distract from their illegal activities and evade accountability. Professor Adeyeye called on law enforcement to investigate the influencers' incitement and reaffirmed Nafdac's dedication to public safety. The merchants of death peddling fake medicine will face the full wrath of the law, she declared. She urged Nigerians to support ongoing efforts to eradicate counterfeit drugs and ensure all medicines and medical products meet strict safety standards, warning that public vigilance is vital to safeguarding health across the nation. So there it is right there. So this I think this may well be that you know this guy now, he likes to look for big name government functionaries to take on in order to trend within the Nigerian social media ecosystem. So he likes to do that a lot. But it may well, it took on now, was it Abike Dabiri who was in best place? He's taking on EFCC on his just spurious made-up nonsense that he does. But this Madam Adeyeye, she's not one for broken nonsense. And I think this may well be that step too far. So that Edo guy now with the Rastafarian from Edo, he may well get this, he may well get some cooling off time in some government establishment like Kirikiri or Kujo or something. So that's very dark man now, the Sapele water drinking guy from Edo State. So the Sapele water drinking guy from Edo State, Saudi authorities apprehend Sheikh Gumi, deport him back to Nigeria. So that is the end of Solomon Grundy. So this guy now, he loses all moral rectitude or all sanctimony that he's been using to straddle the Nigerian space out of the embarrassment. Because, of course, all of his predication predicates or his authority. It predicates upon religion. And if the Saudis, it was going to Hajj, by the way, if the Saudis are rejecting him, then he has no leg to stand on anymore as the beacon of anything, because all of his authority lies in religion, and the hub of their religion rejects him. Saudi authorities apprehend Sheikh Gumi, deport him back to Nigeria. Why is he even being deported to Nigeria is the thing. He's not a Nigerian. If you look at the cut of his jib or something of that, if you look at his physiology, it doesn't have Nigerian features. It has Mediterranean. Where is Yusuf Dati from? It has those features. It doesn't have a northern Nigerian feature. It doesn't have northern Nigerian features. It has Sahelian features. So it's from the Sahels, but almost certainly Mauritania, probably Niger Republic, but certainly not Nigeria. So why are they deporting him to Nigeria even? Saudi authorities apprehend Sheikh Gumi, deport him back to Nigeria. Kaduna-based Islamic cleric Sheikh Ahmad Gumi has been deported from Saudi Arabia and barred from performing the 2025 Hajj pilgrimage. Correspondents report that the renowned scholar confirmed the development in a post shared on his official Facebook on Monday, May 26, 2025. According to Gumi, although he was granted visa by the Saudi authorities, he was not allowed to proceed to Medina to commence his religious rites. Due to some reasons related to my views on world politics, the authorities in Saudi Arabia do not want me to perform at Hajj, even though they have granted me visa, he wrote. I am grateful to the authorities in Nigeria who have pledged to engage with the Saudi authorities on this matter. Findings indicate that Sheikh Gumi was part of a delegation of Islamic scholars sponsored by the National Hajj. Why would somebody as wealthy as Sheikh Gumi be sponsored to go on Hajj by the state? This is just the thing. Why should anybody even be sponsored to go on Hajj by the state is the wider question. But especially, why would somebody like Sheikh Gumi, who has looted so much, who a lot of stolen money has been packed to and palmed to, why is he being paid for by the Nigerian state to go on Hajj? Findings indicate that Sheikh Gumi was part of a delegation of Islamic scholars sponsored by the National Hajj Commission of Nigeria to Saudi Arabia for this year's pilgrimage. He arrived in Medina on Saturday night around 10:30 p.m. aboard a flight operated by Umza Air alongside other clerics. However, Saudi immigration officials reportedly stopped him from entering the country at the airport. You know, so there it is right there, the final humblings then. You know, this guy, of course, the erstwhile spokesperson for the insurgents, we all remember him, of course, going into the forest to hang out with all these AK-47 carrying elements, and then coming back then to use those pictures to threaten us all. So that's Sheikh Gumi then humbled by the Saudis. So that's Sheikh Gumi. There's no one in the studio, by the way. If you want the conversation, you come on. I keep on saying that. So that's Sheikh Gumi humbled by the Saudis. President Tinubu grants 14 days grace period for owners of FCT properties to pay overdue ground rent. So this is Wike running amok. I heard that he has sealed off the PDP headquarters, the FIRS headquarters, and everybody in between. Very soon they will seal off Tinubu's property too if it's not paid his dues. President Bola Tinubu, I'll only give you 2-3 paragraphs on this. President Bola Tinubu has given owners of properties in the Federal Capital Territory, FCT, a 14 days grace to settle overdue ground rent and associated penalties. This directive follows recent enforcement action by the Federal Capital Territory Administration targeting property owners with outstanding payments. The director of land at the FCT, Chijoke Onwakwoeze, announced the grace period at a news conference in Abuja, as reported by the News Agency of Nigeria. He explained that the president's intervention came after the FCTA took over 4,794 properties whose rights were revoked due to prolonged rent arrears. President Bola Tinubu has given defaulters of ground rent in the Federal Capital Territory a 14 days grace period to pay outstanding ground rent and associated penalties. Mr. Chijoke Onwakwoeze, Director of Lands FCTA, disclosed this in a news conference in Abuja on Monday. So the guy, whatever his last name, I'm not going to attempt his last name again, explained that Tinubu's intervention follows the vigorous enforcement of the takeover of 4,794 revoked properties in the FCT by the administration. So that's Tinubu right there. You know, after that now, nobody has any excuse anymore. So he's removing then the excuses that they can give. So if you own property in Abuja, pay your ground rent, is what he's saying. We've recovered some funds from CBEX. EFCC gives fresh update, video trend. So this is EFCC that I wonder how much they're able to. Those people they stole well in excess of $800 million. So how much have they been able to recover from that is the question. Right. Ola Olukoyede, the chairman of the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission, EFCC, has disclosed that the anti-graft agency had recovered funds from the digital investment platform Crypto Bridge Exchange, CBEX. The chairman of the Anti-Graft Commission, disclosed whilst in an interview with TVC that the agency had also made some arrests. So I'm not sure that they will arrest anybody of any importance. All the major players in that space, they're long gone. He further explained that the agency had made significant progress concerning its investigation into CBEX, a trading platform that recently defrauded many Nigerians. His statement reads in part, "We have gone far with CBEX. We have been able to recover a reasonable amount of money." So give us a figure. That's just the thing. He further explained that the stolen money, he further explained that the stolen money was recovered in cryptocurrency and that the EFCC has been able to trace and recover part of it. The EFCC boss explained that it has been difficult to convert the money back to dollars in cash, adding that such requires going through similar processes. So I'm not quite sure. I wanted to see if he gave a figure for how much they were actually able to recover. So that's EFCC have been scoring some rather, is it major hits or minor hits recently? Of course, the Emefiele 800 houses that they recovered. So there's that, and now they're recovering money from CPEX as well. So Chijioke, thank you, Choma. Chijioke. So Chijioke, I beg your pardon. And apologies to everyone listening, by the way. I'm notoriously bad with names. It's not me trying to bastardize or diminish anybody. I just cannot handle names. I don't know. Maybe I'm dyslexic. Maybe I don't even know if I'm dyslexic. So yes, so we've already seen this one. Very dark man inciting Nigerians against us. Nafdac raises alarm. So there's that. Rice farmer laments as imports crash local industry. So this is of course, we've been talking about the price of rice over the last however many sessions, and the fall in the price of rice is not actually due to an abundance in harvest from Nigerian farmers. Is as a result of importation, and that importation now very much are impacting very heavily on the local industry. Rice farmers lament as imports crash local industry. So yes, some of them are. You see, this is the yin and yang, isn't it? The Nigerian rice is too expensive. The imported rice are fairly cheap, but then of course, if they flood the market with cheap foreign rice, then that will kill the budding Nigerian rice industry. Rice farmers have raised alarm over the collapse of Nigeria's rice industry, attributing the shutdown of local mills and mass job losses to cheap imports, insecurity, and lack of government support. The chairman of the Competitive African Rice Forum Nigeria, Peter Dama, lamented the closure of processing facilities and their devastating impact, etc., etc. So I think we get the gist of that. So we're going from that to another one. They will be shocked. Showumi speaks on APC Tinubu's chances in 2027. So this Sheikh Showumi is a PDP man in body but not in spirit. I'm not quite sure that anybody can be more gushing or effusive in their praise of Tinubu. You saw him when he came on this platform. You would have thought he was campaigning for Tinubu, and anytime you see him out there, is always how masterful Tinubu is. They will be shocked. Showumi speaks on APC Tinubu's chances 2027 election. The convener of the National Opposition Movement Coalition, NOMC, known as the Alternative, Sheikh Showumi, has cautioned that the ruling of Progressive Congress APC will encounter unexpected challenges in the 2027 presidential elections if it persists in its claims of victory without conducting thorough research. Correspondence report that Showumi delivered the remark in Katsina after traveling across the northern region, where he questioned President Bola Tinubu's acceptance level. He voiced his apprehension regarding the APC's arrogant declarations, stating, "Oh Lord, don't let Nigeria regress. I checked the acceptability of President Bola Tinubu in the region. Those who boast without research will be shocked. You cannot win by assuming numbers will just be added," Showumi said. Appealing to stakeholders to come up with a consensus candidate devoid of sentiment, Showumi said, "That is what the alternative is here to do. We will use the platform to promote a candidate of the people's choice." He emphasized that building organic followers takes time and effort, appreciating the crowd for turning out en masse and embracing the movement. So that's Sheikh Showumi right there, still trying to promote this is our alternative, the alternative. I'm not quite sure. It doesn't have it doesn't have digestible articulation. It doesn't there's no, it's too vague. That the alternative that is trying to cobble together. You know broadly where it's headed, but it doesn't have sufficient enough articulation. It's not clearly defined. I don't actually even know what it means. They came here to explain it. You all remember a while ago. Why Saudi Arabia deported Sheikh Gumi and barred him from 2027 Hajj? I think they should just ban him permanently from Saudi Arabia, and then we should look to deport him from Nigeria as well. So that's Sheikh Gumi right there. Is this still more Sheikh Gumi? Saudi Arabia stopped Sheikh Gumi from entering the country for pilgrimage. So that's that. What was this one now? I'll send the link again. If you want the conversation, I will say. Okay, I think this one might well be something for the Dupsy show. Dupsy has abandoned us. We don't even. Who wants to take on? No, nobody can take on the Dupsy show. So Dupsy, please, we need you back. Everybody's always asking me, especially those Kaizo people. Anytime I go into their space on Telegram, they're always asking where you are, Dupsy. So there's that. So let's go on from that to another one. Good news for Nigerians as diesel, petrol pump price reduced. So there it is right there. So they won't shout so much. Remember when they used to come here all the time and tell us that the reduction in this petrol price, by the way, is over Nigeria, except wherever Ekene buys petrol. Wherever Ekene buys petrol, they're still selling it for 1 million a liter, but to the rest of Nigerians is good news. Good news for Nigerians as diesel, petrol pump price reduced. So there's that. Automotive gas oil (AGO), also known as diesel, prices have dropped across major fuel stations in Lagos, bringing welcome relief to businesses and households that rely heavily on the fuel for transportation, logistics, and power generation. New data showed that at several retail points surveyed across the city, prices have dipped below the 1,000 naira mark. So I think it dipped below the 1,000 naira mark a long time ago. It was selling as low as 925 once upon a time. So I'm not quite sure if there's any. I thought there was a significant drop. I'm not quite sure if this is in Lagos, some key so maybe this is where we need to be. In Lagos, key suppliers, including where am I? Let's see, where am I? I was going to skim through and get to where the prices are, but right, in Lagos, key suppliers, including NIPCO, EMADEB, and MENJ, are offering diesel at 915 naira per liter, etc. I used to drive a diesel car, but my wife made me give it. There was a time I was obsessed with Cherokee Jeeps, and I was just buying them, but they were all diesel mainly until my wife made me give them up. But there's that. Let's go on from that to this. This one now, it's just really to debunk some of the lies that some people come to tell here. And in this particular instance, Ekene, who has told us that there's nothing going on in the Benin Ore Road. So this is Shagamu Benin Ore Road. It says Shagamu Benin Ore Road. What's that? Let's get rid of that. It says Shagamu Benin Ore Road, just the Ore Road, just the pass. 2. Work is ongoing, my dear friends. 3. 492 kilometers road connecting Benin City to Ore to Shagamu and would link Benin to Auchi. Number 4, from the past federal government, not Buhari, to the federal government, I don't know what that means, creating direction and creating direct and indirect jobs. Anyway, it's not really so much the readout. So this is the road that Kenneth told us has been abandoned, and it comes up with all stories. This is as early as sometime this week, and you can see clearly work ongoing there. But this is the road that Kenneth tells us that not a single thing is going on there. So it looks as though there's work going on to me. I'm not quite sure what he is talking about. So this is somebody. I'm going to send it to him, by the way. Kenya and his lies. Yeah, it was the same guy that told us Nigeria didn't pay off their IMF loan. It's just I mean, this obedience, man. There's something else. So there's that. So let's go on from that. This will be the last one. I wouldn't even read this one out. I'll just give you the headline: Defection. Why I would have loved 27 Governor Eno. Barely 72 hours after blaming his imminent defection from the People's Democratic Party (PDP) on the party's leadership crisis, Governor Umo Eno of Akwa Ibom State has added a fresh narrative. He is now blaming the Nigerian Constitution for not allowing him to seek re-election as an independent candidate. At an event in Government House, Uyo, on Thursday, Mr. Uno confirmed his planned defection from the PDP to the All Progressive Congress APC. He said his defection was no longer news and warned commissioners to prepare their resignation letters if they were unwilling to join him in the APC. We want our commissioners and members of EXCO, appointees, and those of you who are saying that you would not come, you are absolutely free not to join me, but you won't be in my state executive council. Prepare to resign the day I announce that I am moving, because you cannot. I think we get the gist of. Prepare to resign the day I announce that I am moving, because you cannot. You are an appointee, and your loyalty is fully to me. You can't be in my cabinet and play anti-party. It is what it is, the governor said. So Mr. Eno had, in the video of the event, blamed his imminent defection on the PDP's leadership crisis, particularly the office of the National Secretary, which is plagued by protracted litigation. He vowed to retain control of the PDP structure in Akwa Ibom after defection to prevent thieves from hijacking it and using it to fight him, suggesting he was feeling jittery about the consequences of his defection ahead of the 2027 election. So there's that right there. So that's that right there. Let me play you the videos that we do have. Nobody in the studio at the moment, so if you want the conversation, you have to hop on. Let me send the link again, actually. So if you want the conversation, it is a participatory sport, as I often say. Or you will always buy for 1,000, Derek. You are a bit like a Kenyan too, Derek. The guy writing. Did any of you see? Did any of you see the clip of Emmanuel Macron being slapped by his wife? Did you see it? Let me play you it. So you have to watch very, very keenly. This is the French president being slapped by his wife. Did you see that? Let me play it to you again. So that's Mrs. Macron right there landing Emmanuel a dirty slap. Poor Macron. That's not the first time, by the way. I saw him being slapped by a member of the public as it was trying to shake hands across a barricade some time ago. So there's that. Let's go on from that to this. So now, you know, this American sense of entitlement that they go around talking about their rights and their left and everything. So leave those behavior in your country, please. Don't take it outside of your country. This Karen-like behavior where you go around with a sense of entitlement. So this American chap now, he brought that sense of entitlement to the UK and very quickly got short shrift. Watch this.
No, you're not free to go at the moment.
Okay, well, what's the reason?
Well, we're still investigating what's gone on here. Something's happened. There's an allegation of crime, and we need to work out what's going on.
Okay, do you have a description of those people?
We do, yeah.
Okay, do either one of us fit description? One of us?
At the moment, yes.
Okay, so which one needs to go then?
You both need to stay.
Come on, there's a black guy and a white guy here. One of us fit the description.
No, you both need to stay.
What's it on what grounds?
On what grounds is because we don't know what's going on at the moment.
You need to find out because we need to go.
That's what we're doing, sir.
All right.
Sir, I promise you we won't keep you here any longer than we need to.
No, it's the fact that they don't want to let him use his phone and use the bathroom. This is the only reason why I put my camera out.
Well, I've got my camera on as well.
It doesn't matter about your camera. My camera is more important than yours.
Absolutely.
All right. So are we being? I'm ready to leave now.
No, you're not going anywhere.
Okay, and are you going to stop me from leaving?
Yes, I will.
On what grounds?
Well, on the grounds that I suspect you might be involved in a criminal matter.
Okay, on a criminal matter. And this gentleman also?
Same.
Okay, what's your name?
It's Sergeant Hall.
And what's your name?
So there it is right there. That's American sense of entitlement. You act anyhow, you see anyhow. That's how we do it here. Let's go on from that to this. So the obedience space, so they're like a special breed unto themselves. So paint still a day about losing an election. This is now what they are proposing now, because of course they look to the future and it's very, very, very bleak. I don't think even on their most optimistic day, any Obedient feels that Peter Obi is going to be president in 2027 or ever. So having now come to that epiphany, here is now their latest stance.
Let us replicate what is happening. Let us replicate what is happening in Burkina Faso, in Nigeria. We need a military coup in Nigeria. We need a military head of state in Nigeria. We need a simple, purposeful, patriotic, credible military head of state in Nigeria. A head of state that has integrity, that is devoid of ostentatious lifestyle, that is devoid of mundane things of life, love and passion, and the craze for craze.
So that's what the obedience want now. Having now come to the resignation that they would never smell as a rock, now they want a military takeover. So apparently, allegedly, Tinubu saw that clip. Somebody sent it to him, and very swiftly the president responds. So here is the president's response to that clip of the obedience calling for a military coup.
I think, you think. Very good to dance for elders and young ones, for ladies and gents, responsible and reliable, especially for students who know how to dig it.
So that's Tinubu's response right there, especially for students who know how to dig it. Especially for students who know how to dig it. So I have often said on this platform that the number one problem we have in Nigeria is the north. Nigeria has a northern problem, and if you want to micro boil it down, we have a Fulani problem. So I've said that often on this platform, and have been accused variously of being an ethnic jingoist, a bigot, and all of that. But now, even these people of that space, they are starting to have moments of inflection. Watch this.
So the hardest thing I've had to accept since I've been here is that Hausas, my tribe, my people, unfortunately are not going to allow Nigeria to become what it's meant to be. The mindset of the northern Nigerians are going to destroy this country. I'm sorry to say it. So this is an idea I had, right? It was very simple. Raise money, build orphanages, massive orphanages, and pick up the Almajiris off the street. Take the Almajiris off the street. Teach them engineering. Teach them tech. Teach them coding. Take them off the streets and teach them, you know, try to get them up to par so they can compete. And I brought up how every time I had this conversation, I would bring up the 4 Indian kids, the 4 Indian boys, like 10-year-old boys that were online, they were doing the live chat and building an app. Every time I bring up this idea to a northerner, the first thing they ask is, well, what about Islam? What about Quran?
So there it is right there. What about Islam? There is the thing. They have no interest in educating any of those kids. They are bred as weapons. Bred, B-R-E-E-D. They are bred as weapons, and they are deliberately kept in that state of B. So however you choose to describe what state they're in, they are deliberately kept in that state of being, just so that they can be quickly mobilized and thrown at their political agenda. So there is the North right there acknowledging then that they are the #1 problem of the country. So let's just cut the Malams loose. That's always been my own sentiment. Let's just release them back to the wild, back into the wild. So now, what I'm going to play you just one more clip. So what this lady does in this clip that I'm about to play you now, I did it once. I think about, was it 3-4 years ago, however long ago I was last in Nigeria. I did it once in Nigeria to a young lady, and she just cut me down with a withering look. She just cut me down with a killer look. She just looked me up and down as though she wanted me just to disappear. But this thing now is one of the biggest problems we are contending with in Nigeria. Watch this.
I'm going to make a go shoot. Mama chance. No say she no go take my time.
And you have been coming now. What did you just do?
Oh, what did happen there now?
Did you just throw out a nylon from this place? Go back and pick it.
What?
That place where dustbin.
Oh, where do you expect me to keep it? There's no dustbin.
No, come and shook inside my nose. Shook inside my nose. Is it people that are causing things for us in this Nigeria? You know that thing that you're throwing outside now is damaging our health and our system and body and soul. You are just throwing it up and down, up and down. That thing that you throw, that small something now, it can block.
And that's one of the biggest problems we have in that country, actually. So people just throw litter all over the place. And then that litter then, it blocks drainages, water builds up, mosquitoes come, their children get bitten, and then, of course, they blame it on the people from their village. So what does it take just to hold on to that and dispose of it in a proper manner? So, what does it take to put a nylon bag in your pocket and look for the nearest bin or wherever you can dispose it in a clean manner? So it's just so awful. I saw somebody do that once in Nigeria. I challenged her, and she just caught me up with a look. But there it is right there. So there it is right there. I think that's sufficient enough of my noise making. If you want the conversation, as I said, upon, nobody in the studio is able at the moment. So I'll play you a couple of tracks, and then I will see what happens after that. Especially for young ones who know how to dig it.
I sing, you dance. Very good to dance for elders and young ones. For ladies and gents, responsible and reliable. Especially for students who know how to dig it. Especially for students who know how to dig it. For maximum enjoyment, wanna make sure you rise up and dance to stop with the garbage. No more, no less. Just can't stop with the garbage. Rise up to dance to my new bougie garbage. Rise up to dance to my new bougie garbage. Rise up.
And there it is right there, especially for young ones who know how to dig it. The Kegites.
Water, only water, only water, where they see ma. Water, 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 water. Only water, where they see ma. Hapa o naido. Hapa you don't come o. Hapa o naido. Oro kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù yé o. Ide sodi ya kẹ̀kẹ́ rẹ ẹlẹ́mù rẹ o. Bobby master kẹ̀kẹ́ rẹ ẹlẹ́mù rẹ o. Chief Failati kẹ̀kẹ́ rẹ ẹlẹ́mù rẹ o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mù dé. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹgbẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù dòde ojàre o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ Ghana ti dé ẹgbẹ́ bọ́dì o. Ọmọ ẹlẹ́yẹ ẹyẹ o ó dìle o. Odúyẹ̀lá ẹyẹ o ó dìle o. Petrosoname ẹyẹ o ó dìle o. Petrosodunke ẹyẹ rẹ ó dìle o. Ẹlẹ́kọ̀ ọ̀run mú ìní o. Àkùkọ ọ̀run mẹ́kọ̀. Ikú kò ní ríwà gbéṣe o.
And there it is. Ikuku Niru Agbeji may that have nothing to do with us. Joining us, Larry. Always say the light when Larry is here. Uncle Benno in the house, one of the biggest names on social media. He spares us his time. There's the progressive right there. To his friends came, and of course, one for the ladies, Prince Daddy. So there it is. That's the assemble so far. Anyone else that wants to hop on. Still plenty of spaces. So anyone that wants to hop on. We do 5-7 minutes monologue just to whip it around fairly quickly. Start it off, kick it off with Larry. Larry, you're up first. Baoni, Larry, Kilonjele.
Oh man. Good evening, sir.
Mommy. You sound like an mommy, you know. I have in my head. I have thoughts of you being some mommy.
Are you so sure?
Mommy's boy.
Are you so sure?
Are you last born? You sound like a last born. Are you the last born?
No,
okay.
I'm the first.
Oh, okay. Well, there you are.
Yeah. Okay, so to all Americans, happy Memorial Day, and to all our fallen heroes, we appreciate all what you've done for us, and to all those that are serving in the military in America, you know, we appreciate you. Thank you for protecting America. Okay, yeah, that's the number one thing, man. And so where do we start from, man?
Well, we've got Very Dark Man, still rebel rousing. We've got Sheikh Gumi being deported from Saudi Arabia. We've got Tinubu granting the people of Abuja 14 days grace to pay up their dues, and etc. etc. Yes, and EFCC telling us that they've recovered some of that CBEX money. Or CBEX money, and the rice farmers lamenting that imported rice is destroying their industry, so etc. etc. So either those or anything that interests you. About 5-7 minutes.
Okay, let me just start with Very Dark Man, since you started with that, and that's the caption for today. You see, the problem I have in Nigeria is we tend to always support illegality, right? And at every point in time, when there is a problem, we think the best thing we could do is to kind of like blackmail the government. And it's happened severally, right? Why exactly what exactly is the problem with Anambra drug market? There are a lot of fake drugs in Nigeria. I have a couple of friends that don't even buy their drugs in Nigeria. It's when they come to the US, they buy what they think they need and they take it down to Nigeria. Not because, because we've seen several cases of people buying fake drugs. It's not just drugs, it's a whole lot of things, right? I've seen people, last December, a lot of people complained, even they go to club, the drinks are kind of like fake and, people get sick and stuff like that. Now, if government is trying to ensure that there's some kind of regulation, right? I heard, probably they said government is asking for 500,000, this, and that. See, let's tell ourselves one truth. For you to, in a sane country, for you to be able to sell drugs, medicine, whatever you call it, you must be registered. You can't just wake up one day and go open a shop and put some stuff there and start selling to people. It's not done anywhere. So if government is saying, we need you to be regulated, what's the big deal in that? What's the big deal in that? But when we believe that, at every point, we'll try and with the tribal, it's tribal, is this, is that. And that's the problem of that country. Nobody tends to want to do the right thing. And at every point, they're always looking for excuse. So him going there and I think, going there and threatening and doing this and doing that, all those things, the person he's dealing with is a professor, Professor Adeyeye. She knows the right thing. She's been outside.
That woman is no nonsense. So I don't think she's going to.
Bottom line is this: if you know what you're doing, you can't fall for some of all those cheap blackmails. If you know you want to sell drugs, you want to sell anything, you must be regulated so that we'll know who is who. The moment you start, opening, if you go to, it's not even in those, it's not only in that place. If you go to Lagos Island, they have a particular space for all those people. There's nothing you go there, it's so easy. You want anything, they can quickly get it for you and stuff like that. But the major thing is this: government should be allowed to do their job. Government should be allowed to do their job. People must learn to do the right thing. That is how it's done in a sane society. Going on, on the internet, blackmailing government, and it's only those that do not really know what they are doing that they fall for those things. If you know you are right, you're on your right track as a government agency, stay on that. I'm not saying probably there might not be one or two staff, right, that might be doing one or two things that are wrong. So if you can catch those people, I'll support dealing with them. But as a government agency, if you have there are set rules that you put down and you see that anybody's kind of like flouting it, stay on your rules. Forget about social media, blah, 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 blah. Social media is just all about noise. Not really because, they want to achieve anything. It's all about noise. They did it in the same they did it in Abuja, right? Oh, Wike is demolishing this, blah, 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 blah. At the end of the day, it's just noise. So I trust the woman, I trust that professor to be able to do the right thing, and I hope government is able to give her the proper security, because I know what happened when Dora was there. That's a very big thing to fight in Nigeria. Dora used everything. A lot of people were against Dora. Some of them called her bastard. We still remember everything that actually happened that time. They said she's a bastard. She's fighting, Indigo, she's this, she's that. But the right thing is, it has to be done. It's not even all about the tribe. It's anybody, right? You have to go under, there has to be laws, rules, guiding things you do. You don't just wake up and open some, 1,000 square meter shop and put some things there and start selling. It's not done anywhere. So government should be allowed to do their job. That's what I need to say on that. The second thing, let me pick what is happening in Abuja. And that's another anyhow. Nigeria is a country full of anyhowness. Everybody just believe, nothing is going to happen. I've seen a lot of things on the internet today. Oh, Wike is this, Wike is that, Wike is this, Wike is that. And I ask myself one thing. Everybody is praising Wike. Wike is working in Abuja. Wike is working in Abuja. Wike is working in Abuja. How do they think he's going to finance some of those projects? As of today, what FCT gets from federal government is 1% of revenue that the federal government gets. 1%. And how much is 1%? If you want a good Abuja, then you should be able to pay your ground rent. And when they say Abuja is not for everybody, and it's true, it's not for everybody. And this ground rent that we're really talking about, how much is this ground rent? One man. Some of these ground rent are as low as, at least, I pay some of my stuffs in Abuja, some of them I pay as low as 10,000 per annum. So invariably, right, if it's 10,000 per annum, 15,000 per annum, so why are they getting it so difficult to pay? An average 2-bedroom in Abuja today costs nothing less than 1.5 million. So if you can get 1.5 million from tenants, what costs you from paying the government 10,000, 15,000 ground rent? So, and I see a lot of people, oh, it's with Johnson, the normal thing. It's all about blackmail, right? They don't do the right thing. Once they are caught not doing the right thing, the next thing they want to put is blackmail. Because that's the easiest thing to do. The easiest thing to do is to blackmail the government. They said, oh, Wike locked PDP's office and stuff, blah, 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 blah. And
hello. Hello.
What are you doing, Patrick, man?
One man.
Yes.
Good morning.
Good morning to you.
I want to correct my brother. You see, if a businessman, no business in Nigeria is not registered. All the business is where registered.
Let me finish.
Let me correct you.
No, you can't correct me. I don't think
you never enter business before.
All right. Thank you, Patrick. It doesn't want it said it doesn't want the interjection, so let him flow.
Well, let me tell him all the business.
It said it does not want the interjection, so let him flow. When it gets your turn, you can correct him.
Okay. Thank you, woman. So people were like, oh, probably they're doing things because Wike is doing things because he has one or two issues with PDP. And for me, this is it. He who wants to go to equity must go with clean hands. Is PDP owing? Are there ground rents being held on the property they have? If it is yes, have they paid? So if they have not paid, then do they have a basics for arguing? No. And Wadata Plaza, for people that really know Abuja very well, Wadata Plaza has been there for long, and Wadata Plaza does not belong to PDP. PDP is a tenant in Wadata Plaza. And if the landlord in Wadata Plaza have not paid, and I think we've been hearing this thing for like how many months now, that PDP is owing. What stops them? There are a lot of bigger people in PDP, billionaires. So that could just, bail PDP out, pay the money. So why are we finding it so difficult to do the right thing? And when government wants to do their job, we tend to, look for ways to complain. And presently, the people that are being sanctioned for ground rent today are owing nothing less than 10 years ground rent. So imagine if you are owing 10 years ground rent. If it's somewhere here, right, or probably in the UK, you can't even owe up to 5 years before your house goes for foreclosure. So if you are owing 5 years, 10 years, 20 years, 40 years, and I heard the one for PDP, the guy that owns Wadata Plaza is owing close to 40 years of ground rent. So why are we in a situation where at every point when we need to do the right thing, we want right results, but we're not doing the right thing? So people can say whatsoever they want to say. Tinubu has given them 14 days. What I expect all those people to do is...
Do you remember when one lady from was it South, when she came out and made a big splash over this? Do you remember? Some matriarchal sort of old elderly lady like that.
Yeah, I remember.
Yeah.
Yeah, I remember what's her name? This Mama Rita Lori. So for me,
that's right. Yes.
Yeah. So for me, it's not a big deal, right? If you are owing, go and pay. If some of us have property in Abuja and we're paying, so what costs you from paying? And don't be surprised, the major people that are not paying is not even the people that are struggling. It's those billionaires. They are in Maitama. Some of them are they have their houses in Maitama. They have their houses in Asokoro, Central area, Guzape. And some of them have not even paid ground rent for once. Some of them have their RFO, they have their CFO, they've not even paid for it. So probably previous ministers don't even care about those things. And the present minister cares about it. So why are we all out for the minister? You want Abuja to be great, but you don't want Abuja to get the money. So one man, I think
But it's a big sum though to pay in one swoop. If you're saying somebody has been owing ground rent for 10 years, then you can't just expect them to sign a check for 10 years. But
one man, if you are
maybe they should agree some sort of payment structure.
Government will not ask you to come with a payment structure. You have to approach them, right? If you are owing government, even here, you are owing taxes, right? And government wants you to pay your taxes. They can tell you, choose whatever you want. Do you want to pay in lump sum, or you want to probably look for a structure that works for you? But the moment you don't even meet them, right? They I think for how many months now, they published names of people that are defaulting. So some people went back, go pay. But some people, this thing in Nigeria, nothing is going to happen. Is it not government? Oh, nothing is going to happen. So that's the problem that we have.
But yeah, sorry, Larry. And I think you just answered the question right there. It's not an issue of getting a settlement or payment plan or approaching the government to make payment arrangement. It's all about, we don't have that culture. Just like you said, it's government. The government itself is somewhat corrupt, and the people, you can't force people, if they have money or not, it's almost secondary. You can't force people that are used to paying what they are supposed to be paying to just wake up overnight and start paying it. It doesn't matter if it's 500,000 or 1,000. If they're rich or not, they don't care. The same people can spend $1 billion or to go do one there, whatever, but to pay back what you think they should pay, they're not going to pay. They don't have that culture, nor do they respect the system enough to do so. And let's not blame the people all the way. Anyway, it's not like the government is doing the right thing, to start with. So I mean, it goes both ways. But at the end of the day, I put no blame on the government.
Sorry, Larry. Sorry, Larry. Solly, your device is not connecting, so I'm not sure. Click on mute and okay, there you are. Carry on.
Prince Daddy, anybody that lives in Abuja, if you ask them what has happened to Abuja in the last 2 years, I can tell you what has happened to Abuja in the last 2 years. We've not seen that in Abuja for years. You can't be praising government, when everybody's praising, oh, Wike is working, Wike is not going to use his blood now. he needs to force people to pay. And I think the problem is most people in Abuja, you know, the normal thing, oh, Abuja is federal capital territory, one way or the other, you know, we pay, we don't pay, government will still
See,
maintain.
on that point, I totally agree with you. I mean, I know the government have to generate money, and Wiki is doing the right thing. I'm absolutely not against Wiki. It's absolutely doing the right thing. But the issue here is that, you know, again, it's about the people are not used to it, and do not be, you know, taken aback when people, you know, are resisting its program. Not because Wiki is doing anything wrong. You live in the West. The West wrongs because we pay taxes and pay fees and pay all this other stuff that we're not used to paying. So don't be, you know, don't be taking it back again when people don't want to pay. They're not used to paying. They're just used to getting everything. I mean, you ask someone that hasn't paid rent for like what? You said 14 years to now wake up and want to pay. Come on now, you're not gonna want to do it.
Yeah, but all the more reason then he has to example somebody. Maybe if he bulldozes a big man's house, maybe he goes takes the bulldozer. You know, Wiki likes to bulldoze stuff. Maybe he should go and bulldoze a big man's house, and then you know that will straighten them all up.
Yeah,
I agree. Sometimes the extraneous actions as such is needed. I'm not opposed to that actually.
Yeah. You know, it's not just all of them, big man. I know the time he was in National Assembly, he basically told all of them, a lot of them in National Assembly, a lot of them are owing. And I like what somebody said on channels today, one of the former honorable member in Kogi. He said he was owing too. He said he was in the US and he was owing, and his name was published. He had to go back and pay up. He said, though, you know, most of them, you know, it's not really things, those are not really things they really take serious. But immediately he saw his name being published, he went ahead and cleared it. So, but for me, I just think it's something that we need to bring back as part of the culture. You can't be asking for good governance when you are not even doing your own thing, right? It's a collective thing. Citizens have to do what they are supposed to do, and then ask government, you know, put the accountability check on governments, you know, for them to do what they are supposed to do too. But it's kind of like a two-way thing. Do your thing and expect government to do their thing. One man, thank you. It's okay.
All right,
Larry,
go on, Prince.
1 minute, 2 seconds. Yeah, absolutely, Larry. But trust me, everyone wants good governance, a good government, but they don't want to pay for it.
All right. Thank you. Stay with us, Larry. There's still a few more topics I want you to run through, but I'll take it around very quickly, and then we'll open it all up. Up next, Uncle Benno, who I think may be here to defend this paddy man, very dark man. Are you a Rattel? Are you a Rattel? Some all of the things that they could call themselves Rattel.
Bros, one man, you are trying to trigger me, right? Egbo, no wahala. You know I will defend my boy anytime, any day. So I'm not a rattle, but I support what my guy is doing. So that's just it. And it's even the reason why I entered the studio. Because I see your caption and I'm like, hey, one man won't finish my boy today again. Oh. All right. So hello everybody. Shout out to you, my brothers, everybody in the studio and those watching. Thanks for being here. One man, let me just speak on Very Dark Man real quick. It seems that whenever Very Dark Man calls out any of these government agencies for their ineptitude performances or ineffective way of going about whatever rubbish they are doing in Nigeria, people tend to have issue with that. And I don't get it. On the one hand, we all say we desire a country that works for everybody. We desire a country where there is no corruption, where government infrastructures are working, all agencies are actually doing what they were meant to do. And on the other hand, when these agencies lack in their performances and somebody called them out, then we start rationalizing it, saying some stuff like, "Oh, this boy is stupid. You can't just do that. You can't talk." But we have a problem in Nigeria. How do we fix it if people are not talking? Okay, normally a government is supposed to have
a watchdog, you know, that can bring about check and balances in how each agency go about their duties. But we apparently we don't have that in Nigeria. And when a frustrated Nigerian speak up, then it become issue of why would he speak? Now, coming to this Nafdac situation right now, I'm sorry to say this, but I think the last time we really have Nafdac discharging its duty, its statutory duty, the way it's supposed to go about it was when Nafdac was headed by the late Professor Dora. After that, all we have are this bunch of people who are kissing asses of whoever appointed them, and they are playing tribal politics up and down. Particular reference to this Anambra state situation right now. Yes, people are in that market that are selling fake drugs. And these fake drugs are harming the people. We don't want that. But at the same time, in the same market, you have people who are doing legitimate businesses. Now, the job of NAFDAC is to fish out the bad eggs, fish them out, send them to jail, prosecute, do whatever you have to do to them. But NAFDAC step in and they apply this blanket approach of let's shut down everything, close everything. And we were like, okay, fine, this is good. This is a step in the right direction. But then after you close down the shops, I think that happened around February this year. This is May, about almost 4 months now, or let's say 3 months. What have you done after that? Nobody heard what was going on. NAFDAC is not coming out to address whatever step they are taking so that those who are doing legitimate businesses can go about their business without fear. What NAFDAC did was shut everybody down, about 5,000 shops, allegedly, according to what is out there on social media. You shut down about 5,000 shops. This, in other words, you render everybody, those both the shop owners and the ones who are selling in the shop and everything, you render them all jobless. What do you expect them to do after a while? And we are complaining about kidnapping, we are complaining about terrorism, we are complaining about armed robbery and everything. What is the way forward? Who are the
Uncle
main
Beno,
culprit?
Uncle
Yeah,
Beno, can I ask you a question?
let me finish,
No,
please.
I
Let me
want to.
finish.
Do you know anything about Anambra Pharmaceutical Distribution Hub?
No.
Okay. So probably when you finish, I would. Those are part of the things that the government is doing. Anambra State government and NAFDAC.
Okay. So thank you for that, my brother. So what I'm saying is this. When you apply blanket approach, like let's just shut everything down, and you now turn around, you are asking them to pay 700,000 naira. 700,000 naira is nothing to some of these people who are doing shady businesses. And besides that, in fact, I find it shocking that those who are the hems of many agencies in Nigeria, they are not in the habit of explaining themselves to the public. It's like, I don't know, maybe they become a lord in themselves or somehow. NAFDAC is not talking to the public. We don't know what is going on. Everything we see is just the people whose shops are locked down. They are the one coming to social media, making noise, and you are not clearing none of this thing up. So now, these folks, according to what I gathered myself, they've been to NAFDAC office. They've approached the situation from different angle, but no solution is coming out. Then they did the last thing they think they could do: get very dark man to speak on their behalf. Now, like I've always said, who is very dark man? He's a nobody. If we are in a country where the structures works, where the government
Do
agencies are
you
doing
think
what
it
they are
was
supposed
paid?
to do.
Sorry,
Sir?
Uncle Beno, sorry. Do you think he was paid to do it?
I
It's almost
don't
certain
think
that he was. So I think he would have been given a commission.
no, I'm not gonna say what I'm not sure of. I don't think he was paid to do that. Now they can give him donations. It's just like the job you are doing here now. We can come here, give you super chat. It's the same thing as far as I'm concerned. And if he's being paid, I think one way or the other, they will figure it out that, okay, this guy is charging people to speak on their behalf. But I won't even go that route at all. The only way I can see so far is that these people thought that, okay, for those of us who are running legitimate business, Nafdac is not even considering us. They are putting us out of business. We have family to feed. We have school fees to pay. We have to live our life. This is the only business we know. Okay, since Nafdac is not answering, let us get somebody who is not afraid of the government, who is not afraid to speak up. And that's why they get Very Dark Man involved. Now, here's the thing. Very Dark Man in himself cannot really change anything. But the fact that he has this platform that whenever he shone light on anything, people on the internet tend to be aware of what's going on down there. For instance, since he went there and made that video now, that has caught the attention of everybody. The same woman, the doctor or whoever is the head of Nafdac that you were giving accolade right now, the woman that has not been able to come out and speak since, Shebi now, she has come out now and say, oh, this boy, we are going to jail him or whatever the crap the woman is saying. What stopped her from addressing the issue before now? Why do we have media stations? What stop her from going public? Tell the people, this is what we are doing. The people who are paying 700,000, this is why we ask them to pay 700,000. This is what we're gonna do with the 700,000. This is the processes we have on ground. All these people that are talking, they have not met the criteria we set up. Simple case. But the people who have been appointed to head these various agencies, they will keep quiet. They made themselves Lord. They will keep quiet. Then, when Very Dark Man step up and speak out, all of a sudden, the Nigerians who don't like him or the people who are President Tinubu promoter, they will just, this boy is stupid. You can't just talk like this. That's not the point. If the people who are elected or appointed to lead an organization, if they are doing the right thing, nobody will even listen to anybody like Very Dark Man speaking. That's the point I'm just trying to make here. So because the people felt they are hopeless now, oh, even if you go to the court, judge no go answer you, police, they are in their pocket, you are literally powerless. So what do? You simply approach the guy who say, you know what?
Sorry, Uncle Benno. Do you not think these people hired Very Dark Man to try and bully Nafdac? Is that not more likely?
Nope. I won't even buy that at all. And the reason I won't buy that is I've seen Very Dark Man fought for people that he doesn't know from Adam. The 70 children that the Nigerian young fellow that were rescued from Ivory Coast, did he know them? Let's not look at it like that, bros. Let's just look at things factually. Look, I've said it before. I'm a Yoruba man. I can play the same card that, oh, yeah, Tinubu, this and all that. But no, we won't move Nigeria forward like that. What we are supposed to be doing, especially for those of us who have platform, is to educate those people that have been appointed themselves. I'll give you another example right now. I think this man, is he Otito something that was on TVC? He recently did an interview. Yeah, he did an interview with EFCC boss. I've seen people do some shows about it. The ones that I have time to call in, I called in. I haven't even have time to do a show myself. But I give the EFCC chairman credit for that interview. Now, are we going to say that is like an ideal interview where, as EFCC chairman, he's being grind or being pushed back on some of the things? He said, no. But the fact that he sat with that journalist, and the journalist, in my opinion, the boss asked all the right questions. Now, there are places he's supposed to push back based on some of the answer the EFCC boss gave him that he didn't push back. But for me, that is a good start. That is how you turn a country around. At least now, the EFCC boss sat down and answered his questions. Whether the answer he gave, they were all satisfactory or not, it doesn't really matter at this point. What matters is that anybody who listened to that interview, at least you can decode some level of honesty in what the EFCC chairman is saying, and you can also decode some maybe not too honest answer he gave. And I don't blame him, but where me I'm coming from, those are the kind of things I want to see. Let people give accountability. Tell people what's going on. Because when you explain, some people who want to run with some negative rhetoric, they will back off. From what that EFCC boss said right now, I've already seen so many things that me personally, I was looking at that. This man, a rubbish man, he's just playing that. But when I listen to him talk, come on now, we are not baby. You know the position he occupies, he has to work within a legal framework. Some things is not just open and close. Some of the people that people just think, oh, why don't he arrest this one? What? No, he can only arrest. When he arrests, he still have to prepare cases that he will present before a judge. And if he doesn't have enough evidence, the judge can throw away the cases. So the point I'm trying to make is this. These people that are working for Tinubu appointed all of them based on the fact that he believes they can deliver. Many of them are just moving mad. They don't know how to use the media. When you are not speaking, remember when Dora Akuyili was the DG of Nafdac? Every time Dora Akuyili is out there telling people what's going on, he has nothing to hide. Even the people that were powerful and strong and mighty, like you call them, they back off when they see the way she's moving. But look at this old woman now that is looking as if this thing. You shut down the whole shop. I don't care. If you have 5,000 people selling in that market, and 4,000 of them are selling fake drugs, and you have 1,000 that is doing legitimate businesses, you cannot shut down the people doing legitimate business because of the 4,000 people. Your job, your
Collateral
mandate
damage
is to
now.
get
Collateral
no.
damage.
We can't go with that. Woman. Okay, let me say this, woman. You are a YouTuber, I'm a YouTuber. Let me go on YouTube and say something nasty. And then YouTube all of a sudden say, oh, these Nigerian YouTubers, they are mad. They now shut all of us down. Will you accept that? And tell me, Baba, you go accept them? Let's call it what it is, my brother. So as far as
Uncle
I'm
Beno,
concerned,
Uncle Beno. I
yes,
think,
sir.
yeah, I think the thing is you've not really been following that space, right? Probably if you've been following, if you take your time, try to understand that space. What Anambra State government is doing with NAFDAC, and Pharmaceutical Association of Nigeria in that space. That was why I had to tell one man to bring this thing up, right? This Anambra Pharmaceutical Distribution Hub, OBA. One man, if you can go to About Us, you really understand what those people are doing. So it's not like they are not doing some of all those things, right? But probably because we don't follow a lot of things in Nigeria. We only follow things that are trending.
Hello? Hello?
No, he's gone,
Yeah.
but you can continue, sir.
Oh no,
You know,
back to you. I think did Larry drop? Oh no, it didn't drop. I think it's just made the point. Yeah, Karen.
Okay, so what I'm saying,
3 more minutes.
yes, sir. Thank you. What I'm saying is, in essence, is this: most of the problem we have in Nigeria is because we use this blanket approach to treat everything. It's just like when they say they are chasing Yahoo boys. They pack everybody. They still out of your hand. They owe you. You carry dread. They owe you. It doesn't matter. I don't know if you get what I'm saying right now. The agency, they are being lazy at times. They have been lazy in delivering their statutory duties. So, very dark man, speaking up for those traders, I'm 100% in support of that. Now, I am not in support of opening the shop so that the people who are selling out to trade drug can continue to sell it. No, I am more worried about that one person or two or three among the traders who are like me, who wanted to do legitimate business. But now, because government failed to capture the people who engage in malpractices. Now they now shut down my own shop. When I get wife and picking to feed, look, Baba, if we are not ready to continue to call out some of these agencies for their ineptitude performances, Nigeria will get to a place. Yes, sir.
Uncle Bello, are you reading an ethnic undertone to it? Do you think there's an ethnic undertone to what's going on?
No. It has nothing to do with ethnic undertone. It's the same approach across board. I've seen, let me give you an instance. In Lagos, I think earlier last year and even earlier this year, when Lagos are doing some demolitions, I saw some people who came out who were shouting, they destroyed my house, they destroyed my life. Majority of the people who were talking, they were Igbos. Yet, I saw number of Yorubas that they bulldozed their house away. So for me, I don't see that as
especially in Noworonshoki. A lot of houses were demolished in Noworonshoki,
so
and
for
it was
me,
all Yoruba people.
I don't see it as ethnicity or tribal nonsense. We've always said this. People don't listen. When it comes to demolition of houses in Lagos, already me, I always said my own. In fact, I have more Igbo friends than Yorubas, and I always say to my friends, in Lagos right now, they no get land for Lagos. You let Lagos away, they hear me. If you want verse, may you verse. Una no get land for Lagos again. Most of the land they are selling in Lagos right now is either the land they wrestle from another family or one thing or the other. So anybody that goes to Lagos to say, "Oh, this real estate say they buy this, so you are buying it," you are wasting your money.
You know, Uncle Beno, I fell victim to what you were just saying just there. I think I said it once before. I bought a whole bunch of land in Ikorodu somewhere. And then by the time they've taken all of my money, well, not all of my money, but by the time they sweated me hard, then another side then came and said the land belongs to them. My mom just said, just move on, because those people, they you know, yeah, you could, it really, I still have the documents in my file somewhere. They gave me all of these things and took all of my money, and then they say, no, that the family are fighting and it's not another side. They have to come and rebuy it from them. I thought they buy what I already own. I was still threatening law and everything. My mom just said, look, this one just move on, you know.
Just forget it too. So we have so many things that is wrong in Nigeria. And if we don't hold those in authority responsible, if they are not being accountable to us, we won't make heads way. They are accountable to their bosses. Anybody who appoints them, maybe you are a commissioner, you want to be accountable to the governor that appointed you. If you are a minister, you are loyal to the president. You don't think you owe the Nigerian masses any explanation or anything. How long are we going to be dealing with that? That's just my take on Very Dark Man. And lastly, the man who traveled to Saudi Arabia that they deported.
Sheikh Gumi.
I'm kind of happy that happened, because I think that is the Saudi Arabians trying to tell us or tell Nigerian government that you people, you ain't shit. We don't tolerate the BS you tolerate. How can you pay for somebody who already have who is in the same WhatsApp group with terrorists to come to the Holy Land? So if they say they don't want him, I think they are just sending a message to our government that all the nonsense we tolerate in Nigeria, they don't tolerate it. Thank you for having me, one man.
Brilliant. That's
one man, please. I just, I came in because of this guy. I want to say hello. So I just want to greet him. I want to welcome him to our platform. He's a great asset too.
Thank you, sir.
It is a great asset. And by the way, let me highlight him. If you look at let me remove that. If you look at his name right there, Uncle Beno, if you put that on YouTube, he runs a platform that's very, very popular. So go there, go show him for some.
Man, the Bobo did too much. The Bobo did too much. He did too much. He just like my twin brother. Because you see the way he look at his all his analysis. And then I want to say thank you also, especially for allowing him to flow, like like myself the first day when I was trying to highlight some of those issues that he raised there, like people not be accountable. So we just show that it's just like characteristics of no government, a government vacuum. Because we saw what happened that day, which he didn't allow me to land before Arizona came in, when I was just making reference to what happened in California or what happened in Germany. You see the officials coming out. You see them lining up. All the various police officers, all the local government chairman or whoever, whatever they are, they will be coming out to be explaining, alongside the journalists, life, that's what he was just explaining just now. That is what we call a country with a government. So now you can just see that as far as we're concerned, this the Very Black Man phenomenon just highlighted the fact that we have no government. Although you keep saying that, no, we have a government now. We have no police. You have nobody. So the system is just like an animal jungle. You know what I'm saying? So I mean, thank you for allowing him to, to flow, that people can be able to get some of Tony's message here, You know what I'm saying? Oh, Black man, very dark man is supposed to be a useless guy because look at what he's doing. He's always fighting for the Northerners. Look at what he's trying to do with this Vitor Sime right now. He's preventing, Vitor Sime from going to his village to go and see his people. You know what I'm saying? So that guy is a nuisance right now, but it's constituting nuisance because it's just as a result of no government. That's why he's having the upper hand to be doing all those bullshit he's doing. Thank you very much, Mr. Ben. My name is Tony Africa DPT. So yeah, so I would. So what is your platform's name?
Uncle Beno.
Uncle Ben. Okay, okay.
Yeah.
So we'll see there. Okay, okay. Thank you very much, sir. You know, okay, one more. Thank you, sir. I will stand by.
All right, thank you, Tony. So that's Tony, of course, the inimitable Tony. So thank you, Tony. So we're going from Uncle Beno to the progressives. I doubt if he's still with us. I came like to sleep.
One man, still here.
Sleep never grab you. You know you love your sleep now.
But Mr. Progressive, try to be disciplined. Not be say you just come here to do like say you be Tinubu's house boy. Okay, right on.
One man, thank you. One man, thank you very much.
Yours. Good to have you.
Thank you very much. Greetings to yourself and to everyone on the platform. Look, I will first of all come in with its years of wiki and the sealing up of properties. Look, for me, okay, so if people are owing money, they should pay their bills. I don't see what's wrong with that. People might want to kind of associate some political link with it or something like that. But if you are not owing, and the politics will not come to you. They will not play politics rich where you did. So those people that are owing, they should pay. They live in Abuja for crying out loud. Not everybody have the opportunity to go and live in places like that. So I think the problem we have is that we live in the society today, or in Nigeria. Nigeria has become a society that is so politically polarized. It's almost like anything anyone does is associated to a political party or politics. Even we come here to
sorry, Akim. Rational mind. Click on mute and unmute. Your device is not connecting. Sorry, carry on now.
Is irrational.
Click on it twice. Yeah, click on it twice. Mute and unmute. Your device is not connecting. Sorry, carry on.
Yeah, so basically, people should pay up their bills, and they pay up their bills, they won't have any issues. This idea that even we come on this platform to debate issues, and before you know it, they start labeling some people as Badorians and all this kind of language. If you want to engage, you engage. If you're not going to engage, take your lazy mind somewhere. So that is that. For very dark man, look. I don't even know. Okay, let's say it's how would I call now? Can I say he's an activist or is an opportunist? It's a society whereby people are always looking for a face, right?
There is not that much. Sorry, Akim. There's not that much distinction between very dark man and Showore. By the way, they use activism for opportunism. They're just chancers. What is Showore's job? That's the question. How does he earn money? What is all of this ding dong? Yeah.
No, there's a big difference. Showore has a track record right from his school days. So it's not like it's just starting today. No, he has a very clear track record. You can trace Showore record from all the way back to when he was in University of Lagos, right? So that one is distinctly clear. Not this some TikTok influencer who just came up from lifting weight on TikTok, and then start claiming to be fighting for the ordinary people. Look, people will believe what they believe. I'm not against what he's doing. It's just filling a vacuum in absence of governance of when in the aspect of failures of governance. So he is just coming to take advantage. It's almost like like your Nigerian pastors uh, trying to tell you that you believe in something and then your life will change, your life will be better. Only before you know it, they are taking advantage of you. This guy the other day now told us that he wanted to start up a charity. All the money donated to him till today now, nobody knows what's going on. We have not seen anything that money has gone into. Okay, so he just call it Rattle squad or Rattle whatever I call this. But nobody has come in to say, look, accountability. Where's the money that you were given to say you wanted to do charitable stuff with? Nobody asked questions till today. So it's almost like our pastors. They take advantage of the vulnerable. So I think in some cases he's doing what he's supposed to do, and in some cases he's just taking advantage of those vulnerable people. And if he's not careful, if he's not careful, he's going to go put himself into hot water, and then he will find it difficult to get out. Those people were calling for military government. Do you think if we have military government that is misbehaving, you have anybody like Very Dark Man in that kind of society? No way. And this is where people still fail to acknowledge that we still have some sense of democracy in Nigeria, regardless of how bad you think it is. If we have a military government, you cannot try that nonsense. You cannot come out and criticize any government agency. Who are you? You can't, like, you're asking for rule of law. Who's going to give you rule of law in the military government? So for me, I think he's just doing what he wants to do. He has already achieved what he wanted. I remember when Very Dark Man was still lifting weight on TikTok, pushing weight on TikTok. So he's gone from that stage and he's taking advantage of everything that came his way. Good on him. So that's where I'm going to stop on that one, man.
All right, brilliant. That's the excellent Hakim, of course. One of the long-standing and favorite voices on the platform. Just the brilliance of the man. A man of equal brilliance, and one that his voice makes the ladies go. Let me not go in that direction. Prince Daddy, ladies and gentlemen. Prince, you're up next. Prince Daddy. Look at that. After all that build-up, Prince Daddy. All right. As we wait for
sorry, one man. Can I?
Yeah, Floyd
Do you
yours.
mind? Could you move on to the next person, please?
Okay. Indicate when
Do
you are
mind
ready.
go
Then
to the next person?
Yeah, I'll go on to the next person, but indicate when you are ready. Then I'll come to
cool.
you. All right, brilliant. Also, as
right.
we wait to hear from Prince Daddy, Solly, you're up next. Solomon.
When you were giving the introduction, you said that the voice that makes the ladies, I even thought it was me. Can you imagine? But anyway, sir.
No, your voice makes the voice go. I don't know, man.
God forbid.
You know, all you Dutch people, you're being funny somehow,
God forbid. But the last person that was criticizing Very Dark Man, even me, I suspect the guy, but like the criticism just seems somehow. If you are talking about all the finances, you know that the guy created the website where you can track everything, right? Unlike any other
I'm not
person.
aware of that. Do you not remember when he tried to disappear 100 billion naira until people forced him to put the money back?
Well, that's not what happened. I don't know why you're saying that, but the money is there. And if you want to talk about any Nigerian politician, has any of them ever put money back from what they've taken before? No. That country is being run by that country is being run by a criminal organization right now, a full-blown criminal organization. And I'm happy you told your story. You see, on this platform, many people used to come and they talk good about Nigeria, but they will never ever spend one dime investing in Nigeria. There's only one man that bought Naira, and there's only one man that bought land. One man is the only one that has to put his money where his mouth is. So that's why I don't used to get angry when one man talks like this. But every other person, they only talk. They never put any action into. They can never back anything up. The same people that tell you to go to Nigeria to invest, they will never invest $1 of their money in Nigeria. But anyway, Shah, what are the topics for today? I wish it was Peter Obi's topic. That's actually what I was coming for. Then I woke up.
Which Peter Obi's topic?
The one where you schedule and says Peter Obi a fraud. I was ready to roast him.
No, I'm going to do that on Wednesday. I was going to do it in the afternoon, but I couldn't get the chance. But I'll do it on Wednesday. Yes, and I've got a whole bunch of documents. All the stealing that Peter Obi has been stealing. Everything I'm going to present it on Wednesday. And then you guys will
I hope I can make it.
A guy is a hardened criminal. If you don't know, you know.
Are you minding them?
The guy that wants to end the structure of criminality, and the people that is going to help him end the structure of criminality are Atiku Abubakar and El Rufai. So that's how the structure of criminality. It is not desperate to be president, but they are aligned with Atiku Abubakar. But
his followers know how to change mouths quickly. If Peter Obi starts campaigning with the devil, they will change it to sometimes you have to work with the devil to beat the devil.
You will see how they will see how they will whitewash Atiku very close. It will be like Mother Teresa and Nelson Mandela rolled into one.
Bunch of clowns.
It's the fun. You have to applaud that space though, because what they've been able to do with Peter Obi is phenomenal. Somebody that is just some mundane, just
one man. There's nothing.
Motor park criminal, just some.
There's nothing to applaud. They're just bunch of hypocrites. That's all they. That's what they are.
Yeah, but look how they managed to rebrand this guy.
They can only rebrand him for themselves. Only they are the only ones that can believe their own lies. That is the thing. And as long as they are believing their own lies, they think everybody is believing their own lies. That's the most annoying.
But you are obedient too now, Solly. Are you just?
I've never been obedient. Why do you keep calling me obedient? I've never ever supported Obi in my life.
Okay, maybe Obi leaning like rational mind then.
God, I've never ever supported that. Even if I agree with rational mind on some things, I would never support Obi. Like, I'm not so stupid. You have to be honest, you have to have some sort of low IQ to be supporting somebody like Obi. No offense. Because Obi supporters are just a lesser version of Tinubu supporters. It's just my criminal is better than your criminal, but I'm trying to whitewash my criminal. Obi is a staunch criminal. Okay, let's put it this way. Let's say Obi was not a politician. Let's say he was an average citizen. Ordinary Obi being linked to that Pandora paper. No bank in the UK, no bank in the US, and definitely no bank in Europe will open a bank account for somebody like Obi. So if all these banks will never open accounts for him, based on the fact that they consider him a threat to the bank, a risk to the bank, and a criminal to the bank.
He was struck off in the UK. He was struck off and his company deregistered in the UK for tax evasion.
Exactly.
This is the guy that wants to dismantle the structures of criminality.
Where is the evidence?
There's no difference.
It was all over the place now.
There's no difference.
He doesn't have a bank account in the UK. Is that what you're saying?
There's no difference.
Just running international business.
No, he has. He runs a company called Next International, which had a UK office, but they refused to file tax for years and years, and then they were eventually struck off.
Come on, one man. I don't know if you understand this whole thing with this Pandora thing that you've been spinning here for the past some time.
I don't understand
it. Question. Rational mind, can I ask you a question?
I understand it.
Ask the question. You have the floor.
Okay. Let's say Obi was not a politician.
What are they spinning? Rational mind. What are they spinning?
Rational mind.
Let our friend ask me the question.
I'm asking you a straightforward question, so please, I'm begging you, give me a straightforward reply. Let's say you work at a bank in the UK and you see an average citizen like Obi, let's say he was not a politician, and he was linked to Pandora paper. It is even actually proven. Will you not follow the bank protocol and not open a bank account for him, or will you open a bank account for him?
Well, you see, this is a question. You see, these are some of the questions people ask here.
It's a yes or no question.
Hold on. If you want me to answer your
Will
question,
you open the bank account for
it is
what
neither.
the bank considers a
It is
criminal?
not. Hold on. It is not me. It's not about me. It's about what is the true situation.
So you
It's
lose
about
your
what
job
I know. Is the
you lose
what's
your
the
job
true
for Obi.
situation? There are so
So
many
you
people.
lose your job for Obi.
There are so many people who does what he did. They call it tax haven country where you can send your money to.
Will you follow the bank protocol?
No,
Yes or
it's
no?
not about me. It's not about me. We need to get.
Will you follow the bank protocol? Yes or no?
I'm not going to answer that question.
Let him speak now. Let us get it straight from him.
That's what he does. He like to lead people into giving them the answer that he wants. I'm not going to give you the answer you want.
You follow a bank that hired you. Bank that hired you.
Yes, I will open the bank account for him. Yeah, if I see that there's no substance to what the accusation was about.
So even though the bank protocol says that you should not open a bank account for him,
if the branch says
follow the people that hired you.
If the branch says it's why should I go against the branch?
Does that not make you a criminal? That makes you a criminal also.
Hold on, I'm asking your question now. Show why you can answer a question here. If the bank has
to be prosecuted for that, right?
Hold on. If the bank says it's been blacklisted as people that can open account with them, why not? I will not do that. I will not open the account for him. But the question is, has it been blacklisted? That's the question.
Do you know that?
You're just giving an hypothetical situation here. You're just creating some kind of situation in your head over there. Like,
you said, has it been blacklisted?
Let's not do this.
No. Let's do this. You said that has it been blacklisted? According to bank protocols in the UK, US, and Europe, somebody with such allegations and definitely with proof on top of it is not allowed to open bank accounts. Do you know
why are you getting all this? Why are you getting all this? Your conjecture?
No, you can research it.
Why are you getting it from?
You can research it. You know this is true.
I don't know what you're talking about.
You want to defend a thief.
It doesn't work. It doesn't work with that. The way you're talking about. The way you're talking.
Okay, prove me wrong. Prove me wrong.
You are the one making allegation. You have to prove yourself. I mean, prove yourself right. Don't let me prove you wrong.
You can go to any bank website.
There's so many people. There's so many people who are involved in the kind of thing he did.
Like who?
It's called tax haven countries where you can move the money to. Hold on.
Like who? Give
example. You can move your country to certain countries whereby you will not be taxed on your even the current president of the United States. He does that.
Okay, like
he did that in the past.
Trump is doing that.
He did that in the past before he became president.
You see, they will never accept the truth. They can only fool Nigerians. The same thing Sheikh Gumi is doing.
It's up to you. Whatever you want to say. It's up to you. But my point is that Pandora shows nothing. It shows nothing. Yeah, there are many people who are criminally minded. They are part of that Pandora paper. Maybe that's why you get the impression that he himself is a criminal.
Okay.
No, what he did is nothing wrong.
There's no bank in the US that open accounts for such a person.
Rational mind, 1 second. Rational mind, 1 second. So you think that, right, a sitting governor, while he was in office, uses his company. First of all, while you are a governor, is to, if you want to preach what Obi is preaching today, is first of all should have divested himself away from that company in the first place while he became governor. Okay, so even if he did that, but
what company are you talking about?
Hold on 1 second. While he was still a governor,
talking about now, I don't know what company you're talking about. Divest himself from what company?
Whatever, all companies that he owns before he became governor, he should have divested himself from it, put them into a trust, right? So even if he didn't do that, right? Say, okay, Nigerian system, he didn't do that, but you think it is okay that any sitting elected official should be able to set up an offshore company account for the purpose of tax evasion? You think that is normal? If it's a businessman, okay, I don't care.
But you don't say divest now. You said trust now. You used 2 words now. So what did he do?
I said if he should have put his investment into a trust.
Okay,
right?
Trust. So what does that mean by trust?
So it means that he put it into holding for somebody else to run it, and
okay, that's what he did. That's what he did.
Out of it.
He put it
Hold
in
on.
his
No.
father's name.
That is not
If people try to do this thing, you don't even understand what you're even arguing about.
No, you don't understand what you're talking. You are trying to be clever by half.
No, there's no clever here. You see, this is what you do.
No. Rational mind.
Why you been nailed to a corner? You've been pushed to a
Rational mind.
corner.
Don't go there.
You want to
Don't go
push
there.
up,
Don't go there. No.
You
Don't go
said
there. What I'm
divest, put
listen.
into trust. Those are the two words you use.
No,
You
come on,
cannot why is the city
rational mind,
government
stop
cannot do
it.
anything you're saying?
Rational mind, stop it
Rational
now. Peter Obi
Crime
was Peter Obi hold shares in Fidelity Bank while he was governor, and in that same Fidelity Bank, that is where Anambra's money was going into. You think that one was
conflict
normal,
of interest.
right? You think that was normal?
It
Tell me,
wasn't
rational
only,
mind. You think
hold
that
on,
was
hold on, dude,
normal?
hold on. Let's not do this. It was not only Fidelity Bank that Alhambra money was. The other banks that also had the health.
Did the money go into Fidelity Bank? Yes or no? Did the money go into Fidelity Bank?
Not the first government.
You said what?
Who is
I'm asking,
meeting me?
was the money going into Fidelity Bank?
That's right. It's contributing. So somebody will meet you. So you better behave yourself, my friend. Because I know
Did
it's the same guy that came here, Patrick.
Rational mind, did the money go into Fidelity Bank? Yes or no? Did he put any Anambra money into Fidelity Bank, a bank in which he was a shareholder?
That bank is Anambra Bank.
Conflict of interest.
Well, I don't know what's going on here. I think Patrick wanted to say something. Patrick, if you want to contribute meaningfully.
No, rational mind. They asked you a question. Don't evade it. Conflict of interest question.
Yeah, there's a conflict of interest there. Yeah, I agree.
Okay. So now,
apologies. My connection dropped.
Right?
We know that. We noticed that one man.
So crime is a slippery slope. You start stealing 5 naira when nobody says anything.
No, you have no evidence to that fact. You have no evidence to. I mean, you have no evidence to what you are alleging.
Didn't steal anything. Obi didn't steal Anambra State money. Obi did not steal Anambra State money. Stop this rubbish.
Some infractions, yes. I'm against
crime is infraction now. Crime is infraction now.
Hold on. Rational mind, have you read Peter Obi's Peter Obi's impeachment document? The indictments on his impeachment.
I did.
You read it?
Yeah.
What did you glean from it?
They said he embarked on some project without going through the House of Assembly.
Right.
Okay.
Who got those projects? Those projects that he was most of the projects he didn't go through due diligence.
Okay.
But who got the award for those projects?
I don't know. Do you want to tell us?
It was his partner on our next internationalist company.
Okay. Okay.
So what does that
Is that a crime in Nigeria?
So I am hold on, rational mind. I am a governor. You and I were business partners, and you are my friend. And I start to, without going through parliament, award contracts to you.
Yeah.
Well, woman, what I know is this. There's a story. There's a story behind that story.
Right.
Yes. Hold on. There's a story behind why he avoided them. Maybe he probably went to do it solo himself. He went by himself. He just did it by himself. I know there's a problem that he had between the National Assembly that they wanted him to do it in a certain way. I don't know the story behind it. That's what I know. Was he involved in procurement? Can I answer your question?
So when he becomes president,
let me finish that comment, please, before you ask me another question. Please, I beg you. Was it a conflict of interest? Yes. He had so many conflict of interest. Like he investing into some kind of breweries that is owned by his in-law or whatever that he himself has interest in. Yes.
His wife was the director on that.
You see, woman. You see, these are corruptions.
And the bank that he owned the bank that he owned was used as the preferred bank of the state for 8 years.
Say that again.
The bank that he owns, Fidelity Bank, was used as the preferred
No,
bank.
it was not it was not the only bank that they used. They had other banks that they have money into.
Right.
Yeah, they are. No,
You don't tell me of these things.
He didn't say only bank. He said
You are not tying any of these things together. He's
No,
awarding
you are the one
contracts.
who's
Hold on.
you're doing this conjecturing
He's awarding contracts to his own company. Next
right?
No. These are documented things. Now, I'm not. There's nothing.
But you are considering one side of the whole thing. You're telling me, okay, fine, because he has interest, he was probably the CEO or whatever of a Fidelity Bank. That he doesn't. I mean, he could not put money of a Fidelity Bank. Yes, I agree. These are conflict of interest.
Right. So that's one. And then he's awarding contracts to his own company. That's two. Without going through parliament.
What
company
is that?
Next International.
Next, what is the next?
If you said you read the indictment document for his impeachment. You said you read it.
I read it.
It's all there. It's all there.
I cannot be going.
Don't worry. Come on Wednesday. Come on Wednesday. I'll break it all down for you.
No problem. We'll see.
Number 3, tax evasion.
Come on.
I think guys,
he's a staunch criminal.
Tax evasion how?
Is using state money to build a brewery that his wife is a director on.
He did not build a brewery. Come on. This is what we're saying, woman. When you do this, half falsehood. This is half falsehood you're doing here, woman.
Okay, wrong information.
What are you doing, woman? Yes, he invested. He did put Anambra's state money there. Yes, he did. But was it the Anambra state money that used to build that thing? No. He invested. They came in from South Africa and they started a business. And he saw that, okay, let us put our money there. The state money there, which himself probably has interest there in himself already. Yes, I agree.
Rational mind.
So don't be doing this.
That's not correct.
So you agree for this, you agree for that, you agree for this. So where do you draw the line?
Where do I draw the line? Okay, I'll tell you. When I have my time, I'll tell you. Because I don't want you people questioning me when I'm talking.
Let me just continue. So, Peter Obi has past antecedents of little crimes here and there, which his followers whitewash. Crime is a slippery slope. You start with 5 naira.
He did not.
Okay,
stop lying. Stop lying.
I don't care about.
Stop lying, my dear. Stop lying. You are lying.
Okay.
Where your evidence? Bring your evidence. Let me challenge you. Bring your evidence. Your president.
I will not let this guy talk. Thank you. So we have solid proof. Nobody is coming here to lie. If you think it is a lie, you can simply go to Google and research whether it's a lie or not. You know it's true. This guy has a past antecedents of being a criminal, right? You start with 5 naira, you move to 1,000, you move to 1 million, then you start stealing in billions. If you keep on defending them, that is why Nigeria got into this place. Nigerian politicians did not start stealing billions and trillions in one day. They started with little money, and this is where we have arrived. Just say that your man is a criminal and you prefer your criminal there, and nobody will argue with you. But you come here and try to paint Jesus, devil as Jesus. Obviously, we argue. Nobody is saying that Tinubu did not do this or that. Anyways, it doesn't even matter. If you like defend him, Obi will never. I can bet all the money in my bank account. Obi will never beat Tinubu. If you like, let him do coalition with Atiku. In fact, let him go to hell and look for the devil, right? And use devil as his candidate, as his vice president. He is still not going to beat Tinubu. Because the amount of backing that Tinubu has, Obi does. You have no idea the unimaginable, including international backing. You have no idea. So let Tinubu just do what he wants. Let him pack all his criminals into one party. But what Tinubu is doing is called a two-edged sword. You have everybody on your side, right? But you have everybody on your side, and now you don't have the people on your side. So if the people eventually revolt, they know the only targets that they should go for. So what Tinubu is doing is a two-edged sword. Obi is never beating Tinubu. His ideology will never beat Tinubu. The only way you can beat Tinubu is the kind of ideology that removed Jonathan. So let Tinubu waste the people. Let Obi waste people's time. Let people are playing with their lives. They are really playing with their lives supporting Obi. Because if Tinubu should win 2027 election, that is it. That is the end. Forget all this Fulani hegemony and all this Fulani scare. Yoruba hegemony, before you remove Yoruba people from this government, before you remove them, rational mind, yourself, you should know it. It is going to be 100 times more difficult than removing all these Fulani people. Because Yoruba people are very cunning. They are very, very cunning. They know how to put your head inside. When you're about to drown, they will bring your head up. No, they will. It's the truth. It's the truth. They will bring your head up and they will laugh with you, they will play with you, and then they will
a mortal man like you and I
into the water to be
Is
drowned.
Tinubu not a mortal man like me and like me and you?
You are not. See,
what makes him a superhuman? Does he have immortality?
You and I know.
What I saying? Is he a god?
Rational mind. Forget all this virtue signal.
Go and sit down with this your.
I'm already sitting down. I'm already sitting down. Rational mind. Forget all this virtue signaling that you are doing. Deep down, your Yoruba blood that is inside your body somewhere, you know that Obi will never beat Tinubu. So just forget.
You're here every day complaining about Tinubu, and look at you defending him.
It doesn't
on the suffer that you have. You don't even make any sense.
Jump from one thing to another.
Mr. D, let me make sense. Let me make sense of it for you. Yes, I don't support Tinubu, but because I don't support Tinubu does not mean that I'm going to be delusional that somebody like Obi is going to beat him.
It doesn't matter.
Wait, please wait. I have told you what will defeat somebody like Tinubu, but you people don't like that person, right? You like the thief that you want. And I'm telling you that if you keep on supporting the thief that you want, a small thief will never beat a big thief.
Yes, but the big thief that you have right now, you can't stop him. You're not even trying to even control the big thief so that at least start changing.
But you don't want to listen. I've told you the solution, but you don't want to listen.
You're not. Every day you come on this platform, you cry, you shout, you do everything. It comes to this, and now you're defending.
No, he just tried to be objective, my friend. He just tried to be objective.
Mr. D, I had the same problem during the last election. We stayed here, we did analysis. We did me, one man, and Kulata. We did proper analysis. We predicted this last election almost to a T. You guys insulted us, cursed us, sweared on us. And how did it come out? It came out exactly how we said it. We are here telling you again what is going to happen, and you are telling us, and you are arguing. I beg, if you want to bet money on it, that
nobody's betting. It's not the end of the world. It's competition. It's just like you're playing. Listen, Soli, it's just like you're playing Manchester versus Man United. Look, people have their backers.
One voice.
What are you talking about?
Soli, I think he just wants to interject a little bit. So
sorry, woman, good day, sir. Look, you have who you support. Yes, we have who we support. Yes, your people that you supported, you see how the economy is bad. Yes, and if you keep supporting it, you do support it because you said it that you wanted him. You showed that you said that you predicted that it's going to win. Look at the economy now. Look at what Nigeria is now. It's no problem. But you're still defending him again, and your Yoruba blood would continue you to vote for him again, and you keep crying. It's fine, not an issue.
Mr. D, if Arsenal, I mean, I support Arsenal, but when I see that Arsenal and Barcelona are going to play, I'm not going to start saying that Arsenal is going to beat Barcelona.
Bro, it's fine. If you think you have the monopoly of everything, use it.
You are having a simple argument. You are having a simple argument with Soli. What has Yoruba blood gotten to do with this?
He said it just now. No, sorry, sir. He said it just now. He was telling Rational Mind that he said it that Rational Mind would have his Yoruba blood to back him up to do this at the later end. He said it. That's what he said just now.
Look, don't lie.
That's what you said.
Mr. D, I appreciate your interjection.
No, what he said, sorry, let me help you out there. What he said is that he said that do you really think that Yoruba will be cowed? That not rational mind that you should think of that if you're actually a Yoruba person, deep down your mind or your heart that nobody can take the Yoruba out of the equation, no matter who is the president. That's what he said. He was just trying to say that they are so intelligent.
We were not even doing Peter Obi, so I don't know quite why we've landed.
So Mr. D, when you can interject me, but please don't change my sentences and don't lie on me. You don't know who I'm supporting. Please.
I'm your supporter. This is the first time I'm coming out in this show. I've been listening for 3 years, every day, every night. I listen in daytime, nighttime. I come. This is the first time I'm coming in the like early to be shocked at what you're saying, because normally when they're trying to bring you down, we're in the chat supporting you. And now
Did
you're
you guys
coming
even
on like
listen
this.
to the recent interview with Obi? He did very well. He did very well there.
Don't take us to a recent interview of Obi.
Okay, Mr. D.
Sorry, 4 more minutes so that we can move it round.
Okay, Mr. D, I've been here for more than 3 years, so probably that is why you don't know. Mr. D, I support Arsenal. I'm going to give this example again. Just because I know Barcelona is going to beat my team does not mean that I'm supporting Barcelona. If I am hungry and I have to use my last money to bet, I will not be a fool and go and bet on my Arsenal team just because I support them. I will bet on Barcelona beating my Arsenal team. I will make my money and I'll keep it in my pocket. When I want to make investment in Nigeria, I am not going to be stupid and say that, oh, because I support Sowore, I'm going to start putting my investment and backing Sowore when I know that Tinubu is going to win. Maybe you don't invest your money, I don't know how you invest your money, but I use common sense to invest my money. I knew Tinubu was going to win. I knew how the economy was going to go. I knew it was going to become like this. I said it on this platform years ago because I wanted to invest my money in Nigeria. Does that mean I'm supporting the administration? I cannot invest in Nigeria now. Am I the one enjoying the country? So don't come here and lie on me. Whether you support Obi, whether you support Tinubu, I don't care. I don't care about your opinion on who you support. I will come here and I'll tell you how it is. If I say that Tinubu is going to win 2027 election and is going to beat Obi hands down, it is because I have done my own biased analysis and I can back up my analysis with money. Can you back up your analysis with money? Can you tell me right now that you're willing to bet $1,000 that Obi is going to win this 2027 election? Can you do
Listen,
that?
I don't bet. I'm not going to bet money with you. Do you understand? I'm not going to bet. Listen, I'm not going to bet money with you, but I cannot come out and be criticizing.
If you're not betting money with
I can
me,
listen. Don't. That's not the argument. I cannot come here and be lying, be telling lies with wrong information. Do you understand? Listen, Soli, you're telling wrong information, saying that if someone puts their money in a trust, that is a crime. That's not a crime. Are you learned? Do you understand it?
Please mute this guy.
Please, you know that would counter your fake, what's it called? Your fake arguments. That's why we're out here.
I'm not listening to you. I'm not listening
to you. Maybe you're not even arguing. I don't want to even argue with you, but someone keeps their money in the trust. Someone puts their money in the trust. It is not a crime.
It's like arguing with a woman.
All right. So, bring it on so that we can move this round. We've not even started on the topic, and you've already gone 40 minutes. All right, you have to be just snapshots to the topics. We're talking about a very dark man and Nafdac being after him. We're talking about Sheikh Gumi being arrested and deported from Saudi Arabia. We're talking about Tinubu granting a 2-week grace for people to pay their ground rent in Abuja. Or anything else that may interest you, but you just have like about 3-4 minute slots.
Okay. As for the Sheikh Gumi event, you see, Nigerians living in Nigeria, they commit so much crime and they get away with it because they are so used to it. They now go abroad and they usually think that, oh, nothing is going to happen to them. That's why you have so many of them in the UK going after children, and then they get shocked when people catch them. This same thing happened to Sheikh Gumi. That's why you have people, when they commit fraud, those same foolish people, they will still be applying for UK and US visa. And when America arrests them, they will be acting shocked. Nigerians are too used to crime. They are so used to crime that they think it's normal, that they think that even if you steal 5 naira, that, oh, it's not really nothing just because it is 5 naira. That's why Peter Obi has so many supporters, because they think it is just a small thing. It's just small thing now. It just took only 5 naira. It doesn't really mean much. When they finally step abroad, where people actually take things serious, where people don't play with crime, they start acting surprised when they get locked up or when they get deported. So this Sheikh Gumi case is not the only case that will happen. You will still see plenty Nigerians coming abroad, plenty Nigerians getting deported, plenty Nigerians getting locked up the moment they land abroad, because they have a mind of criminality.
because that is what the society supports. And you see some of them coming online to come and defend their little tiny criminals because it's not as big as the criminal that they don't like. As for a very dark man, well, we have a bunch of agbayas in every sector in the government right now, where you cannot correct them, probably because they think that you have more power than them. They have more power than you, sorry, or probably because they think that they are older than you, so they can do as they like, and you should never speak up to them. This is one of the, problems with our tribal respect issue, where people will be treating you bad and they will not want you to talk back at them. This very dark man, I'm very suspicious of him. Sometimes he does good, sometimes it's a distraction. I don't know. I don't know what to place on him. I cannot support him, and I just don't know. It's an odd case. Until he does something political for the Nigerian people in their own positive light that will benefit them, that is when I'll take him serious. All this sitting on the fence that he's trying to do tells me that it can easily be bought, right? You just need the right price at the right time, and they will get in, which is something I can guarantee Tinubu can do. So it's just giving himself some credibility, in my own opinion, at the moment, for the right buyer. I don't know what to say about him, but these are not really the Obi topic that I want, and I'll come on Wednesday for Obi's topic. Thank you. I fight all criminals. If it is Tinubu's day, you will see me there. If it is Obi's day, you will see me. You people must push for somebody that does not have any antecedents of crime. Is it so hard? Is it so hard for you guys?
What about when it's your rest day? Will you be there? What about when it's your rest day?
I wish it was in the afternoon, because one man, I'm trying to bulk up, so I need as much sleep as I can get. Sleep is very important. Yes.
You don't have the body size now. Are you eating pounded yam? If you have to,
I'm eating everything. I'm taking protein. I'm eating morning, afternoon, evening.
Yes, eat pounded yam. If you want to bulk up,
it's too much. I'm trying my best. It's not easy.
So problem one here. If the problem was not here. So to ban ṣe fàkàfìkì pẹ̀lú ọmọ Dutch yẹn. Báwo ṣe máa sọra? Báwo ṣe máa lómi lára?
No, now sometimes you have to make sacrifices.
Pass the Dutch on the right side. So thank you, so stay with us. So now, Tony and Rational Mind, with your permission, I'd like to go to Mr. D and then Ekundayo, only for reasons that I think it's their first time here.
No problem.
So we give them 5 minutes slots just to introduce their politics to the space. We go with Mr. D first, Ekundayo next, and then come to you guys. Of course, you are both landlords here, so you know how it goes. So Mr. D, floor is yours. To the conversation, your contribution.
All right, thank you, one man. I've listened. I've been there a few, like later on, but mostly lately in the night when you're gone. To be honest, I don't like talking on issues. I like to obviously listen, learn. Do you get me? And in some aspects, for Soli, when he came on and he was just lambasting Peter Obi with fake informations, which is like, I don't mind. Like, you can say whatever you want to say with your candidate, but stop carrying fake rumors. Do you understand? People putting money in trust, just like everybody. There's nothing wrong in it. Do you understand? If he was wrong and he was trying to open, like, is it a crime to open a bank account in the UK if you've put your money in a trust? There's nothing wrong with it. You open an account in the UK or in America, anybody will still open an account with you. It's not a criminal offense. So stop carrying fake rumors.
I understand. Will not open bank accounts for you. That's what I'm trying to
you don't know that.
You can Google this thing. You can Google
No, you're carrying fake rumors. This is what we're saying.
It's not rumors.
I don't even know so much, but you will go to anybody now and you get, Peter B still has a bank account in the UK now. I'm sure he does. I'm not even a super supporter like that. But when it's just like you're telling me, even if Tinubu Tinubu has done maybe criminal activities in America that he cannot open bank account in the UK. No, they will open it for him. You open Netherlands, they will open in America, even that's in America. They might
But they
still
have to
open it for
declare
him.
it and start paying tax to the country of or to his country or of origin, my friend. It's not
Yes,
allowed.
it's possible because
You can't. No, hold on.
remember
Like in
his
Germany,
point
yeah,
of origin
you
is
can't. Yeah,
Nigeria.
you don't take your investment abroad without telling your national government, your national people that I have this money. You know, if you are caught in the act, I said, hold on, sir. As a German, you are going to rot in jail forever if they get you, and they will try to repatriate. They will repatriate that money back because you're not because it's hidden. It's hidden. But yeah,
as a Nigerian, you can open an account in the UK. Let's stop giving people wrong information. And you don't need to tell Nigerian
you have to
government.
declare it. You have to declare it.
How? Where? How? As a Nigerian
Because you have to be, because it's your own money, but you need to be paid taxes to your country. So if you decide to take that money out of the country, you need to be you need to declare it. And the dollar is campaign. If you don't declare it, only to end up saying that I didn't know I have to declare because I opened it in my daughter's name. This he's a sinner. He's a good man though.
I don't think that's enough. Look, these other politicians that you have, only to be you're holding at a high standard.
No,
These other politicians that you have,
all of them are the same. All of them are the same.
Even
They are
all
all
of
the
them,
same.
even the show whatever they talk, not the same.
We hold all of them. We hold.
Do you understand? All of them, even the show that you're saying about, the show this soul is shouting about, he is probably even worse. I'm not saying we're going to go after him.
Prove it.
He is please. I'm not even on that. On the other issues,
he has never been a government. Somebody has never been a government. Yeah.
All right. Let's give D the space to establish his voice. Carry on, D.
Sir, so as I'm saying, I just came out for him. I like to listen and I will learn and I will counter one or two issues. Do you understand? But I will pass it on and I'll listen and I'll go down back. Thank you. And next time I'll come again. But I appreciate it. Thank you so much. God bless you.
All right, brother. So that's D then. Yeah. So join us just as often as you can, D. I think the audience seem to like your voice. So thank you, D. Stay with us. We're going from D to Tony and then to Rational Mind. So Tony, floor is yours. 5-7 minutes monologue. Floor is yours.
Yeah. Thank you very much, sir. Thank everybody. Okay, we're gonna click the like button. One man, I've noticed something. Whenever you put out this your click, share post, you don't have enough. You don't have enough this because it's so annoying. You know that it just whenever you go into the chat room, you see that we just flash this white something. Like it's just like it just condemn. It will just like to condemn somebody's. That's why people are not. It's so annoying. So you see that whenever you don't put it, you see that your like button always shoot up. They always shoot up. When you put the opinion, when you put that click opinion post or whatever you call it.
No, that stays.
But it's so annoying.
Well, I'm sorry it annoys you, but
I'm just telling you.
Well, that's your opinion.
Anyway, I'm gonna click. So I'm gonna click the like button. I beg, as Tony did here now, and that Mr. T also. Thank you very much, sir, for showing up. But I don't know why Coffee Talk Small again. We'll just kick you out, the easy. Once you are coming here to table anything, you should be ready for people to counter you, sir. No wahala. But your ability to push it forward is it's all that it takes to appear here, because it's a very toxic place. Yeah. So make I just begin for where I was trying to interject earlier on. All things be equal. Everything is up for discussion now. Until that Wednesday comes. So the recent interview by Obi actually moved me, and then it was so deep, then I was like, I said, man, this is a very great guy, forget about his all his past atrocities, but at least whatever he say, I'm not saying that he is qualified to be president, because he has already given up that fight, by his recent activities. He has shown us that it's only nothing but desperate to be president, so that made us say once upon a time I was the president, because he has got nothing to offer. But at the end of the day, if the solutions that is profiling is so good, actually, if we have a government in place, they should be following his or whatever he's saying right now, about the farming or the opportunities in the north, educating the northern children, things like that. I mean, the guy is, he's totally on point. You know what I'm saying? Let us call spade a spade. We can't just say that we hate the messenger and then we refuse to be taking the message that he's sending. He's a great guy. As at now, after Shawore, he should have been the next person because he's somebody that you can talk to and he will listen. You know what I'm saying? Unlike all these devils right now that, you don't see them, interacting with the people. You know what I'm saying? They just do whatever, they just using our money and then they are lying that we are paying off debt. So we are paying off debt. So, and then the people are suffering. We are not seeing, the reality on the ground is saying the opposite. You know what I'm saying? So these people, they're just talking nonsense. You know what I'm saying? So like Solly described it just now, these are a bunch of mafia. You know what I'm saying? And they're not be real mafia, not be human being mafia. The mafias between human race, the white people, and the animals in the bush forest. We are just, in between those two group of race, because otherwise, how can Nigeria be budgeting $28 billion a year? And then Burkina Faso is also budgeting $28 billion a year, and then we have oil, we have gas, we have lithium, whatever you call all those natural resources. People will come here, those people that claim to be doctors, and then professors. Oh, why? Is it because that they have reduced them to like under the sleeper level? Because I learned that this book, the professors in Nigeria, PhD holders, they are not getting 200,000 naira a month as salary. So how do you expect those kind of people to be thinking like human beings? And even if they go abroad, you see, they will prefer to be slaves in America, only to be coming here to be talking nonsense. You know what I'm saying? I'm not mentioning anybody's name, but those professors, you know yourselves, doctors, whoever you call yourself, if I go out here to attend to one customer, I get 300 euro within 1 hour. Sometimes, you know what I'm saying? So I may choose to go out 4 times in a month, and it's okay for me. But what the hell is going on? You come here to be said that Nigeria is a poor country? Are you guys, not that insane to say that Nigeria is a poor country? And then I just listened to one guy earlier on. I don't know who he was, that will say that yes, that under a military government you cannot say anything like a VDM is doing. Under the military government, you have no need to say anything because everything is being provided for you. You know what I'm saying? I don't want to go too much tonight, Mr. Waman. Thank you very much. You know what I'm saying? These are crazy professors.
All right, brilliant. That's the excellent Tony, of course, everybody's favorite. So thank you, Tony. So that's Tony. Stay with us, Tony. From Tony, we're going to Rational Mind. It looks like Ekundayo seems to have dropped. I'm not quite sure. Maybe he came to push us solely. I know. Ekundayo, if you want to come back on, then we'll hear from you. But we are with that Rational Mind. Floor is yours.
Well, man, thank you so much. I greet everybody on the in the room, and then our friends in the chat. We appreciate every one of you. Please click. I noticed when I came in, it was about 30 something people. Please, and I think we're about 100 and something. So we want that likes to go up. As long as you're here, we all learn together. Even some of us will learn from some of you in the chat. We'll sometimes correct some of us, and should I say correct, or you kind of give your own opinion and all of that. So we appreciate everybody, but please hit that like button so that it can really help the channel to continue on that trajectory of moving forward and growing. We want that. Having said that, woman, yeah. So I just want to speak before I go to Sheikh Gumi. You see, Sheikh Gumi has, I think some years back here on this platform, I wasn't. Somebody said they no born Sheikh, they no born Gumi well, make it go Saudi Arabia. Saying no, we enter Saudi Arabia. But then, and it's true. And when I saw that today in the news, I was like, wow, that was true. What that person said years ago, that he was deported from Saudi Arabia, and I was like, wow, okay, makes sense now today because he has been on their watch list for criticizing the monarchs there, and yeah, probably the way they mishandle the Palestinian issue and all of that. And also, I think they said he has been on the terrorist list there. that is a kind of a sponsor and maybe a financier, or is in collusion with possible fanatic Islamists, So, and the kingdom doesn't want that. So I think he has something also with Yemen. So, yeah. So if it's not allowed entry into this the kingdom, then I think they have a point. So, but then what I just want to say is that you see, the people, our people from the north, I think they have a problem on their hands. And I've said here on this platform and other platforms, I said, we need to cut these people loose. Let's cut them loose and let them go. Because if we do not cut these people loose, we're not going to progress as a nation. Because the way they think, it's just it won't bring about. It won't take us to where we want to be as a one nation, and as a one country. Let me not say nation, it's not a nation. As one country that really wants to be among the committee of nations that are industrialized, that are prosperous, because their mindset there in that north. When I say the north, don't get me wrong, I'm not talking about the ordinary folks in the north. I'm talking about their leaders, the elites, because maintaining the status quo for them, it's the only way they can continue reigning supreme, and they can continue their wealth and their dynasty of some kind that each of them have in their little spaces. Anything otherwise would not probably would make them lose their position, or would make them lose that influence that they have over their people. Now, for me, it's just looking at how they sponsor Hajj. This one that is in Aso Rock that calls himself president. When he came in, how much was that amount of money he voted for Hajj? How much he gave to our kids to go to university, tertiary institution to go get education? What's the difference? So are we saying that to send people to Saudi Arabia, where even half of that, more than 97% of that money is going to the economy of Saudi Arabia, because they're going in with tickets, probably the tickets, most of the airlines that will be flying them in there, and not local airlines. And when they get to Saudi Arabia, they will have to buy stuff, they have to stay in a hotel, all those things. So they're contributing to the economy. So what happened to our economy? See, when we have clueless leaders like that one that says from Lagos, that said he built Lagos State, and you wonder why we are not progressing. When they bring this their Almajiri and this their way of style of system of governance, of leadership in North, and they bring it to us in the South, and we say we imbibe it. That's how we get the kind of leaders that we have, like the one in Aso Rock today. I mean, so that I wonder, it's just how can you vote 100 and something billion naira just for Hajj? Just Hajj alone. We never talk about those ones that say they're going to Jerusalem. You wonder. And how much are you voting for education? How much is education? Which is which? To get your people skilled, trained, to be educated.
I was actually surprised that the Nigerian state was paying for this guy to go to Mecca. Yeah, I object to them paying for anybody anyway, but especially him. He has more than sufficient enough funds to pay for his own pilgrimage.
This idiot from the governor of Imo State. What's that idiot name? Uzodinma. He was sending people to Hajj. I tell you, almost
people to Hajj in the southeast.
Yeah, southeast from their own delegates from. Is it they call them delegates or their own people?
Is it the Mesuyas there that I said?
Oh, that's what I'm saying. Almost more than 80% of them are northerners. Maybe because they just have residency in Imo State. But they're all northerners. And they pay that was money from the state, maybe what money they get from state, from federal allocation, whatever. I mean, but my question is, go to Anambra State, go and look at so many primary schools, secondary schools that need renovation, that they need equipment, they need what do they call it? They need some kind of laboratory apparatus. They need stuff in their laboratories. No, but rather they would just rather give money out to these religious fanatics. And you wonder, The same idiot that was saying that he has how many jobs lined up for his people in abroad. I mean, was
that not what he campaigned on for his second term?
Exactly.
That it will get them Italian visas. It's not that it will build the most states.
When I say this,
it will get them Italian visas.
When will call me and my message shake with one. People here. They're just bunch of what kind of a demonic party is that APC? Every one of them, even the so-called leader that is down sitting in Aso Rock. I don't get it. You use taxpayers' money to do all this kind of crap, and the people themselves, they are in penury.
Rational mind, can I interject you?
Don't interject me. Don't interject me.
No, because you asked a question. You asked a question.
Whatever question I asked, it's come on.
Rhetorical.
It's a rhetorical.
Okay. I wanted to answer it for you.
Okay, it's okay. Go on. So just be quick.
You said what kind of demonic people are in this APC? It is called past antecedents. Most of these people in this APC were formerly indicted in foreign countries. They came back and they formed a party. What else were you expecting?
Yeah, I get your point. Yeah. So what are we expecting? Yeah. So that's why we need to change. If it's possible, we can change it. We can change that trajectory. We can change that path. That will not be our path as long as that we want to remain as one country. But my point is that the northern people will not make Nigeria to progress ever. I've said it on this platform. I just decided to dial back a little bit from that rhetorics because I think it's just overflogged. Not because Yoruba man is there. Don't get me. People that are thinking that maybe because of Yoruba man, my stance with this so-called Yoruba man that they said is in Aso Rock. I don't know Jisoro or Yoruba man. That's not my point. But my point is the
number one problem we have is the North. You know, if you look at all of the things timing our development, it all traces to the North. You know, the food insecurity is down to the North. The banditry, well, of course, we have criminality everywhere, but the biggest criminality that it's the corruption, is the backwardness, everything that holds that country back is the North.
Yeah. Woman, I wanted to send you an article I read sometime back in one of this intelligence journal that I read recently. And they were talking about this Islamia al-Muslim. I forgot their name, but something. They are very active in Sahel. They are this group, Islamist group that is troubling Niger, Burkina, and Mali. So those group. So they were talking about recently. They're talking about how they got their fundings. And if you look at it, you kind of understand the economy behind that insurgency or that Islamist and Islamic, let me say Islamic, extremists. No disrespect to our Islamist brothers here, but talking about those who are extremists among them. You see, we talk about cattle rustling, we talk about kidnapping. This is one of the few ways they fund their terror acts or terror activities. Also, talk about illegal mining in that report. And when you look at all these things, the majority of those things are all, at least I would say, almost 70% of them are the activities carried out in the North. You talk about illegal mining. Is it illegal cattle rustling? Is it kidnapping? Before we maybe kidnapping because a lot of them that are doing it in the southern part of Nigeria are mostly from the north, from these northern extractions. So you kind of wonder. So all this money, because you see, if you go on TikTok, you see all this. I don't know if these guys have seen recently. There were some of these. I don't know, maybe one of these so-called. I don't like calling them bandit or terrorists to me. They have this is a POS machine. They have POS machine. I mean, it was like, what the hell? What the hell is this guy? This NSA guy? What do you call him? Muniru Badu. Where's these two other guys that are from the north that are defense minister, both senior and junior? And you start wondering, who are these guys that they kidnap people and they get money and you can't trace this money to anywhere? And you see, you just kind of wonder, What is this guy doing in Nassau Rock that I just sit down in Nassau Rock? I don't know if you people saw today. I mean, like, I don't know what Aliyah is. I mean, but I think the guy himself is so tired. Maybe he's just tired of talking. I mean, Zulum has been talking. But Aliyah just kept quiet. That's the idiot that calls him the father, the Reverend Father in Benue. The massacre on daily basis. Benue people are being killed like, oh, come on, let me know. They're being Yamutu like, you know, I don't want to say it. I was somewhere today, I was watching it. They showed me a picture of a child. A child, a boy. What does a boy, a little child? What has it done to deserve that kind of treatment? They just snuffed the life out of this little child. Not just one, about 2, 3 of them. So you kind of wonder. And you wonder, where is New Rebadu? Where are these intelligence people in Nigeria? These people who are working on intelligence.
You know, a large swathe of that north is ungoverned. You know,
how did we arrive at that point that it's
ungovernable?
So how did we arrive at that point that it's ungoverned? How did we get there?
Because they're very loose. You know, the whole of they say you can drive through a whole endless kilometers in the north without coming across the security personnel, but you cannot drive 5 yards in the southeast without being stopped at least 10 times.
Yeah,
you know, so they just weigh heavily to the south, and then they let their own people run amok. You know, it's just
woman. When this guy was there,
it's been there for so long. I'm not sure that it's solvable.
Did you?
Anymore.
I don't know. We've forgotten so quick. This guy that raised pythons. What is that guy named himself? Like that started Operation Python.
Oh yeah, the former chief of army staff. Yes.
Yeah, he said something. He said in 20-something years time, or how many years time he called it, he said terrorism will never end in Nigeria. And when I heard it, I was so mad. But when I read the report, when I read that interview, rather, he said it's because the people themselves, they're also complicit. Here you go.
One man, please check your WhatsApp. I sent you a video explaining.
So my point is this: is that you see, if we don't call these people, call them loose. We're in the south. We can never move forward in the south. They will continue holding us back because all the money that we're supposed to use for real development. These are greedy leaders, the greedy, corrupt and corrupt leaders. They will continue taking that money and siphoning it outside without any real development in their own local areas, just to keep the people poor more and more, impoverished, and so that they can use them for the next election and continue their so-called little crappy dynasty that they try to start in their locality. They want to be called Rakadede, whatever. You see, woman, we just need to cut these people loose. That's what I think. Because without cutting them loose, we'll never move forward. Having said that, woman, I just want to quickly talk about $2.2 billion was used in servicing debt. Tinubu government from January to April. I think that was the first quarter of this year. Yeah, I think that's the first quarter of this year. I mean, there are 4 quarters in a year, right? So, yeah, that's the first quarter of this year. $2.2 billion was used to servicing, not even paying, just servicing debt alone. And you wonder. Niger Delta, what's it called? Niger Delta electrical, whatever they call them. They said they generated 2 billion. I say 2 billion. I don't know why it is 2 billion. 2,000 megawatts of electricity. They cannot distribute it.
Rational mind. But didn't they say they paid IMF loan back? I don't understand what is going on.
They said they paid, but this one is just servicing debt, they said. Go and look at the...
Servicing which debt again?
Well, that's what they said. That's what the report says in this day. I want to just type it 2.5 billion, 2.2 or 2.1 million, 2.2 or 2.1 million billion dollars debt servicing by Nigeria. Just type it, you see it. There are different journals.
Yeah, but what's your argument? Are you saying the debt should not be serviced or?
No, my question is which debt again? Maybe they said they've paid off the debt.
We're still owing now. We're still owing.
They said they paid off the IMF debt.
Hey, who are we owing again?
We owe everybody now.
We're Central Bank.
China Exim banks, everybody.
Any lender.
Sorry, how many credit cards have you got?
I don't use credit cards.
You don't use credit cards. Okay, this is how it works. Yeah, you take one credit card, you have 5, 6, 10 credit cards, and sometimes you might just settle one, which is like the IMF debt. But there's still like 19 or 20 debt that you have. So don't expect that Nigeria will stop paying debt or servicing debt.
Ọlọ́run ọba.
Do you understand?
National debtor.
Yeah, so for me, I just believe, see, I just don't know where we're going because I don't know these crop of leaders we have, especially the Oloibruku APC party. I mean, I don't see them helping us, taking us to where we want to go.
Can I ask you a question?
Okay, Mongbo question. Mongbo.
You and one man, you believe that Northerners are the problem of Nigeria? Because that's what I'm getting from you.
I believe also. I also believe.
And one man also said that the North is lightly policed. The South is, especially South, is densely policed. I will point him to something. You see that the land area in the North is very, very big. So if you put large number of police there, the density per square, maybe per square kilometer or something, is going to be very, very small. It's not as if they don't police them, but because of the number of people and relative to the area of coverage, you are likely to think that they are not properly policed. But if you deploy very few policemen to a place like Southeast, which is not bigger than Oyo State and Ogun State put together, the concentration will be higher.
In a circle, according to Buhari.
That's the concentration will be higher. But I don't agree with you guys that the North is the problem. I think the problem is the political elite, which is your argument. You guys have argued and been able to convince everybody that the political elites are the problems. And then you are now spoiling with a single statement that the North is the problem. Tinubu is one of the
say the North? When we say the North?
Yes, I played it earlier, but let me play it again. Before you respond, Rashnaba, let me play this. Solly sent it to me, but I already had it anyway. Let me just play you this, just so that you hear it from the horse's mouth.
So the hardest thing I've had to accept since I've been here is that Hausas, my tribe, my people, unfortunately are not going to allow Nigeria to become what it's meant to be. The mindset of the northern Nigerians are going to destroy this country. I'm sorry to say it. So this is an idea I had, right? It was very simple. Raise money, build orphanages, massive orphanages, and pick up the Almajiris off the street. Take the Almajiris off the street. Teach them engineering. Teach them tech. Teach them coding. Take them off the streets and teach them, try to get them up to par so they can compete. And I brought up how every time I had this conversation, I would bring up the 4 Indian kids, the 4 Indian boys, like 10-year-old boys that were online, they were doing the live chat and building an app. Every time I bring up this idea to a northerner, the first thing they ask is, well, what about Islam? What about Qur'ani? What about Islamic school? When I say I have met incredible resistance to the idea of taking these boys off the streets and getting them to join the global age. Like, my mindset is this. Every corner you go in northern Nigeria, there are 5 people willing to teach these boys Islamic school, Quran. There are 10 people willing to teach them everything they need to learn about Islam. Why isn't there anyone willing to teach them anything else? So when I brought that up, some people were like, I had people going, it will never happen unless I have to teach them Islamic curriculum in the schools. I said, you don't understand. Northern Nigerians are against the idea of changing the trajectory and the outcomes of Almajiris. They say Almajiranchi, which is what it is embedded in our culture. And here's the thing, no, it's not. And as a Muslim, it's haram. I fucking said it. Any northern Nigerian that wants to step the fuck up, do it. It is haram. Because you are not allowed to bring a child into this world that you cannot raise. And there are fuck ton of Hausa men and women who have babies with no intention of, they know they will only take care of that child to a certain age, then they'll pawn that child off. There are fuck ton of imams, men in the north,
who rely on these kids for a living. They send these boys out every day to go earn a living to come back and give them. I thought of an idea that, look, we need to find a way to raise money, build orphanages, teach these boys tech, teach them engineering, teach them robotics, let them compete with the global populace. And every time I bring this up, every fucking Hausa person I tell this shit to wants to argue with me. They say it's not going to. They are vehemently against.
So forget the American accentuation. That guy speaking there is an Aboki. So it's even from the horse's mouth that is.
Yeah,
from
you
the
see,
horse's
I mean,
mouth.
kind of
Yeah.
like it kind of buttress what we're talking
But I
about.
don't mind. Sorry, Daddy. One man. That guy is making our argument. The people that are doing this are the lead. The people that are not the poor northerners themselves. You understand? It's the elite. The man wants to teach
Which
the poor
elite?
northerners
The man said that he spoke to Hausa people. Which elite is this one speaking to?
No, they are the educated ones among them who
Yeah,
can
at least the
understand this
moms
guy.
and those people, the moms and all of that.
You
That's what they
understand?
were talking. Yeah.
The educated ones among them who can understand this guy, who can understand what tech means, engineering. They are the ones saying, no, teach them Arabic, this thing. So not those northerners themselves. And that guy is making our argument.
Sorry. You see, most times when we say it's the elite, let me tell you something about. I don't know. Have you lived in northern Nigeria before?
I did my NYC in Yola before I moved to South.
Yeah. So the thing is this: some things are kind of like cultural in North, and even most of these elites that you're saying, right? Most of them want those things to change. But the moment you bring those things up, they see you as probably someone that is not clean. And that's the problem. I have a couple of friends that are northerners, right? That have tried to do one of those things. And at every point, because it's more of a cultural thing, if you see the attack, they would rather want to, okay, fine, let it be. So if anybody wants to change the trajectory in northern Nigeria, they need to sit down with the religious leaders. Do you know that in the north today, if you go to the north and probably you're trying to bring one or two things, it's the religious leaders. The way they will gang up against you. It's not like people, because we make that mistake a lot. I think probably people are not trying to change the trajectory in the northern Nigeria. People try. There are a lot of people. All these things, even what you said, right? There are a lot of people that wants to do things. There are a lot of billionaires that wants to do things in the north to change the whole thing. But it's more of a cultural thing. And until, probably if they are ready, the emirs, the ulamas, all the sheikh, all of them has to come together and change that cultural thing. Look at even Sanusi at the point. When Sanusi was trying to tell them, do you know that they were all against Sanusi when Sanusi was still Emir before the whole thing happened? And that is how the North is wired. So it's not like, the elite are kind of like sabotage. No, it's not even the elite. The elite are trying their best, but it's the ulamas, it's the religious leaders. They will do everything to ensure that you don't succeed.
Thank you very much, Mr. Larry. Thank you very much, Mr. Larry. Which means what Rajanama said, is the best thing. So because now you just make you just made a case for us that said that we should separate that country because we are not compatible. You see now, culturally, religiously, whatever, and what have you. You can just see. So how long? Are we going to be waiting 100 years? Or is it because you are having some investment in the north? Is that why you and Patrick, is always say that, please, don't tell us okay. People, what the hell do you want to do with a country with two separate laws? Sharia law for the south, for the north, and the other law for the south. How do you want to, convert, or how do you want to put these people together to are we going to be waiting for 200 years? Thank you. Answer me.
One man, can you ask?
Let me continue.
I want to ask one man if you can ask a round question.
No, make Larry answer me now. Make Larry or Patrick answer me.
Well, you know the answer to that question already, my friend, Tony. So let's not, because other people are waiting.
No, let us hear from the horse's mouth.
Sorry, ask your question if you want to ask a question.
So, okay, this question is for everybody. Now that we know that the North is, okay, one of the majority problems of Nigeria, followed by the criminal politicians, is it better for us to have this Yoruba hegemony and let it just happen, you know, and just push out all these Fulani people out, and then we'll sort out these criminal politicians later?
All right. Let me answer your question. I don't want to answer that question, but I just want to say this. You see, Nigeria is turn by turn. Yoruba people can never be a Yoruba hegemony. Not even your crappy, the idiot that is in Aso Rock can bring about that Yoruba hegemony. So forget that thing. It's all just gathering of a bunch of Yoruba criminals that are coming to have their own turn at the National Treasury, have their own their hands into the National Treasury, and when they're no longer in place, I mean, no longer in having
in the seat of power, in the seat of power.
So they will leave the scene. So it's a turn by turn. So when an Igbo man gets there too, probably you will put your own Igbo people there. They will make up the whole place. Maybe you're in an house have messing or that person. So it's a turn by turn thing. So let's forget this Yoruba hegemony crap that you're talking about. And I'll never support that, because one tribe cannot rule supreme over the other tribes. I'll never allow that, and I'll never support that for so many reasons. And one of them is that the so-called Fulani that were there before, despite all the time they spent there, they had power for many years. How has that impacted their own people in their own locality? How? The Tinubu that is there now, that all these people that is parking there, how has that impacted? How has that put food on the table of a common Yoruba man in Yoruba in the Southwest? Go to my state there. Go to Ondo State there. Go and see how most of the farmers, they can't go to farm. And you're telling me here that you buy sharing people you go. This is your Yoruba hegemony, Yoruba man in Aso Rock. What does that? How does that translate into the life of another Yoruba man improving? You know, because if not those so-called elites among the Yorubas, the so-called Tinubu criminals that he puts there, they will share their own loot, they will get their own loot, and they will go, they leave the scene. You're telling me Yoruba is stupid hegemony. What the crap are you talking about? So having said that, my point is this: is just that woman, there you go with that video. I mean, that's an outside guy who has gone out, who has seen outside, who has seen the world, has seen how. I mean, I think for me, it's very complex. The problem that is facing the North is very complex, like Larry said. But we make it sound like, well, because it's like this, we should. Well, come on, we cannot live twice. We only have our existence here on this earth is short. Life is too short to be squandering it all because of some people are not ready. You and I, we left that country. People will say, if all of us say, oh my God, Nigeria will be better, Nigeria will be better. A lot of us probably will not be out here talking about that silly country from here, from afar. We'll all be there sitting down saying, go better one day. But when we got the opportunity, what we do? We ran. We left that place because we cannot sit down and just let our lives be made ridiculous and made turn into poverty and poverty stricken. And that's why all of us left. So why do we want something separate for our people back home? If these people are taking them back, they're not making them progress, cut them loose. Let them go and figure out their life themselves. If they figure out their life, in the future they come, tell us, okay, we figured ourselves out, can we become one country so we can create one strong union? Then we can start talking. But I know we're just making noise.
Rational mind. Can I ask a question?
Yeah, go on, please.
Yeah, I'm your supporter on this platform, but I just want to say, if the problem is the political
why don't you just
elite,
tell us that you are obedient? We already get that you are obedient now.
yes, or no obedient. Yeah, I don't know. However, no, sir. But like rational, but what I was going to say, if the problem is the political elite, is it fair to now put everybody on that side as the people? Because it's still the political elite that controls it. Because again, let's be realistic. Nobody is going nowhere. Soli, sorry, or Kutodi, sorry, we're not going. This like three brothers, we're going to. If one wants to leave, the other two will drag it back. So nobody's going to leave in this union.
Go straight to your point. Let us divide the country. It's where you are going to. It's the best thing, my friend.
We
That's the best
cannot.
thing.
That's not possible, sir.
Is it best? No,
Let's
why
be
is it not possible?
realistic.
Why was it possible
How
for
is it?
India and Pakistan and Bangladesh? Why was it possible for Yugoslavia? And what was possible for Czechoslovakia and Slovak Republic without war? I mean, you guys should take it easy. Why was it possible that this German and the Austria, they cannot live together in this, even though they are the same sibling? I mean, what the hell are you talking about? You know,
this is the way we black men would think. We just think
Yes.
of the impossibility of things.
Yeah, the fear of the unknown.
Let's be realistic. I mean, in my own view,
This is the same realistic that we all keep saying.
but in
How long
realistic,
you and I have to live on this earth, my friend? How long do you
sir,
and I have
we
to
can, me, you, or 5 of us, or 100 of us cannot defeat this thing.
My brother, you are a gentleman. No, my brother, you are a gentleman. Look. When you are waiting for Southern president for 8 years, then Southern Northern president for 8 years, Northern then 32, 24, then 38, 48. The country go nowhere. We have to divide the country and live together as fellow Africa neighboring countries. That's all.
Tony, to be honest, those people are more civilized. They are less violent. These northern people are not going to allow Nigeria to separate without violence. Let's be very honest.
We're going to give it back to them now.
Which is why I suggest an hegemony to crumble their system. You have to crumble their system.
And they will sit down and watch you crumble them, right? They will sit down.
Yes,
crumble
their system.
You see, it's okay. Like I said, let me just continue. Everybody's waiting to talk. Let me just say.
All right, bring it home, Rational Man, then we'll go to.
Yeah. So you heard it from a northern guy himself, who has tried many times to. I mean, let me use the word of one man: civilize his own people. Civilize his own people. But yeah, they decide. I mean, but I think there are many ways they can go about it. If they really look at what Saudi Arabia did. I mean, Saudi Arabia was a fanatic. For the most part, they had a very fanatic population. But now, if you go to Saudi Arabia, even if you go to Iran, that's why Iran is an Islamic country, it's an Islamic republic. I mean, even Lebanon, go to Lebanon, even Syria, go to Syria. Forget all this when we talk about some of these Islamic countries. So some of them are very modernized, and some of them is still kind of like they're kind of like very moderate. They allow certain things that if they go and do it in the north, they will say they are Kafiris, they are not true Muslims. You know, it's just the mindset. So they need to work like Bibi said, what's his name? Benjamin Netanyahu. He said something about how to de-radicalize people. Go and read that. It was a book he read that he wrote. But I've not read the book, but I listened to some of the snippet of it that somebody was talking about.
You are a Netanyahu supporter?
No, I'm not. Oh, come on. I'm not as if I'm not.
I am.
I kind of I listen to every
one
point.
Man, I am.
Well, it's okay. But my point is real quick. So, you need to see what Saudi Arabia did, how they started this de-radicalization of their populace. We need to study that. That's something that they should study. I won't want to say more than that. In conclusion, one man, Akim Adesina will be ending his term at AFDB this month. I don't know where that guy is going from here. So that's another guy I want us to watch out for, because I think the guy has something.
You think he's going to come into Nigerian politics?
I do not know. But that's why I'm now trying to understand. I've been scouring the internet to see any write-up or whatever about his next journey in this whole thing.
Who is that?
Akim Adesina. He's retiring from AFDB, and they had about 5 or 6 candidates that will replace him. None of them is from, I think only one from West Africa. 2 from West Africa. One Senegal guy, and then one, I don't know if it's a guy or girl, and then there's another one from Mauritania or Mauritania. Yeah. So those are the 2 people that are possible West African candidates that will replace him, and then the other ones are from East Africa, one from Central Africa, I think one from South Africa, and then maybe about 6 of them, 4 or 5 or so. Anyway, so I just don't know where the guy is going, but I think he has done well in the FDB so far. He has positioned that bank in such a way whereby it's an institution to reckon with. I think they have a capitalization of about, what was that capitalization I was saying? It's over like $50 billion capitalization. That's what they have.
Go to his house now. Where do you want him to go again? You should go to his house now.
No, I'm just saying that if he wants to come, maybe he should come and run for.
Are you anticipating that it will factor? No, it's beyond governor.
Rational mind.
Go to his house now.
Wait, Ogun State governor for waiting now.
Run.
No.
Is
He's
he
even
still
from
for
Oyo
Ogun State
State.
government?
The
Is he
guy is
from
from
Oyo State or
Oyo
Ogun
State,
State?
sir.
No, I'm Ogini, I'm
From
Ojebuni.
Ibadan.
No, I think it's from
Omo
Ogun.
Ibadan.
Omo Oyoni. I mean, sorry, Omo Oguni.
I think it's
Omo
from
Ibadan,
Ogun.
go and check.
Omo Ogun Parakuni. So I mean, he's a real Ogun State guy. I think he's a Jebu guy. I don't know, maybe Jebu or this Yewa area.
Stand
I think that's
Ibadan
where.
guys, look it up.
I don't know, but yeah. So, but my point is this. I think Ogun State people should start poaching for him to come be there next, because that guy has some. I think that guy has some things. If only they will allow him to do it. So yeah, I leave it at that, woman. Thank you.
All right, brilliant. Thank you. Zita, you're up next, and I was going to run you through the topics, but you said you're a Netanyahu supporter, so you must stand alone in the whole world. You must be the only one.
I support him also one man, I beg, may God help him.
Strongly. In fact, he's not performing the way I want him to perform. So run the topic
Is
for
to wipe them all out, Zabi? That's what you want?
You see, let's not go to the topic anyway. Run me out with the topic you people have.
Oh, we were talking about Sheikh Gumi, who was deported from Saudi Arabia for reasons that they don't like the color of his politics. A very dark man who Nafdac have put on a warning that is starting to step to a bit too funky. And then Tinubu granting a moratorium on people to regularize their land charge fees. Otherwise, Wike would demolish their building. So we're talking about those. So yes, along those lines.
He was just pushing the law now. The law has been there. I don't think he put it.
You mean the Wike something?
Mm-hmm.
Yes,
The law has been there.
yes. I don't think Tinubu is pulling him back, or it's just granting them a bit of grace. But no, we can.
Yeah, the law has been there. It's not like Tinubu is putting a law that people will. No. That has been the law for Abuja. That thing is not actually permanent ownership. I think there was a time they brought the paper for me. That was even when I was able to see what the real concept of Abuja and the detailed design, what it looks like. It's a very beautiful city. So, I don't know. If you can't pay now, they take back your land, Abby. Who go capital supposed to do capital things? Is that not how it works?
And that's what you
You go capital, you're supposed to do capital things. Actually, that capital is not supposed to be, I don't even know why. All those houses are supposed to be moved into the interior of the capital territory, not anything close. All those places are supposed to have a lot of headquarters of so many companies in Nigeria, even if it's not like main headquarters, but something like a mini headquarters, so that anybody who lands in Abuja can have access to everything he wants to have access to. So if somebody wants to live in area 9 or area 10 in Abuja or Gwarempa or Asokoro, you get ready. Anything you see, you take. It's actually a very dicey place for somebody to go and live. Because, anyway, one man I don't want to discuss on that topic. Make I no talk with him, I don't want to talk. Okay, coming to the Sheikh. That is actually an instruction. But I won't go into that. It's an instruction. They're trying to tempt
to the Nigerian state, Abi.
It's not Nigerian state. It's not Nigerian state. It's a global something. It's a global something. They're trying to tempt them. So they're trying to use Saudi Arabia, UAE, to try to modernize them. But let me move to, I had a few things you people were saying about northern Nigeria. The guy that was talking about what's going on in northern Nigeria, I think I listened a bit about what he was saying about Amajiris. Let me say this. If I say this, most people will not like me. But I'm going to say it. Every race, every ethnic group, every nation, every clan, they have culture, tradition. Outside of their culture and tradition, they have what they call way of life. Igbo, Yorubas, Hausas, Edo. I'm talking about Nigeria now. Let me concentrate on Nigeria because we are talking about Nigeria. That Amajiri is not a tradition. It's not a religion. It's not a culture, but it is a way of life. Now, the problem I have with the Northerners, those that are talking about the Amajiris and the problems of Amajiris and how Amajiris are supposed to be stopped. I, for one, I do not really have problem with Amajiri, but I do have problem in enforcing it on them. Because the world is evolving. If somebody wants to move out of their culture, move out of their tradition, and move out from their way of life, you should let that person do so. So in as much as some people will want to have Amajiris, there are still some people in the North who doesn't want to be Amajiri or want to have Amajiris. It should be a way for something. Maybe if they start doing it willingly, with time, it might fizzle out. I repeat, I do not have problem with it, but I have problem with enforcing it. Let me go to my tribe, the Igbos. In Igbo land, trade is a very common thing. It's not our tradition, it's not our culture, but it is our way of life. Every young man, more especially the males, every young man in Igbo land, first thing that comes to his mind is trade. More especially if we come from a family who are not academics. You cannot come and say you want to, every boy, every child in Igbo land should go to school. That's not gonna happen. It's not a culture. It is not a tradition, but it's their way of life. But if you allow them willingly, not enforcing it, that every young man must do trade, let it be a willing something. Let those who want to go to school, go to school. Those who want to do trade, do trade. As the years pass by, you will notice, or as the year passes by, you will notice that some of them will start tending towards another direction because we are in a world that is evolving. So when we come out and discuss so fantastically about how we get irritated about the North Amajiris and things like that, it's actually unfair for anybody to say that. Let me go to Yorubas. Yorubas have what they call funny trading, not especially their women. They will buy a packet of, what is it called, spaghetti. They cut it into pieces, package it, put it on their head, and they move about. They sell it. Not so much money, but it gives them joy. It is not their tradition, it is not their culture, but it's a way of life. You cannot go to Yoruba land and say, no, these women are going through hell, trekking about, selling drinks, selling this, selling abo. You should stop it. No, that's not right. Allow it to be a way for something. Educate them. As the world is evolving, some people, even their children, will be taking them out from those areas. I rest my case on that.
Can I reply you?
Who wants to interject me?
Sorry.
Go ahead.
You see, me, I've always come here to complain about Yoruba traditions that we need to change. And me, I don't agree that the women selling spaghetti on their head are happy. I doubt it. I doubt Yoruba women are happy with that. If we have things that is in our tribe, I'll speak for my own tribe alone, which is not allowing us to move forward. In my opinion, I believe we should cut it out from the roots. For example, we have a respect issue. I don't have problem with respecting my elders, but we have elders that take advantage of that issue and use it to take advantage of people. They steal from you, they rob you, they insult you, they disrespect you. You know, they do all manner of things to you and they expect you to respect them as an elder. This is one of the issues that we are having in this country that is poisoning everybody. They believe that we should respect Tinubu because he's older than us, even though he's putting in policies in places that is making people suffer. That is why you see a lot of Yoruba people supporting him just because of that respect issue. It is a part of our tribe, but yes, it is bad. Now you're talking about the Amajiri issue. Do you know how this Amajiri issue psychologically affects these children? You give birth to a child. At let's say 5 or let's say 10-year-old, you give that child to an imam. That imam now turns that child into a beggar, going up and down. These people, you may have grown up with 5 of your brothers, but now you separate those 5 boys that grew up together into 5 different states. Do you know how that psychologically affects that child later on in the future? You are breeding terrorists. You are breeding people into the society that will be able to attack human beings without any form of conscience whatsoever. And you are putting those people into Nigerian army and you are calling them repentant Boko Haram. And then they are pushing them into the southeast. You see how this
an interjection or you are taking over the
no,
conversation?
okay. It's just something I wanted to point out. That
okay, let me correct
this
something.
ideology that you are talking about, this our tradition. Just because it is our tradition does not mean it is correct. European tradition is to come, conquer, steal everything, and make you suffer. So should we allow Europeans to continue doing it? I don't support all this because it is our tradition. We should let it continue.
Okay.
I just don't support it.
Actually, you are contradicting yourself. That's one. Two, secondly, you did not listen to me. If you have listened to me, you wouldn't have used the word tradition because I said it's not a tradition. And you said that, do I think that those Yoruba women are happy doing that? And I will ask you the same question. Do you think those kids are happy being where they are? So you are saying for one, you are not saying for the other. But as I said before, it is a way of life.
Yeah, madam. For the people selling
Can I ask you a question?
Madam, please. No, hold on. Please. Our women, Edo or Yoruba women that are selling things or go to the farm, they want to get money to pay for their children's school fees. Because going to school is a part of our way of life, you know, in the old Western region, including Edo Delta. So that's why the women, they will do anything. Yeah. Our way of life is education.
It's culture. Way of life is culture. It's part of culture.
Yeah. Okay. And then so that education, every woman will go to whatever land, they go and sell anything, go to the farm to farm anything just to pay for the school fees. You know, they don't want our children to get rich young. Like in other parts of Nigeria, you can see 40 years old having a 16-story building. We don't have like that in our place, in Edo, Delta, and Yoruba space. That's why they have. So they want to educate their children for discipline and for respect. We respect our elders. That's it, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you, madam.
I said is there any other person that wants to
let me ask you this question,
okay.
Madam
Who
Zita.
is asking? Because before you ask, I want to know who is it.
Okay, my name is Kenzo Akin.
Okay.
Okay.
Go ahead.
This is my question for you. You keep saying way of life. Okay. But we have to understand one thing. That's whatever you do again and again and again and again becomes part of you, which of course, in general term, is defined as culture. So if you look at the Amajiris, which of course is the main topic of this topic, we have to understand what Amajiri, the concept of Amajiris, especially in Northerners, what they mean by Amajiris. And of course, if you go by the Islamic doctrine, Amajiris is nothing bad. It's just an Islamic education, okay, moving from one maybe location to another location to seek Islamic education. That's what it means. It's not
it's not to be
What's your
defined as,
question?
it's not to be
People are taking
defined.
my
No,
time. What is
hold
your
on one sec.
question?
It's not to be defined as, or it's not to be misconstrued as being begging. That's not what it means. But of course, the Northerners, they've misplaced that identity of Amajoris. They're not turning it into begging venture for these kids. So that is where the whole confusion comes in. Okay, they are turning them from the original concept of Amajori to beggars, right? So of course, if some people say, well, the Northerners are
You're sounding like a typical Northerner. The way they reason with this, like that's the only excuse that they use for this. Yeah.
Hold on. So if you find, if some people here say, well, the problem we have in Nigeria is the Northerners, yes, 50% could be. And of course, you could also ascribe that to the Northern elites, because of course, these Northern elite, have they been talking? Maybe some of them have been talking, but do you have at least 50 to 60% of them talking? No, you just have maybe 2%. If you have at least 50% of them talking, I'm very certain that this problem of cultural problem that we have in the North, that is termed a majority, this will have been solved like 50 years ago. So that's just my own. I just want us to understand the background of a majority.
Let me
not be
clarify
misconstrued.
something. First of all, way of life may or may not become part of you, because life in itself is evolving. So if your way of life does not suit the dispensation of the now, it's going to change automatically. You don't even need to keep it. It fizzles away from you. So maybe 20, 30, 60, 70 years ago, you can say somebody's way of life becomes part of the person, but not in this present time. It runs away from you. So that is actually wrong. Secondly, for saying that people, yes, there must be somebody that benefits from a way of life. It might not be the person in the action. It might also be the standby or the person engineering the action. Okay, take for instance, a woman has to go to farm, to cultivate, to sell the produce, to send his child. What is the motivation? I want my child to go to school. That's the necessitating the action to go to the farm, to farm. And who is the beneficiary? The child. Is it a way of life? Yes. Did something motivate that way of life? Yes. Is something benefiting from it? Yes. Is that way of life going to remain for those women? Probably no. Is it going to be become part of them? Probably no. So what am I saying in essence? It is not something you condemn in its totality. And it's not something you said they should stop abruptly. Well, end it. That's not going to happen. That's what I'm telling all of you. It's not going to happen. But circumstances, situation, the presence, the future might eventually fizzle it out. But I have issue, and I said it when I started my submission. I said the issue I have with it is enforcing it, making it a by force something. No, it shouldn't be. I can assure you that today, if you like, bring your child for emergency. If you don't like, don't bring it. Some people will still bring their child. Some children will even willingly go there, even when they are of age to decide. And some will even go there if you give them an option of another thing. So it is what it is. The earlier we understand it, the better for us. Are they causing chaos in Nigeria? Yes. Can it be stopped? Yes. With several ways, it can be stopped. I have said this severally here.
So can it stop? So how can it be stopped?
Sorry, Akinzo. Give me 1 second. Let me bill a hand over to Choma. The super chatters are you again? Are you again right there? And then there's Ola and Ola again right there. So thank you to the both of them. More people to super chat. Maybe the super chat when Choma takes over. So thank you everyone. See you tomorrow. Choma, Zita still has the floor. After Zita, who do we have after Zita? Patoski, Kinzo, then Man of Prestige. Thank you everyone. See you tomorrow.
Thanks, one man.
Good evening, everyone.
Good evening.
Thank you, Madam Zita. Hi, Rational Mind. How are you?
I greet you, Princess Chioma.
Oh, my Tony. How are
This is
you?
morning for me, yeah.
I was surprised that you know you are a veterinary. You know they eat bushmeat. Aye, did you pay me, Ocha?
I know, right? It's so good to
Is
hear.
Shama a vet? Are you a vet?
Oh, no, I do eat sometimes. I do eat meat.
Well, are you a vet?
Now joke you do okay. Oh, the kwa. Oh, the what?
Tony, you're so funny. So, guys, who's speaking? Who is supposed to go
I think
next?
AI.
Oh, Madam AI. Okay, good evening, ma.
How you do?
I'm fine, ma. Thank you.
So I don't know what the next topic is. I think I've finished with the Amajiris and
Madam Zita, you've not answered my question. You were saying that this can be stopped. I was asking you, how can this be stopped?
Yeah. You know, some time ago I came here and I talked about the humanitarian woman. I called her a very huge disappointment. That ministry would have done so much for Nigerians. And I didn't just say it like saying it out of my feelings. I gave an option. I put down a policy which she would have run with. I said, throw something to them. Throw benefits, throw money, throw something. That way you bring them, identify them, take their fingerprints, know them, know where they are going, they can be traced. And with that, you can start changing their faces. Because I can tell you something, most of these children, when they grew up, I remember one time a boy was, I'm not trying to take you people out of the topic, they brought somebody. You know, most of them are not actually Nigerians. They brought somebody for gate man in my house in Port Harcourt. And I asked the boy a simple question. He was very young. I said, why do you want to be a gate man? Do you know what this boy told me? He told me that the people, he's like in their clan in the north. He's not Hausa. He's not Fulani. He said in their clan in the north that they go to farm, they do everything. But this set of group of boys came to Port Harcourt to do gate man. That when they came back during their Muslim festival, that they were showing them 1,500. And I remember my colleague then in the office from the corner, he told me that when they brought that $1,000 note, 1,000 naira note, after 3 months, that guy told me that thing was almost everywhere in Port Harcourt. He said that if you take that money to where he's coming from in the north, that nobody will look at you. They won't collect it from you. So this boy came because of 1,500. He saw it was huge sums of money for him. He has to jump the cow truck to follow them to come and they introduce him to the agent. And they brought him because we put a notice. So what am I saying in essence? That woman would have helped Nigeria a lot. a great deal by throwing things that they cannot get from people like Gumi. They cannot get from their parents. A nonchalant attitude from their elders, from their politicians, from their leaders, from their religious leaders. If that woman can do it, it will pull them out. I hope I've answered your question. Any other question? Hello?
So, Madam Zita, what do you think about the Nafdac and Very Dark Black Man?
I told you people, I don't know who the heck that guy is. I don't know why they keep bringing his topic here. And I don't know what he does. If he's doing charity, he's not the only person doing charity in Nigeria. I don't know what his mission is. Because every day, one man will bring him here and be talking about Very Dark Man. I don't know what he's doing. I don't care. Because there are so many NGOs in Nigeria doing marvelous work. Marvelous. Most of them, we don't know nothing about. How many? 900 and something, 200 and something thousand NGOs in Nigeria. That's a lot. So why are we talking about one man? What is all this him being everywhere and saying something and doing something? I don't get it. I pray he doesn't put himself in trouble, because Nigeria is a very tight country. And I pray when he puts himself in jail, people will not come here to defend him, because he is not the only NGO in Nigeria. He's not. He's not even reached anywhere.
Madam Zita, he has already entered jail many times.
You don't understand the jail I'm talking about. Don't worry. When you enter Nandi Kalu kind of jail, you go here. Don't worry about that. No be that kind of jail. No be that kind 3 months. When lawyers convict you the first one and throw you there, and then you appeal and appeal and appeal 2 years, 3 years, 4 years, before you know it, somebody like him will be quickly forgotten. Nandi Kalu is still being talked about. He should go and ask Ijele. Ijele, is it not yesterday a lawyer was telling him to apply for his release or whatever? Don't know. So it is what it is. Nigeria is not a place you run around like that. They have a lot of gangsters there. You don't run around them like that. You have to be extremely careful.
So
no matter what you think you're doing.
So people should keep quiet, right? Is that what you're saying? People should keep quiet, right?
I didn't say people should. When I speak, people should stop misunderstanding me.
No, I mean, I'm trying to understand what you're saying.
I didn't say people should keep quiet.
Okay.
I didn't say that.
Because it sounds to me like when you say people should not run around.
I don't care who he is. But whatever he's doing in Nigeria, he's not the only one doing it. I can assure you, people are doing a better job than he's doing. Globally, they have global NGOs in Nigeria manned by a single human being. And they're doing wonderful individuals. They're doing wonderfully. So I don't know what he's doing that he's running around everywhere. Let me double down on it. I don't really know what he's doing that he's running around everywhere, always being in the news. To the extent that one man will bring him here for us to discuss.
Okay, can I explain what he does?
So what he did was this. He went to Aba, is it Aba? These owners of, is it Aba somewhere in Anambra? I don't know, maybe Abia State. Anyways, he went there and these people that Nafdac lock up their shops, and they said they accused them of selling counterfeit drugs and all of that, and they lock up their shops. So he went there. I think they say, according to him, he said they called him to come and help them out and that kind of a thing, and publicize their issues that they have with Nafdac. Now Nafdac asked some of them if they want their shops reopened to pay, it was like 700K or 7 million naira each of them, and I think some of them paid, but yet their shop is yet to be reopened. So he was showing, I don't know how true that is, because that's what he was showing in his video. He was brandishing receipts by different people who said they paid Nafdac, and Nafdac won't open their shops too. So, but then the only thing I see where I think he overstepped his boundary is when he was making some kind of threat. I think he backtracked a little bit, but he has already said it, before he started backtracking himself a little bit. He needs to, for me, I just believe the guy just needs to take it easy the way he's going about his whole thing.
You know,
not everything you have to involve yourself.
if he's doing something like that, he should have registered for something
Register as
like
what?
that.
Register as what?
All those NGOs are registered.
Oh, possibly he is registered. I
Yeah.
don't know.
He would have called his. Hold on now, let me finish. You know, I don't like people getting into trouble. Not especially when they claim they want to help humans. I prefer them to do it in the right way. Then let it be that the law intentionally want to get at you. He should have registered an NGO, probably call it NGO for concerns for people with difficulties. Just give it a name. And then when he presents his paper, NGO, the moment he registered it as an NGO, approved chicken, people wouldn't be running around. He wouldn't be running around with police and everything. He will have his license to do this. Even if he makes threat that those people should be paid, wouldn't be a much of concern because everybody will say this guy registered his life that this is
Can
what
I
he
interject?
Who is interjecting?
Can I interject?
Who is interjecting?
Patrick, yeah.
Patrick,
How are you, madam?
Chioma, how you dey?
I do. We
The
did
last
here.
time we came here, I thought you asked me a question. I told you to go and make a research. Have you done that?
I
No,
think
I
it's
don't. I wouldn't do that.
It's
I
Petrovsky,
wouldn't do
right?
that.
Hold
Yeah,
on.
I won't do that.
Okay.
You said what?
I didn't go ahead. I'd even forgotten it.
Okay. You see,
Oh God.
I want to deviate a little. I would have answered you that question that day. But the way you came at me when I said Spain and France, you came with a harsh voice and said you mean international, intercontinental. And those people were dumped in that another continent. I was a bit taken aback. And I made a comment. I said, I'm not a professor. I'm not paid to speak. But I want to address that thing now. Chioma, how many minutes do I have?
You have how many minutes do you need, ma?
I just asked now. Give me.
No, you know your stuff.
You
You've
don't
been
have
talking
time
for a while
anymore
now.
now. It's 5 minutes. It's 5 minutes. I already spent more than 5 minutes now.
As
If you
much
don't
as
have
you
more
want,
than
ma.
10 minutes,
Okay, make I shut up my mouth.
you don't have any. You don't have any minutes left.
Who is
Well,
saying
let
that?
her just round. Let her just round
So
up.
round up and let's let it move around.
Who said that?
You have 5
I think
minutes.
that's
You are supposed to spend 5
Who
minutes.
said?
You have
Who
spent
said
more
I
than
should
5
round up?
minutes.
I know I said it. I said
So that
please,
means you round
Who
up now. You
said
need
it?
to round
Somebody
up.
said I should round up and shut my
I
mouth.
said it
No,
now.
I never said that.
Who
So
said
I
it now?
said that means
I
you
know
should round
I
up and move
don't.
to the next.
Huh?
Nobody said you shut your mouth.
No, I didn't say shut up.
From
Nobody said shut. I didn't hear that part.
Nobody said shut your mouth. We said that means you should round up. If you are looking at how many minutes you have left, in the recess you
No.
don't have any minutes left.
No, I will address it because somebody told me to do so.
Madam, you have been there before one man left, and so I think you have spent almost 20 minutes, but it's not a problem.
But you people have been taking my time now, asking me a question. I've not even talked up to the 3 minutes because everybody keep asking me questions.
Zita.
Yes, now the first statement I make was for 2 minutes.
Not
And
true.
after I
That's
finished
real.
talking, I asked for
What's
the
real?
next...
What's real? What are you talking about? It's real.
Okay,
What?
never mind. Let me just round up with Patoski.
Thank you.
Patoski. The people with beautiful fluffy hair in North Africa, where did they come from? And who are those living there? Who were the indigenes of that North Africa before they came? I don't want to because they said I don't have much time. Go and find out who they are.
The people living in North, people live.
I said
that no
the fluffy hair.
people
I
that
used the word
they were
fluffy
Arab,
hair.
they are Arab invaders. Arab
No,
invaders.
no, they're not.
Arab invaders.
They are not.
Oh, okay.
Listen.
Let us know.
Trans-Sahara Atlantic Sahara Atlantic slave trade and transatlantic slave trade and Sahara slave trade as actually mostly for Africa. I don't know if you have heard of slavery called the Barbary slave trade, the Ottawa slave trade, and the Malina slave trade. That's why whenever I see an African man getting so bitter about slavery and colonialism, I don't quite like it.
So which people were taken as slaves to another continent? That's what I'm saying.
Eastern Europe. You see those people in North Africa, most of them are Caucasians.
They are
Not
Arabs
only,
now.
listen, please. Can you listen? I told you to do research, you didn't. But let me give you another tip and I will send you for another research. You see those people, not only that they were enslaved, they even lose their race. They lost their race. At least Africans, hold on. Africans, we are claiming that we are dumped in another continent because their skin is black. They still answer black people. Those
Madam
people,
Zita,
let me
agree
finish,
with you on
please,
this one.
now. You didn't do research. Can I
I
finish?
did though.
Those people can never be accepted as Caucasians. They don't even regard them.
Madam, they are regarded in Europe, more, they keep people, sorry, they keep people in London, in Germany, they say accept them, they don't discriminate them. So these are people from the central.
Let me finish. They can never be called Caucasians again.
Oh,
it can
okay.
never. Okay, listen. It is called the Barbary slavery. Write it down. Go and read about it. And you should read about Ottawa slavery. And then you read about the Malani slavery. Those are the ones that involve Chinese, Indians, and Gbogboye, the Arabs, Gbogboye that landed in Spain. Go and read it. And next time when I come to this platform to talk, if I say something that is confusing, ask me nicely and I will explain. But don't come at me as if I'm talking rubbish. Ask me nicely, I will explain. I give you another assignment. Go and read about the Barbary, Barbary slavery, Manila slavery. Ottawa, of course, that one you know now. You're supposed to know. Those are intercontinental slavery. Those people were transported from another country to another continent and abandoned there. Thank you. Muna, continue.
Okay, can I speak now?
No, you can't.
It's actually your turn.
No, I want to speak about this slavery issue and I'll keep quiet.
Okay.
Because me, I don't agree. You might want to compare the slavery of others to what black people went through, but you are taking so many things out of what we have endured. The Barbary slaves, did they used to cook and eat them?
You don't know.
No, the Barbary slaves.
Excuse me, Solly.
Do you know what is? Do you know what is
Solly,
called?
Calm down.
When they
Let
wanted,
me make a sentence.
You spoke about your
Solly,
slavery. Let me tell you exactly what happens to
Solly,
African
can you keep
slaves.
quiet? Let me tell you something, please. I spelled it out and I said it. Go and read about them and what they did to them, and then come back, we can talk. Please, can you do that? It's not difficult. Go and read about them from the ones from China, India, and the Arab landed in Spain. Can you take your time to read about what they did to them? And then the Barbary, the ones that were exported from Eastern Europe, who are actually Caucasians, the people you people call West or Yibo, back to North Africa. Go and read what was done to them. Then when you finish, you come back, you will have a very healthy argument. But if you start by saying it is only your own that is worse, then we're not going to have a healthy argument because you don't know nothing about the other. So go and read about them and come back. Please.
Can I ask you a question? Because you are speaking like I don't know about all this. But you know what? I'm just going to, because I don't even want to argue about it. In America today, those descendants of those barbaric slaves and those descendants of the African slaves, who is suffering more in the American system in present day today in America?
Yes.
Plus in Europe also. Plus in Europe also.
The descendants of the barbaric slave or the descendants of the African slave, who suffers more in the system?
Let's change the subject.
So I just finalized my argument with that. I don't understand how a black person would come out and be making arguments about other types of slavery. You have no idea what black people suffer because they don't put it out there in the history books. I would also advise you to research on what black people went through, because it seems like you don't have enough information of what we have gone through and what we still currently go through systematically till this day. I don't want to hear what any Barbary or any
You are my guy. You are my guy.
Okay.
So they have so much privilege today.
Okay, Soli, it's enough. Mr. D, you're next.
Hi, Choma.
Hi, how are you?
I'm good. I'm here to defend you.
I thought I was
I
next.
know, you're wonderful.
No. I've spoken already, so I think.
Oh, you've spoken.
That.
No wonder. I was hearing some strong arguments. I figured that was your voice. Yes.
Yeah, that was me.
That was a very nice submission you did earlier.
Oh, thank you. Thanks.
Yeah. So, Mr. Akin, you're next.
I think Akim has spoken.
No, Akim has spoken. It's Patrick Patrowski.
What do you mean Akim has spoken? I have not spoken.
You hate Patrick. You have something
No,
against Patrick.
Akim, you have spoken before now when one man was here with myself.
I just joined when one man was leaving.
Yeah. Akin, you can go ahead and speak.
So you rejoined.
No. I never rejoined. I'm just rejoining. I'm just joining now. I never.
Okay, this is different Akim. Oh, okay, Akim. Okay.
Yes.
Well, I attended the Akim before. Okay, sorry. Mabinu.
No, that's okay.
Mabinu.
Can you run me through the topic real quick, Choma?
I'll run you through the topic. Who's calling my name? Give me 1 second. Who's calling? Who's trying to get my attention?
Same person that spoke last.
Is it Patowski?
I was supposed to speak now.
Don't worry, you're a moderator. You will be here all night.
No, I'm leaving.
To speak.
No, I'm not here all night too. I'm leaving.
Okay, when I can finish, you can speak. Okay. Thank you.
Yeah, it won't be long. Yep.
Sure, my actually Patowski turn before I came.
Okay,
but I've been given the crown now. Let me speak.
Yeah, but I still want. Can you guys respect the moderator? Thank you. So you may speak and take as long as you want.
Thank you so much.
Really?
Thank you.
It's about our Nigerian terrorist was deported from Saudi. And then very dark man was threatened with jail time by Nafdac,
Right.
Yeah. So what are your thoughts on those two topics?
All right. Thank you so much for the opportunity. Now, let me start with the guy that was sent back from Saudi. I want to be very careful not to use the word deported. However, I would say this ought to have been done by the Nigerian governments long ago. This so-called terrorist, in quotes, Sheikh Gumi, who always dine with the terrorists. I think what the government of Nigeria should have done, like 5 years ago or 10 years ago, is to have called him to order, ask him questions, interrogate him. If he's not giving any kind of sensible response to the government about all these terrorists sponsor and whatnot. I think it should have been locked up. You know, what Carlo is going through right now, I think it's even minimal compared to the Sheikh Gumi thing. He's just leveraging that he's a Fulani and of course a Muslim, which of course we can see here that that does not hold any waters outside the shores of Nigeria. You know, he went to Saudi and he was turned around that, hey, we don't need you here. You're a terrorist. So go back to where you're coming from. So what I expected Nigerian government to have done many years ago, like I said, is to have picked him up and interrogate him, and perhaps going further to lock him up, right? So that's will have solved this whole mess of terrorist banditry and headsmen that we're having today, because he is like the middleman standing in the way, right? So yeah, that's all I have to say about Sheikh Gumi. I never liked him anyway, but putting my biases on the side, this is what I thought the government should have done many years ago. Now let's go to VDM, Very Dark Man. Very Dark Man, in my own opinion, is I think it's just an emergency, package that the government is a creation of the Nigerian state, I should say, because if you look at it, we have a lot of people like Very Dark Man who goes around and try to seem as if they're messiah, put in quotes, trying to help the masses. But of course, we all know what these guys are doing. They're making money. They're making loads and loads of money. And with the way Nigeria is, with the way Nigeria government is designed, there's no trace unless they really want to be forceful about what they want to do about that person. But however, I think Very Dark Man has played some crucial role with regards to helping the the ladies from I think Cote d'Ivoire to return them back to Nigeria. Well, I believe most of us here must have heard that news. So he should just be careful and just take it easy, because the environment he is right now at your prison, he is not dealing with fools. He's dealing with people who are at the same par as he will ever imagine. They know what he probably thinks they do not know. They know even more. So what I'm trying to say here is that if he's dealing with criminals, he should be ready to go even 100 steps further to deal with them. He's dealing with a government who does not give room for people like him to start antagonizing them. So he should actually tread with care so that he doesn't get himself locked up for the rest of his life. So and then I would just pinch it there. And the third topic you said was what again? About I believe you said what's the third topic, Choma?
I think it was just those two were trending, in my head.
But in any case, let me just
What do you think so far about the government, the Tinubu's administration? Because I haven't heard your input lately.
Yeah. So this is my honest opinion. Okay.
I'm listening.
I don't like it. I don't like some of the policies of the government.
Me too.
Okay. Some of the policies of the government.
What happened? What happened? Oh,
The
try.
government, the government blocked him. They blocked him.
Pato, is Pato there? Let Pato carry on so that we don't waste time. So that
Tinubu don't block her.
The village people, I know. His village people don't want him to prosper. Anyway, when you come back in, Mr. Akin, you can continue with your submission, okay? So, Mr. Patowski, are you there? Patowski?
Okay, let me come in now.
Thank you for your patience.
I have questions for you, Pato.
No. Rational mind. Wait for him to finish. You don't
I know
even
he's
know
going to
what
finish. I'm just
you
letting
don't
him know
even
ahead
know
of
what
time.
he's gonna say. You don't even know what he's gonna say yet.
I know.
I'm
I'm not that kind of person.
Okay,
I'll let him
ask me
speak.
what questions you have for him.
No. I want him to flesh out some of the things he wants to say before I ask him the question. I'm just letting him know
Okay,
ahead
let
of
me
time.
quickly address one of few things.
Okay.
The Almanjeri thing. I agree with Mama Zita that you can't really just go ahead and stop it. It's not going to work. People have tried to do some stuff. It won't work. So the best thing would be to build a system into it, which was what Jonathan tried to do with the school and everything. But I think it was not well thought through. You need to build a system around it such that you now use the Almanjeri as a tool. I'll give you a good example. A good example is of a place where you have parallel form of education is in Nigerian Defense Academy. You have a military school and you have a secular school. There are places where you also have religious school and you have religious education and you have secular education, like some seminaries where you have the opportunity to study religion and then do a degree in philosophy or do a degree in sociology or something. You understand? So what they need to do is to create a structure for that thing such that people will be able to have secular education and at the same time have that Alumajiri education. Because Alumajiri, from what was it, one of my brother there was talking about what Almanjeri is, that people they go around to learn. Almanjeri is the same thing that you would in Christianity that you would tag as discipleship. In discipleship, originally, the teacher, the rabbi, goes around, travels around, and his disciples are always with him. They follow him everywhere he goes. They live on what people give them. A good example of that is Christ himself. He was a carpenter, but when he started his rabbi ministry, he was going around. His disciples were going everywhere they need. They were living on what people give to them, and they occasionally, during that time, mostly on what people give to them. That's Almanjeri now. People just give them stuff and they preach, they teach religion.
Dude. Oh, what are you talking?
Wait now. Now I'm trying to. Oh no, hold on. I'm trying to draw a parallel.
There's no parallel here. Even though you're trying to make it, you're trying to force it.
Hold
so
on,
that they can parallel out.
Let me finish now. Let me finish. But do Christians still have discipleship system where the rabbi or the pastor go around and or even the Jews, do they have instances where the rabbi go around and the followers just follow him? No, because things have changed. You now have rabbis who have offices, who have station places, who have system structures, and that is what the Islamic clerics are supposed to copy and do. You can't just still be going around begging just like they do in the 2nd century or the 4th century BC, AD. We are in 21st century. You understand? Christianity has left that space long ago. Even after Christ, we don't have people following. After Christ, I think it was the first and the last rabbi in Christendom. Every other structure discipleship have been people structured and built around the same place. So do we still need discipleship or Almanjiri system where people are taught about their religion? Yes, we do. Do we have to do it in such a way that it has to be nomadic? No. And I think it's the same thing that is happening with the cattle ranching thing. The traditional method of cattle ranching or of raising cattle is to go around and feed them and stay, this nomadic style. But every other people have evolved too. They've come into ranching, but unfortunately, my brothers in the north are failing to evolve in almost everything. You understand? And that's why they need to really sit down. Leaders need to be open with themselves and try to see what they can copy from other people. When you copy from other people, it doesn't mean that they are worldly. Oh, you people are the ones that are holy and there's nothing to learn from others. No, you have a lot to learn from others, like our educational system in the Christendom, like discipleship, like the way we organize churches and systems and processes, the way the system is structured. You have a lot to learn from Judaism, from Buddhism, from just put that into your system and organize yourself in a way that it will help your people, and people will even want to embrace that religion. So to me, that's what they need to do. This stage where Alwajiri was what rabbinic Judaism was in the maybe 100 BC and maybe 170 AD, before the destruction of Jerusalem. This same thing, you are talking over 2,000 years ago. And that's what is still being practiced in Nigeria. It's very, very strange and awkward. So I'll leave that to that. With respect to Very Dark Man.
Can I interject you on that one before we move forward?
Yeah, you can interject.
Well, but then I think you already answered the question. I mean, well, now I won't say answer the question. It's just sometimes when it's okay, just move on. Just move on. Yeah, it's okay, move on.
Rational mind, you don't get interjection.
Yeah, he don't join us. So he don't join us now. Yes.
Okay, but thank God that you were.
No, the thing is just that the way you started off, you were
patient with me to let me finish.
Okay, I will be patient
the way
with you.
I presented it, no.
Yeah, what I'm saying is
I'm a Christian too. I'm not. I'm not believing Christ by saying that. No, what I'm saying is but you all agree me that the North needs to change that system. Now, with Very Dark Man, to me, Very Dark Man is an activist. Activists are known to be arrested, to be put in prison, to be taken back. He doesn't have to register. Fela was an activist. Fela could register his band, but Fela did not register himself as an activist. Beko is an activist. He's a doctor. He can belong to a different body, like Campaign for. He was a member of Campaign for Democracy, Committee for Defense of Human Rights. But himself, as I knew that, you have to register yourself to be able to speak out. And that they put him in prison, that they arrest him, is not. That's what activists go through, and I'm sure he must have weighed it. And it's not like Nnamdi Kanu. Nnamdi Kanu committed treason. Nobody had died in the course of. Nobody had lost his life in the course of VDM.
Treason. How did they continue? How did they do that?
No, when treason is when you mobilize people to take arm against the state. That's a treason against that state. You are a citizen. You mobilize.
What nonsense are you talking about? How did he mobilize citizens? So are you going to tell me that what Tinubu did in Lagos, grab it and run with it? It's just a speech. So we should blame Tinubu for what happened in Lagos during last year election. It's just a speech. I don't know why you're coming out with this nonsense.
He did not mobilize people to take arm against the state, right? Is that what you're telling me?
Yeah, no, he did not. It's just a speech that he made. I don't know what.
Hold on.
Have you been watching what's going on in the court? They can't even prove nothing.
Your conscience will allow you.
Let me answer your question.
Considering all the people that IPOB and the rest are buying the Southeast, your conscience here allows.
My brother Patrick, don't forget that I'm here. I'm a Nnamdi Kanu's boy. Nnamdi Kanu. Look,
Patrick, I think you have lost your mind, Patrick.
I think you all have forgotten that I'm moderating.
Yeah, we know, madam. We know you are there. So, Patrick,
I'm sorry, Princess Chioma. You know that when it comes to Nnamdi Kanu, I know they play with him. I'm sorry, okay? I can go any far to this.
Come on.
I've not lost my mind, though. I know what I'm
Yeah,
saying.
I'm not saying you did. I'm not saying you did. And I
Let
never
me
said that.
let me finish. Let me
Can I
finish.
can I just
Man of
can I interject you before you
man
go
of
any
president
further?
just told me that I've lost my mind.
No,
Between you that
I'm not
is defending Nnamdi Kanu and me, man of prestige is what I'm talking about. Between me that is trying to call out things as they were and you that you are defending Nnamdi Kanu, who appear to have lost his mind.
I'm not
Somebody is
defending Nnamdi
making
Kanu,
your
but
somebody is
the
making your
rhetoric you
people
are portraying,
somebody is
here
making
is
your
not the right
people
thing. You need to
somebody
speak
is
with
making your
facts.
people to lose
Okay.
their lives. And you are saying the other person who is
Na
calling
me
for
they
peace in
defend
your
them. Na me.
Okay,
the person who is
everyone.
calling for peace in your region has lost his mind. I'm not offended though. It just shows that your judgment is very poor. You are not able
So
to
let's
you are not able to
allow
weigh pros and cons.
let's allow Patoski
Choma,
to finish.
can
Patoski.
I want to ask him
Let me
a
land.
question.
He's not finished. Though. I want to know if he's finished first or he should continue. Are you finished,
Okay,
Patoski?
this is what I'm saying. I'm saying that the guy is an activist.
Patoski,
So
Nnamdi Kanu did not commit treason.
Hold on.
Go and read the meaning of treason. He did not commit treason.
That's
He
what I'm telling him
committed.
too. He doesn't know what the
Hold
treason means.
on, let me finish. Nnamdi Kanu committed something worse than treason.
Oh, really?
Okay.
Yes.
Okay, everybody, I'm gonna mute
If you read the
everyone.
meaning of treason, you will know that Nnamdi Kanu did not commit treason.
Okay.
That's not, treason is
Hello.
one that betrays his country by doing one thing or the other. That's not what Nnamdi Kanu did.
Okay. Everybody, Patoski is speaking. Whether you agree with him or not, let him have his opinion. He has right to his opinion. And then you can disagree with him after when he's finished. I don't think I want any interjection.
So treason is an action that threatens
Are we still here?
Patoski, we cannot hear you.
Yeah, if you talk against Nnamdi Kanu, then your this will cease. Your telephone will cease.
I don't know what's happening.
You will, yes. If you go and that madam, I don't want trouble with madam. Oh, you they said that Nnamdi Kanu committed more than what?
I think I dropped. So let me say this. I'm back. A treason is an action that threatens the state security and loyalty. You understand? You understand? If something threatens your state security and loyalty like people getting people to mobilize to pull out of the state that tries to win the loyalty of the people from the state is treason. That's wait now. I'm reading the definition of treason out for you. You understand?
I don't know where you're getting your own treason from. I mean, see,
That is the forceful removal of government, of a legitimate government. That should be the definition.
Treason is a crime attacking the authority.
So, but then the same UN chapter says.
Wait now, make I read that for
Patrick,
you.
let me ask you something.
I'm gonna put everybody on mute.
Hold on,
Sorry.
let me ask Patrick something.
No,
What
I'm
is
not
this
gonna
first
allow-
equivalent of very dark man?
Everybody's on mute. If it gets to that point, I think we'll put everybody on backstage so Patoski can finish. Even though you guys think you know it all, okay? We're almost.
I'm reading. Treason is a crime of attacking a state authority to which one owes allegiance.
But Choma, when I was talking, he interjected me, right? And I allowed him.
No, I request to interject when I.
But I'm requesting, but you're showing me.
Too much. You all three people cannot come at him out like that. I don't care if he's saying the wrong thing. Let him say the wrong thing. Then you can correct him when he's finished. So Patoski, make all the mistakes you want to make. Go ahead.
So let me read the definition of treason. Treason is a crime of attacking a state authority to which one owes allegiance. This typically includes the act such as participating in a war against one's native country or attempting to overthrow one country or doing something that threatens the security of one's country. It also involves assisting enemy state or something like that. You understand? So that's treason. So if at any point Nnamdi Kanu has tried to woo the loyalty of people away from Nigeria, he has committed treason by this definition. You understand? That's treason. But to now prove whether he did it in court is left to the court. But as a layman, the act that I see Nnamdi Kanu commits mobilizing people to attack policemen. I've heard him saying, go to Edo, go to Benin. He say, when you see any black man, say collect their uniform, their gun, and be using it. Not that somebody told me. I saw him and I heard it. So if that to me, if that is an act of a saint, or an act of a moral person, then we should support it. But me, my conscience will not allow me to support that person that said that. Not that somebody told me that I heard with my ear. No, I cannot do that. If you have not heard it, you can go ahead and be supporting him. But once you hear it, I expect that you change your mind. So, Very Dark Man is not like that. He's an activist who is trying to mobilize people, help government, mobilize government to correct certain ills in society. Look at what he did with the people that were the Nigerians that were sex trafficked to Abidjan, and those are the kind of things that people like Abike Dabiri and the rest are supposed to be doing. But the guy is doing it. Look at what he did to that man that he was selling water and say this water will make you a millionaire and stuff like that. And he was able to stop that, to get the man to stop that. To me, that's okay. Let him continue. Let them arrest him. He will go there. He will come out. The more they arrest him, the more popular he will become. That's how people like Fela and the rest became popular. And to me, he's getting himself into that carcass of Sheung, Deji, all of them now. So it's okay for him if that's the path he has chosen for himself. Why not? I wish I had chosen that kind of path as a younger person. Maybe I would have been able to also make my own mark instead of going into corporate world and just being there and just like any other person. So I think I have addressed that. Which other topic is there?
Okay, since you have addressed that, can you accept interjections from the
Yes, I can.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
So let
he
me.
has a question for him.
Okay, so first of all, there are two things I want to say. On the Almajiri you're talking about, the way you just went about it is just so funny, but it's okay. But then my point is just that for those people who make the case here that Almajiri is this, is like some pre-game guys or whatever crap they call it. Listen, the same way we've seen with these people that around with their cows and tell us that it's their way of life, it's their culture. What the hell are you talking about? It's your culture in 21st century, when you can around and enter people's farm and see what is. So you see, it's not my little time I'm going to interject you will not be enough for me to really talk about certain things I want to talk about. Now, talking about this guy, I don't really want to talk about this VDM guy. I just believe it's just another nuisance in the system. They are trying to even though he has his own role he's playing with regard to this. But my point is this: trying to compare what Nnamdi Kanu did with and trying to define this your so-called treason or treasonous acts, like you did from your layman definition from the dictionary you just did. It's just so it's appalling. It's bewildering that you would equate what he said. Don't get me wrong, I'm not for violence, but when people push to the wall, you don't know, probably you don't know, they have the right to retaliate, to push back. Like, see what is going on in Benue. We saw that going on in Southwest. Why people became victims was because they could not push back. The only people that even once they were why that push back, what did we see with that? Like that guy, is it Samuel or what was that guy's name from Adamawa State that has a death sentence on his neck, all because he was doing self-defense. So somebody attacked him in his farm, and he was able to overpower that person and take that person down. And now because he happens to be a Fulani guy, they didn't look the judges, whoever prosecuted that case and whoever sat down on that case, they never look at the other side of it, that it was all in self-defense, but they rather said the guy is guilty of murder, and then he has to die by hanging. So these are the things we're talking about. So when people are pushed to the wall, why would they want to react? So for the fact that people cannot push to the wall, that's why we see what we saw today in Benue, where we have the lifeless body of a baby. A baby, not just we're not talking about a grown ass man here, a woman. Talking about a baby. Your Tinubu sit down and have Aso Rock there. So when Kanu says in the context of where he said it, that fight them if they come for you, it was during the NSAS when the police were being brutal. Innocent protesters, they were harming them, they were beating them, and then he said that. Well, maybe that's what you're talking about. I don't know you are the one you're talking about. He says, tear their shirts, whatever, do them anyhow, push them back and whatever. I mean,
no, he was talking to them. He said, go to Benin. He was telling them, go to Benin.
Because when people become violent,
he said, go to
uniform
Benin.
men that shoot
Are you following me?
people, when they become criminals themselves.
He said, was happening in Benin. He said, go to Benin. When you see a policeman, take the gun.
I don't know the one you're talking about. I mean, I'm yet to see that one. The one I don't know is that talking about the NSAS. So,
no,
but I know people can always spin it.
I'm not talking about the NSAS is just one incident now. Is NSAS the only time now the Kanu?
Well, my point is this: if the government has any case against him and they're able to prosecute him, let them go ahead and do that. That's all I can say.
I don't even know why they're not playing that in Nnamdi Kanu's Radio Biafra in the court.
They must have played it.
Yeah, they're supposed to be playing it.
So that we know what he has done.
Yeah, so that they will know what he said and how.
Madam Zita, are you watching the case? Or are you reading the strip? Are you even watching the case before you make any comment in reference? They have played it.
Forget about the case first.
They just
no. What was the genesis? People coming, hold on. People coming to our villages and killing us, and they were not retaliating. No police, nobody. What do you expect Nnamdi Kanu to do then, or to have done rather? You guys are just too crazy.
Okay.
How to fight back when there's no police? You call the police.
Thank you.
Nnamdi Kanu is a prophet of Nigeria. I don't want to call her God, okay? Because I'm a partner, my God, with Awolowo and all those one. But Nnamdi Kanu is next in line to Awolowo.
Okay. So, who else wanted to interject, Madam Potosky? Madam Zita, you wanted to make a point, right? No? Okay, so Potosky, you can go on to your next comment.
Okay, so what's the next topic?
It was about Vdm. Did you speak on that?
Yeah, I've spoken on Vdm. I said, to me, Vdm is just an activist. You understand? And if they arrest him, it's okay. That's what happens to activists now.
Okay.
And that's why I gave an example of Nnamdi Kanu. That look, Nnamdi Kanu and Vdm, they are not the same. Nnamdi Kanu is leading a secession movement. Vdm is an activist just advocating for innocent people. You understand? The secession movement of Nnamdi Kanu has led to buying innocent Southeasterner. I remember a lady that finished from NDA, wearing his uniform, coming to the South to come and meet her parents. They buy the guy. I remember a Southeasterner who married a Northerner, who had a Northern fiancé that was bringing her fiancé home to the Southeast. They met the two of them and buy them. So what are we talking about here now?
Patrick, can I interject? Can I ask you a question?
Yes, you can.
Why are you bringing Nnamdi Kanu, into this topic? Because there's no correlation in what we are talking about. VDM. Hold on. VDM may be an NGO that wasn't registered. I mean, that should have been the context of the narrative. There's nothing about Nnamdi Kanu, whether he's a terrorist or not a terrorist. VDN is not a terrorist matter. I don't know why you bring that topic into this conversation. That's why I try to counter you.
Wait now.
There's no correlation.
Let me tell you, that means you have not been listening. When Madam Zita was initially talking about VDM, she said the guy should go and register. That he can be in jail like Nnamdi Kanu if he's not careful.
Oh, that's what she said. Okay, I didn't get that part. Okay, I'm sorry for that then. If that's where you got.
Because the government, he said, Madam Zita said, these Nigerian people, they know they joke. which is true. They can just put him there and forget him there. So, but I was not saying, well, they could do that, but that's how activists do. They go to prison. But in his own case, it's different from Nafdac because they are fighting for two different things. One is a treason felonies. A treason felonies that by now his case should have been concluded and they would have put him in jail permanently for a long
Patrick. Like I
time.
said, I take the word back because I didn't hear that part of because that's why I
Yeah,
said there's no
yeah.
correlation.
Thank you. Thank you,
That's my
MOP.
annoyance
Now
about
Igbo,
that.
now they kill Igbo.
Whether he's a terrorist or not, I just feel like there's no correlation. But I see the context whereby you made
Yeah,
that
so
comment.
that's why I said they are different people. So, but I mean, to me, VDM should be encouraged. You understand? His popularity is growing every day because activists become more popular when they get arrested and get imprisoned, and that's when activists become very popular. So I will encourage that he should continue and more grease to his elbow. You understand? So that's that on VDM. Another thing I would have loved to speak about was when you guys were talking about Obi and earlier on Rational Mind. You were talking about Obi and the trust putting money in a tax haven, and then somebody saying that there's really nothing wrong in him putting money in trust. It was not in trust, it was in tax haven, and yeah, you might say it's not totally criminal in that sense, but it's morally wrong because you are a governor, you are encouraging people to pay their taxes so that you can be able to gain resources to develop your state, whereas you are hiding your taxes you are hiding your own money in tax haven. So I mean, it doesn't augur. It's not the kind of thing that you want, and that's why I'm sure people make mistakes, and he has admitted that, and he's not proud of that. That's just the truth. To me, that's just one of the few things, one of the few dents that he has on his record. You understand? But what really made me bad was that the way Rational Mind was trying to defend this. But I wanted to come in there and say, okay, if it was Tinubu that did this, would you have still said that it doesn't matter? Obviously, I know the answer. You will even be the one that will bring it up. You understand? So I think Obi is not defending that argument anywhere, any day. Because if you're a governor, you are telling people to pay their taxes, whereas you are saving your money in tax haven, then you are morally wrong to do that. So, but he's not a perfect human being. It's not even if that singular act is not as terrible as what the act that the person that we have there currently has done. He has also done something that has to do with conflict of interest that is very, very high. He has a company that is collecting the revenue directly and taking commission from the state when he was a governor. So that's even a higher conflict of interest. But it's just that
So, Patrick, let me ask you something while you're here before my turn to speak. I just wanted you to comment on this. With the what just developed yesterday or today about Tinubu. So, in Nigeria, for you to run for president, what is the highest education you have to have, or the least?
I think the least you should have is whether secondary school also before
So, my
NYSC.
point with what is yet to develop, what is going to unfold, maybe this week or this week. Do you all know what's going on? That
Are they
Tinubu,
trying to?
Chicago University. What happened in America? It's not that it's going to happen. It's definitely going to happen. The degree that he obtained from Chicago University, I'm not saying he didn't obtain it. It's going to be null and void. Do you all know what's going on?
Why?
Because there's a claim that just came out right now because it has not been able to substantiate the secondary school that he went. I don't know where you're being. He has not been able to substantiate the secondary school that he went and everything. So they're about to revoke that degree that he has.
Okay,
In
Chicago State University is planning to revoke his degree.
They are going to revoke it, not that they're planning. It's they're going to revoke it. So my point is that is he going to make to go and sit for WAEC because there's no WAEC record where he sat for WAEC in Nigeria. We don't know what school he went. We don't even know what state he went. So what's going to happen
I think
for him to contest for the next presidency? What's going to be there because he's going to be revoked.
Can I interject?
I
Can I
said it today.
interject?
What's today?
Can I
Yeah.
interject you real quick?
Yes.
So you just made two different statements here right now.
Yes, I did.
You said they are going to, right?
They are going. It's not. It's not that it's going to be revoked.
It's going to be revoked. Good.
Right. The degree that accounting degree has, right, is going to be taken back because he didn't
And
prove
that's
Oh,
it.
I even
and
heard
that's
that
in.
somebody saying that the minimum requirement is primary school certificate.
Hold
No,
on.
no, I'm talking about in Nigerian space because I'm talking about the one that he presented that he went to college.
Yeah, but
That's going to
that's
be
in the United
revoked
States.
by
That's
the
in the
by United States.
All
Yes.
right, exactly. But he's not a president in the United States. He's a president in Nigeria currently,
Yeah, but he
right?
can present
Hold on a
my point
second.
I'm trying to make. He can present that in the next election that
Hold,
this is
hold on.
my
Not a prestige, right?
Hold
You
on.
gave him permission to interject. Let him interject.
Yeah. Go ahead.
So currently he is the president of Nigeria,
Right.
right? And he's the
Mhm.
president in Nigeria, not just
Okay.
of Nigeria, but in Nigeria. He's not
Okay.
the president in the United States. And of course, just like you cited earlier on, you asked the question, what is the least qualification to be a president or a politician in Nigeria?
Okay.
And I had Patoski responding back saying secondary school.
Right.
And of course, that's not true. The least certificate you can have is leaving school, I think, certificate, not even high school. You get it? So
Primary school?
Yes.
Okay,
Based
does
on
Tinubu, do you know which primary school Tinubu went? That's the point
well,
I'm trying to make. I'm not talking
okay,
about America. I'm going
yeah,
back to Nigeria.
I
Let's
wouldn't
stick with
I,
Nigeria.
I wouldn't know where he went to school
Because
for
he
his
has not, he
primary.
has nobody knows. Everything about him
Yeah,
is mystery. That's my point. If anybody here can tell
yeah,
me what primary school that he went,
but this is the point.
the man has not been able to
This
come
is
out
the
and
point I'm
say
driving at.
what primary school he went.
Hold on. This is the point I'm driving at.
Yes.
That they're going to revoke his tertiary certificates is no, I mean, it's no
How is it?
ground.
Hold on, guys.
Yes.
The point I'm trying to make. He's going to contest for 2027, right? And he has supposed
Okay.
to present, his highest or his least education. Now we don't have his least education. That is why the reason why they're going to revoke it in Chicago, because the certificate that he presented before he contests for the 2023 election was was the bachelor degree that he has in college, and it's legit. But because of because of the forgery that he did, he never presented the primary or the secondary school that he went.
They
That's where the
cannot
Chicago is going
revoke
to.
it.
But it has nothing to do with America. That's
They
going to
can
terminate. So
they
my question
cannot
is that
And
revoke
this is
it.
the point I'm
what
making. This is the point
what
I'm
will
making.
he present? He
They
he doesn't
cannot
have
revoke it.
anything in
Let me tell
Nigeria to
you.
present.
Excuse me,
Let me
man
tell
of
you.
prestige. Is this the latest news?
Yes, this is the latest news. I don't know where you're been.
Man of prestige.
I
Man
mean,
of
even I told
prestige.
me that he has
Man
been
of
on
prestige.
holiday.
Man of
I
prestige.
I have the whole information.
Man
Man of
of
prestige.
prestige.
When
Sorry,
I,
let me
with,
ask him a question. I think
with the
the
way
guy
Nigerian
went
system
to.
works.
I
Oh,
think the
let's
guy
going to go
went
sit.
to
Well, my
community.
problem, the
No, man
question
of
is that
prestige.
what is he going to present?
No, man of prestige. I think the man went to a community college before going to that Chicago State University. He
It
went to
Yes,
doesn't
school.
matter.
that's
Yeah, he
what.
went to
Hold
community
on.
college, but they be
That's
revoke
what.
all of them because
No, they
he
can't
told them that he
revoke.
went to
They
secondary school in Nigeria
can
and he
listen.
cannot be identified. That's the
Listen.
point.
Listen. They can never revoke his certificate.
What do you
Mark
mean they
my
will
word.
never?
Let me. They
Tell me why they will
can
not. You
never.
think you know? Hold on. You think you know more about America? Tell
Okay.
me why.
Let me
I will
explain.
tell you a story.
Let me explain.
Somebody.
They
Hold on.
can never.
There's
Let me
somebody. Hold on.
explain,
Just calm
please.
down. Calm down. There's somebody who came to who came to the school that I'm in UCLA, to apply for a doctorate degree, but he only forged the recommended letter. Everything about him, was right, but he forged the recommended letter, but somebody recommended it for him, and that removed him from attending college. So what are you talking about? They will just
Okay,
a
let me
common
explain.
recommendation letter.
Let me
If he forged it,
explain.
if there's any false information there, they will,
I
let
said,
alone somebody who didn't present his.
the is Chicago State University and can I finish?
Because sometimes you don't know what
Can
you're
I
talking about.
finish
That's my
now?
problem with you.
At the end of the day, we know what I'm talking about. The way education is being done in the United States is not the way it's done in Nigeria.
But I'm telling you what is going to happen. Okay, okay, you know what?
And
That's not.
wait
Let me go.
now,
If
Haba,
hold
you
on,
have
hold on,
made
hold on,
your
hold on. I don't
point.
want people to take my turn.
You
If,
said
let's wait. Let's
they
wait till
will
next week.
revoke
I just
his
present that topic.
certificate.
I just add
Man
Patrick
of
something.
prestige.
So we see what's going to happen.
Man of prestige. This is a conversation.
Yeah, because I don't want to go into that tantrum, with her right now.
Okay, so
Until actually happen. No, I don't want to have that conversation.
I'm
So
not talking. I'm not
can
having
I
a
go ahead and
tantrum
take my
with you.
turn
It's not
and
your
speak
turn
about
yet.
Gumi?
No, it's not your turn yet. I'll let you know when it's your time. But let her interject. We're doing interjections because remember it was Patowski's turn. So
Okay,
yeah.
can I go ahead?
Yes, ma.
If you come into United States and start, even if you jump into a university, you must take those secondary school courses. If you didn't take it in the United States and you did not present any paper from where you're coming from that you took those, they call it, is it GED or whatever? If you didn't present any paper, before you must, of a necessity, take those courses. That's why they have community colleges. Why do they have community colleges? They have it so that it will be cheaper. But if you don't want to take it in the community colleges and jump into the university, you pay more to still take it. So Tinubu took those GED courses.
Wait a minute. Before you,
let me finish now.
You don't have the fact. He did not take any. He didn't take it. I don't know what you're talking about. He didn't take it.
You forget that I went to Delhi.
It doesn't matter where you went to. You're not speaking the fact.
If he didn't go to Delhi, they will not flag him as one of their alumni, prestigious alumni for that matter.
What prestigious alumni? Do you know what Chicago State University? Do you know where they rank? Why are you making Chicago State University as something very prestigious? Why are you saying that?
Prestigious university. I said prestigious alumni in Delhi.
It's just a party university. What are you talking about? Do you know where they rank in the Midwest?
Oh my goodness. I did not say the university is prestigious. I said alumni. He's an alumni.
It's okay. Alumni. You continue. You said he did remedial courses. Is that what you're saying?
It's not called remedial.
So what did he?
It's secondary school courses like biology, chemistry, physics.
So
arts,
is there any evidence to that?
Psychology.
So hold on, Madam Zita. Where did he do that?
Come on. I mean, Presti, why are you doing like this now?
You must do it.
So is there any evidence he did it?
Listen carefully. Let me finish. You people should stop throwing that. I know you don't like him, but let's say the facts.
Come on.
Remove your sentiments. Let's say the facts. If you come into United States, transferring your secondary school education, you present it to them, they confirm it, you can start from there. But if you come into United States, even if you decide to hide it, and you start their school, you must take those GED classes, which is like secondary school. So he did it. They will not revoke his certificate.
Okay, can I come in?
What you're saying is, does he have a GED like you're saying? That's what
yes, now.
So where among all his documents?
Let me correct Madam Zita.
Let me explain it.
No, she's right. You can do GED before you can get.
Right. That's if you didn't go to
or you didn't finish
high school. Yeah, you can do GED.
You finish? Let me finish, please. Can we listen in? Can we? These people will make me say what I don't.
Listen to you.
Can we calm down and listen? You can go and do your research. I repeat, if you are from any country in the world and you walk into the United States, you want to start school. If you decide not to present any paper, even if you are a university graduate, you decide not to present any paper to them to show them you have gone to school anywhere, you want to start their school, you can start. But you will take all those GED, those secondary school courses while you are doing that thing. Community colleges are where most people do it. because it's cheaper to do it there, in case if you are not on scholarship or anything, you are paying out of pocket. But if you decide to jump into a university to do it, as you are doing that your university courses, you will put those GED. Some university will not even allow you. They will say the first 1 year is for you to do those GED first, before you now jump into your main course proper. Please go and ask.
We know all of this. We live here.
Thank you. So why
my question
he
is
did
this.
not
My question
present
is
any
this. Question we're
certificate
asking
from
you is this.
Nigeria, and therefore his paper will be revoked?
No,
Hold on. What
He went
rational
to
mind?
Delhi.
Oh, come on.
Let me get to the
convoluting this whole
point.
thing.
I understand what she said. What she said is right, but that's not even the bone of contention. The bone of contention is that Tinubu did not come here and take GED. Then
That's the point we're making. Yeah.
hold on, and go to community college like he did. He presented, a certificate from that came from Nigeria, that he completed secondary school in Nigeria, and that was he was admitted in
So you
community
were
college.
there when he
That's
presented
the bone of contention.
That's
He
the
did not
paper.
take any GED.
Yeah.
I don't know
Did
where
you see?
Madam AI got that from. He did
No,
not take any GED in America. He
She's
gave
just
them
conjecturing because
Hello.
hold on, Zita, you've been talking. Let us also talk. Let us also talk. So the point we're trying to make here is this: is that yes, he submitted some kind of high school or whatever. He said he had it from 1970. What was that year I saw that paper?
I don't think he did that.
That was what he submitted.
Because
This
if
is
you look at his
community college.
If you look at his record,
Let me go and dig
Delhi.
this out.
Let me finish, please. You can go to Delhi and look at his record. They don't hide it. If you go to Delhi and look at his record, the courses he took doesn't show the courses of somebody who presented the paper from Nigeria. This is a global platform, and I'm saying it. He might be listening, or his aides might be listening. I repeat, if you go to Richard Delhi in Chicago and look at his result in Richard Delhi, it doesn't show the result of somebody who came with a paper and presented, because if he has presented a secondary school paper to Delhi, he wouldn't have done those courses he did. What part of it are you people not understanding?
So where did you get the information that he took GED before he was admitted to?
And
Remember
I just
when
told
Tinubu
you,
came to this country? Hold on. When Tinubu came to this country, at that particular time, that was a long time ago. It's not like right now, 10 or 20 years ago.
You don't carry
There's
another
no
one
verification. They
And
don't
listen, let me
verify.
tell
Things are
you.
not verified the way
Listen, let
it
me
is
tell
right
you.
now.
Do you know why I'm saying this? And do you know why I am so strong about saying it? When I wanted to study cybersecurity, I bundled all my degrees and kept it. I jumped into cybersecurity in the United States. I did that in Delhi. They forced me. I did all the GED courses. Wham!
But you hold on, Madam Z. You're not the only one. I came directly from Nigeria, and I went to a second
Did you
tier of
present your
Ivy. Hold on.
certificate in Nigeria?
I went
No,
to a
let's
second tier of
not
an
talk
Ivy
too
League
much
school.
story. Did you present
I
your
went to a
certificate in
second tier
Nigeria?
of an Ivy League school in United States. I didn't
Did
take
you
any
present
GED.
your degree in Nigeria?
Yes.
So your
And I
case
took
is
a test
different
for
from mine.
I took a test to get to UCLA, but it's not GED. Just to understand my English proficiency.
I'm not understanding
What are you talking
what
about?
I'm
I
saying.
went to
Man of
UCLA.
prestige, please, can you listen?
Because
Calm
you're not
down and
making
listen.
sense. We all went to school
Please,
here.
can you calm down and listen?
What am I supposed to listen? Because you're giving false information.
Calm down.
No.
Calm down.
Let's calm down.
Calm down. Listen carefully. Let me say it again. If you are coming from any country in the world into United States, the way they run their education, and you come in, you did not present any paper that you went to nursery school, primary school, university, or anything, maybe you decide to play a smart one on them. You hide all your paper and jump in, went to register. You want to start school, either university or people who will advise you will tell you, quickly go and do it in a community college so that it will be very cheap, or they can even give you scholarship to do it. But if you went straight to the university, you register for university, and you did not present something like WAEC or anything from the country you are coming from, I repeat, you will do all the GED courses.
Nobody is disputing what you said. So you are now implicating Tinubu that Tinubu did not go to primary or secondary school in Nigeria. He just came to Nigeria.
That's why.
He just came to America and do GED. That's what you're saying.
Yes.
Okay, which school? But Tinubu told us that he went to secondary and primary school in Nigeria. So did he lie?
Hold on. I don't know whether you are the one that presented a lie to them in Delhi. But listen to me. You can go to Delhi. It's not far. The moment you land in Chicago, you can take a ride to Delhi. It's not far.
I think we are saying the same thing, but indirectly.
Let me finish. Because all we come here is to throw jabs and this thing. We are learning every day. You can go there. When you look at his record and all the courses he took, it doesn't show the courses of somebody who presented the paper to them. That's what I'm saying.
Then why did Tinubu claim that he went to secondary school in Nigeria and primary school? This is the problem we're having. Is it not what he told the INEC? So you have the fact. You are Tinubu who is lying.
Man of prestige. Sorry, it's from Choma. Okay. You see, what Madam Zita is saying is this. Madam Zita is making a deduction based on the fact that it's on ground. That for someone who took those kind of courses, that means he didn't present secondary school certificate. Because if he actually had a secondary school certificate and he had taken the pre-required courses, he wouldn't be taking the pre-required courses again in Delhi. That's what Madam Zita is saying.
No. I'm not disputing that fact that he that he laid down.
Then the question you now
but what we had that Tinubu went to secondary school in Nigeria and primary school. If he went to secondary and primary school, and supposed to be that brilliant, how come he didn't present it to university for admission in America?
The point is that the guy didn't present secondary and primary school to INEC.
Patoske, do you remember? Patoske, can you hear me?
Mm-hmm.
Do you remember those days that somebody can search for GCE without going to any school? You just pay for two or
come
three.
On now, Remy, don't come here with
Calm down. Calm down. Please calm down. In Nigeria, those days, some people, they will just go to write GCE. They don't ask you your...
I finished when I was informed.
You just pay for 4 or 5 subjects.
I wrote it when I was informed.
It's similar to what they are doing in America too.
You're just coming here to make excuse.
No, I'm not making an excuse. I'm giving you an example.
He has a point. He has a point.
I have a very, they call it GCE. You don't need to go to primary school or something. If you pass it, you can also...
Okay, how come Tinubu did not present that to get an admission here? Why does he have to take GED in America?
Can I share this?
Stage, the point they're trying to make is that's neither here or there. You get my point.
It's a valid point because our president life to us.
Woman of prestige, somebody like me that had two bachelors in Nigeria and came to the United States, I didn't present it. I jumped into another bachelor's.
Okay, that's what hold on,
let me finish now. For reasons best known to me. So what you will tell me now is that because I did not present my WAEC from Nigeria, it means I did not go to school in Nigeria. That I'm compelled to present it because I went to school in Nigeria. Is that what you're saying on a global?
Okay, why do we have this current investigation going on right now?
Prestige, I think the answer to your question is there. I just sent a link there. So you see the link, you see all the paper, all the certificate, the things he presented. I think Zita has a point in the sense that if truly what he did was he went through Richard Daley College and did took those GED courses. Like there, you see there, just to click on that link, you see one document where they upload there by that newspaper, along with his certificate and all of that, degree certificates that they gave him and all of that. So my point is this: if really that's what he did, then I'm trying to look for the other one I saw sometime back, where he presented some WAEC, some kind of WASC or WAEC from Nigeria. I saw that somewhere, and Bola name was on it. So that was what I'm looking at. But the one I see now, what was it I said? I think Zita has a point. I think that's what he did probably. If he went to that Richard Daley College and he sat for GED, just so he can make up for that lack of either he has it or he doesn't have it. Maybe he has it and you just don't want to present it. People do that.
Like some people don't want to present it because it's too much hustle.
maybe like me when I came here, I had to present my WASC. I presented that, and they had to do the what's this transcript. They had to do a transcript for it. So I decided not to even want to use my degree that I got from Nigeria to do anything. I just want to start fresh with their system here. So that's what I did. So, but my point is that yeah, it's possible that what Tinubu did was that he went through the Richard Daly College and did those remedial, well, not remedial. I did those what's it called? Those GD that he lacked to get a full admission into a college. So I think that's what he did. You just click on that and you will see it there. Everything is there. But I will scour the internet.
I don't have time right now. I'll look into that fight later.
That Richard Daly is also Southwest College. Is that what you're saying?
Say
yeah,
what?
I think so. Yeah, I think so. Yeah, I think it's Southwest.
On a lighter note, the guy is very brilliant, even more than man.
He was, yes.
He's
his
brilliant.
record shows that.
What are you
His
talking
record
here?
shows that.
What is so brilliant about him?
He's very brilliant. His record shows
We
that.
are just chasing shadows. So
I'm just telling you the news that is circulating. So we find out what is true or not.
Bring your own evidence.
There's nothing brilliant about Tinubu academically. So don't come here and spoon that gibberish.
I'm not speaking anything.
Tinubu is everything, but not a dollar.
Everything to you. I mean,
no. What I mean by you can call him a criminal, call him a crook, call him all manner of names. He hates him. He's the worst president, but the thing you cannot call him is a dollar.
Nobody call him a dollar, but you don't be exaggerating things. Call him that brilliant.
I'm just saying.
I can't quote his brilliance. I can't quote his brilliancy with the school that he went to. Not even the university. That university that ranked 147 out of 150 something in the Midwest. So what are we talking about?
Come down.
Bring out your own response. Let's share it.
No, you want me to bring my distance?
That you did not go to an Ivy, that you did not go to an Ivy university doesn't mean you are a dollar. Please.
I never call him a dollar, but he's not that brilliant.
I didn't say you call him a dollar. I'm just saying. When somebody said he's a brilliant person, if you look at his results, he is a very brilliant student.
But you have to consider the school that he went to. Anybody can be an honor student from that.
It doesn't matter.
From that university. 100 out of 47. Do you know how many?
It doesn't matter.
What their graduation rate is?
No.
Any Nigeria can be a brilliant in that university.
Let me tell you. Are you saying that? Never mind. I don't.
No, I'm saying it. They ranked 147. 147 out of 155 in the Midwest. I'm not even talking about.
Don't worry.
That's the university that he went. So it's not anything to be brag about.
Ivy.
I'm not saying
is that a student in Ivy University is automatically going through a lot.
No, I didn't say all that, but I'm just saying about what everybody here thinking like he's so brilliant. That's the quarrel I have with you.
Okay, so men of prestige, hold on. It's not your turn yet still. The more you keep interjecting, the more we keep delaying. So Akin is here. He's back.
I'll round up now.
Okay, go ahead and round up, and then Akin will follow.
So what we are saying is that, academically, Tinubu is not dumb, but his record did not portray him as a brilliant person. That's the truth. Though he's smart.
Did you see his record?
Let me give you the reason now. He's smart. One of the records that I will look at the quality of school that he went to. If he's brilliant and he had the opportunity to go to Harvard, he would have taken it now. You understand? Would he say, I prefer Daly College, I prefer...
that means you don't know logic.
Let me land. So he did show that even in his profession, he was not a CPA. So, I mean, if he was brilliant, for everybody who's an accountant, you want to aspire to be a CPA if you are really brilliant, actually. But it was just an accountant.
I never knew that brilliance is Ivy College. Bombo.
Brilliant people go to Ivy College, now Ivy League now. Brilliant people go there. Dumb people don't go there. But you can be brilliant. You can be brilliant and not be in Ivy College. You cannot be in Ivy College and not be a brilliant person. That's what we are saying. So we are not saying that he's dumb. Then to me,
I'm very brilliant now.
Brilliant people attend. Brilliant accountants become CPAs actually. You can be an accountant and be brilliant without being a CPA, but you cannot be a CPA without being a brilliant accountant. So, to me, Tinubu didn't
So
really
all
measure up
those
to both.
Nigerians that went to unknown secondary schools and unknown universities in Nigeria that came to US and they're essing it, those ones were dollared meant brilliant because they went to Ivy. Una sabi talk bullshit. Oh.
No, we have just
Una
said
sabi
something
talk
that
bullshit.
So,
You
they
they see
can.
hold on. They see a Nigerian girl that went to community college, community secondary school in Nigeria, enter Harvard, the ESAN.
So
They
he has
talk
shown that
say
he's brilliant
Harvard
now.
is for
He has
brilliant
gone to
people. That you
Harvard.
cannot go to Ivy University without being brilliant. What
So
the
yeah,
heck are you
he has
people
gone
talking
to
about?
Ivy League now. So we
No,
now know he's
I
brilliant.
don't do this
But
kind
if
of
he had gone
brainless
to
argument.
if he had gone to Richard Daley, we'll say he's not very brilliant after all, you know. But I mean, Tinubu has opportunity to show that he's brilliant because now he's governor. He's smart, but not necessarily brilliant. He's not a CPA to me. He's not.
On the
Madam Zika, I
contrary, I
think
will say
nobody's
he's
quarreling
brilliant,
about
but he's not smart.
Tinubu's
Being
smartness.
dumb.
Nobody
On
says
the
he's
But we are
not
not
smart.
saying
contrary,
yeah.
looking at
He's
his
not.
record, I will say he's brilliant, but not
He's
smart.
smart.
Yes, he's smart.
Smart.
Nobody's quarreling that. Okay, but
He's
he's not
smart, but he's
brilliant.
not brilliant.
No.
I'm sure
Okay.
he would not identify himself as brilliant.
Okay.
He will
This
not.
let's continue.
Let me use the ground.
Are you finished?
Yeah, I'm okay.
Okay, wonderful.
Chioma, is that my turn?
Not yet. Let me ask Mr. Akin. Mr. Akin, are you there? Akin?
Yes, Choma. I think I dropped earlier on. Thank you so much.
Yeah, you did. Go ahead and finish your earlier submission.
Oh yeah, thanks.
No
Yeah, just so standing on this certificate saga, right? That Man of Press just brought about the school I went to. So my question would be, or this is my own opinion about it anyway. It's not even a question. My opinion is Tinubu currently he is the president in Nigeria, and of course for the Federal Republic of Nigeria. And if the worst come to real, and he decides, okay, 2027, I will be contesting for the post of the president in Nigeria, I don't think this should be an issue. And I will tell you why it shouldn't be an issue. Because in the Nigerian constitution, it says you do not have to have a college degree to contest any political position in Nigeria. The least qualification you could have, you could even be a primary school dropout, as long as you can, print your name on the pages of notebook. You should be able to contest any political post in Nigeria. As far as I know, as of today, I don't know what is going to happen tomorrow. Now, in terms of whether he went to school and presented his high school certificates, well, it's left for the school he went to prove that. This is not for Tinubu to prove now. This is for the school he went to prove that. If they cannot prove that, that means there's got to be some biases that's going on, that we do not know. They should come out, and tell us what we do not know. So just saying that they're going to revoke his certificate, it's not enough for us to just take that and run with it.
I think what they're saying is the certificate is submitted from Richard Daley, Southwest College. They said it's falsified. That's what I'm reading now. That's what the law firm says.
Akin, sorry, let me say this. So you want to start going this route again of certificate. Why can't we change strategy?
That's why he will win them again.
Why? I don't know why they are also the same thing that they've been doing for years. They want to start it again, and then that is what they will face. Instead of them to face campaign, re-campaign. Why is this one coming up again? This is
Remy,
what we
can I tell you
pursued
something?
for how many years? It was done in 1999. In 2023, we did it. So for even both pre-election, post-election, why are we starting this useless things that we're using to waste our time again?
Exactly my point, Simba.
Remy,
Exactly.
that's not
After that,
coming
Simba,
from the
that's what,
politician in Nigeria. That is coming from the concerned citizen in America.
Man
They're the
of
one that
What
fight for
concern
it. It's
America
not
to
coming
take
from the
place
politicians.
Nigerian elections?
The white people, white people, Abi.
I'm telling you
You can
what
you
transpired. We're gonna
Man
know
of
by next week.
prestige, I
It's
think
not. I'm not telling.
you should be smarter than this now.
Oh, okay.
Even if you
Whether
hear
I'm
they,
this
smart
they
or
report,
not,
cannot they
this is
cannot take
God for the
Tinubu out
money.
now. Tinubu.
Why are you so
Simba.
excited? And
No,
then
nobody's
I'm
excited.
not excited.
What do
every
people
I
want
just
to
time.
brought
do?
the
He's
news
quite
for you.
excited.
Why do
Extremely
you do like
excited.
this? You,
Okay.
Remy, and Simba, why do you like to do this?
I beg, don't
We're
say
talking
that
about
to me.
what is
I
in the
beg, keep
news.
quiet. Stop that. You have been talking since that.
Keep
So
quiet
why are
about what are
you
you doing?
doing this?
Can I?
See, the guys, if you look, the guy is right. The guy is right. Let me interject. I have not been speaking since. Hello.
All right, gentlemen.
Remy is right.
Gentlemen, let me land my
Look,
plane.
Remy is right.
Control the place, please.
Excuse me. So, Akin, who do you want to interject you, please?
Yeah, let me just land real quick. One minute, and I will yield the floor.
Okay.
So, well, Tinubu, I don't think is in any way. I don't think it's in any way, not. It's not like he's not paying attention, but he's not disturbed by all this noise, because this is just noise making. I can say this for free. And 2027 comes with all this noise of this college he went to wants to revoke his certificates. This is just even going to, let me just say, help him to scale through all the hurdles and portals, that's we could ever imagine. Because if he could get through the 2023 election and become victorious, at the end, with all that noise that went on, I mean, come on. This is not enough for people to just believe and just, I would say, assume that what the school is saying is the truth. So, gentlemen, especially man of prestige, don't be so carried away by what that school says at the moment. Let's wait for more clarification, because the whole thing is just kind of sketchy, So, I mean, you'll see that there's a lot of political interest that is being invested in this Tinubu thing. So it's just a shame that this is where we are in the Nigerian politics. So again, thanks very much, Choma, for allowing me to make this point. And I want to use the floor now to other guests so they can speak. But in any case, anyone has any question, you can go ahead. Thank you.
Real quick, let me ask a question.
Yeah, yes. Tony Africa has a question, sir. Do you think that anybody can remove Tinubu? That now that he controls everything, he controls the police, he controls everything. He will lock them article up very soon, my friends.
Of course. Of course. Someone can remove
no
Tinubu
way.
if Tinubu fails.
No way, of course. I mean, Nigeria waste time. Person get the Supreme Court. Where are they taking that certificate to? Where they say that, certificate will bring to Nigeria. This one, who is going to check it? Nobody is going to check it now. I bet if they bring that certificate for confirmation, they will take it to Tinubu's table now.
That's the hard question. Which one you do?
Nigeria waste time. Look, now go talk another thing.
Tony,
Thank
why
you.
are you so funny?
Ask me. What do you say?
But you're so funny without even trying.
It looks like man of prestige. Oh, sorry, that was rational mind who wanted to interject, right?
no, national mind will not, natural mind will not, will not face it through the reality. That is just like as Akin just said, that 2023, Tinubu was able to bulldozer like bulldozing a thick forest, into this government house.
Tony,
and now that is there, you are coming.
Tony,
I mean, the fire, the fire wall that is building right now. If anybody near there, they will burn like say they do for space.
Tony,
yes.
let me present a question to
Tony,
everybody.
Tony,
You see,
it's okay. It's okay.
Which
let
question?
me present this question to everybody.
To me.
We have seen in
Tony,
the
I said
past.
it's enough. Unless you want to kill me here.
Well, my question is that we have seen in the past that people have been you calling for this certificate thing, and instead of facing campaign, they are facing it, and it's working for Tinubu. But the question is, why is it just difficult for the guy to just present his O level? It's not difficult now. All of us here have O levels now. Even if it's one credit, just present it and.
No, we understand. No. Why is that Tinubu is of no fees address? Okay, Tinubu has got no address. Hold on. No, hold on. You ask a question. Let me answer you. I got it already. Tinubu is somebody with no fixed address. He has no address. He has no family, no village. Me, I get my village now for Edo State too, and then I think get my place again for Ibadan. So but this guy don't have any place. So, but he's just there by luck or by I don't know. He just fought his way through. As a member of the gangster, is the leader of the gangster. So all those Supreme Court, police, custom.
I want to respond to the question you asked just now. Does he hold them that obligation that he should? He has presented the certificate to the right authority. So why are you saying that? Okay,
no, he doesn't. I don't think
what kind of rubbish is that?
I don't think INEC has his secondary school certificate.
No, whatever. Let me tell you, whatever he presented to INEC.
He said, does he owe them? He owes Nigeria.
Whatever he
doesn't
publish it to them.
It's okay. Now let us hear one person's voice now.
Can I respond to you?
No. Simba is talking. Let him land.
What I'm saying is that whatever certificate he presents to INEC, he satisfy whatever requirement it requires.
So even though it's
from
false,
the president.
So
it's none of anybody business to say, bring your marital certificate and go and bring your child certificate. What kind of rubbish is that?
It is whether even if it's a wrong certificate, it's the INEC that will decide. In fact, it's INEC that is supposed to sue him for a wrong certificate, not any other person.
Chioma, can I take my turn, please? I'm about to leave, please.
In addition, I want to respond to.
But this guy has been waiting.
Hold on. So after, are you interjecting?
I'm just interjecting.
Okay, after Remi's interjection, then men of proceed.
Somebody is echoing. Okay, Patoske. According to when you look at the previous president, I think Jonathan himself does not present his PhD, and I don't think Obi presented all his documents too. And I think Buhari does not present all his, because during his time they were also talking about his GC or O-level YX certificate. It does not present it. I think at the end of the day, what has been established here is that this guy went to a college, whether community college, whatever college you call it, and passed in high grade, and he used that certificate to enter university in America. That one has already quenched everything. And when you look at Nigeria, when you are even looking for job, nobody asks you to put your O-level result there. Your resume will only refer to your bachelor degree. You can write the school you go for your if you like your secondary school, but it's not mandatory. So please, I know you are thinking in a moral way like a pastor, but in politics, which is a very highly dirty and whatever game, you have to protect yourself. Why are you talking like we are just here for church and everybody should just talk morally or what? No, this is politics. There's so many stake, so many things at stake. So I think at the end of the day, it does not need to present any document. And if the opposition are chasing the same shadow again, then you are giving more leverage to Tinubu. The people will now have more sympathy for him. You even gather more vote than the initial 2023. Thank you.
All right, Choma, can I go ahead?
Yes, man of prestige. Yes, sir.
Yeah, greeting everybody. But before I proceed, Simbad, where's Baba? Do
Maybe
anybody
we should
know?
ask one man went to work.
Baba is on a
Yeah, I
sabbatical
asked him
leave.
the other day.
On a
I miss his
sabbatical
I
leave.
think
voice.
him and I even want to ask about Kulata from Chioma.
Oh,
Chioma about
Kulata
Kulata.
na another thing. I
Oh,
see Kulata in other
Walter,
platform. He
Walter is
doesn't want to
good.
come here. He doesn't want to come here. He's mad.
Mad with
But
who?
he need to get over it. He's a man. Okay, I know what
Mad
happened that
with
day.
who? With who? Is it with you, man of
I'm
prestige?
not gonna say who you mad. We know what happened.
Mad with
So
Chioma.
Kulata need to grow up if he's listening.
So Chioma, you have to bring him back, okay?
No, the man need to grow up. Forget about that. What transpired that day. He need
I'm
to
not
grow up.
talking to you, man of prestige. I'm talking to Chioma. Chioma know how to bring him back. So Chioma, bring him back, okay?
Okay.
Since,
But anyway, yeah, greeting everybody. So I just brought that topic. Okay, I mean, I don't know. I'm not saying that's going to disqualify Tinubu. Not in the
And
Nigerian space.
Choma, sure.
I just brought
Choma,
that
a woman
topic,
can also
to
apologize now.
as
Choma,
a
apologize to your
as a
boyfriend.
developing story. Okay, that's all. So let's let that.
I be
Somebody
man friend.
speaking.
No, I'm just saying that Choma should just apologize to her man friend now, so that they
Apologize
can
for
settle.
what? She ain't doing nothing.
Hey, we are
Man of
joking now. What
prestige.
are you saying now? What? Why are you taking it so serious?
It's
You
okay.
always
Let's
everything,
come on. It's
man of
okay now.
prestige.
Let
Why
this
do
guy
you
talk
normally take
now.
everything serious?
Let this guy talk. You yourself. I mean,
Eh?
prestige. Just go on and just talk. Just overrule this guy.
Okay. Let me go
Guys,
ahead.
let
Thank
me
you very.
tell you.
So,
Okay,
band of
you know
prestige,
what? Let
that
me
guy that
settle
be
things.
controlling you, Abi,
Kulata is
is the
just
one that be
looking
telling
for
you what to do and what not to do. Is your
Kulata.
master here?
Kulata is just looking for
Rational
attention.
mind is the
That's
one
all
He's
it
telling
talking
you
to
is.
what
me.
to
He's talking
do.
to me.
Guys, are we serious or are we just going to be doing this back and front, back and front?
All
Because
right, let
the
me
guy
go
is under the
ahead.
power.
Let me go ahead and start. Greeting everybody. Yeah, I'm gonna start about this Sheikh Gumi stuff. Okay. I have an issue about what happened. So he was given a visa and everything to go to Saudi Arabia, on his way. He wanted to go to Mecca, in Medina. And they decided to deport him or whatever, turn him back because they are suspicious of him being, of his terrorism activities. So is a guy who is very, who is a suspicious interface with terrorists. That's not a doubt. I mean, and in the Nigerian space, this man has never been held accountable. How come this is the only person that can be able to interact with the terrorists, and the military? They can't even, they don't have the opportunity to interact with the terrorists. And this man can have an opportunity to go to is that Savannah or Zanzibar, whatever they call it, in the forest, and interface with them and interact with them, then come back and give us what's happening. That man is not held accountable every time. I mean, what kind of country is this? This is why, the Saudi Arabia didn't want him to come, to go to Mecca, supposedly to be a holy place like it is. I mean, this is very worrisome. We know what Sheikh Gumi is. Is he the only cleric in the north? I mean, all this Boko Haram, he has access to Boko Haram, has access to terrorists, and that man has never been held accountable. I believe he was invited, was he interrogated and let go? I mean, they can't find out what is the connection of this Sheikh Gumi with the terrorists, Boko Haram to be more specific. And he's allowed to roam around and we call ourselves a country. No, we have a problem. This is why, the terrorists is terrorizing Nigeria where we are right now. And I'm not going to put the blame just only for Tinubu, but being the Tinubu is the person in charge right now, he needs to demonstrate a leadership in order to fight against the terrorists. He needs to take a bold step. He has taken a bold step in a lot of things, that I can't even start mentioning here. You know, he is the commander in chief in the section 14-2 of 1999 amended constitution. His primary purpose of the federal government is to protect the citizen of Nigeria, and he's not doing it. He has to take a bold step and try, and try to contain all these terrorists, ravaging the country. And Sheikh Gumi should be brought and answer some questions because he actually know what's going on. If a foreign country, can disallow him to come to their country, and we are not doing anything in this country, we are finished. We are finished. We're not going to be able to solve this problem. I mean, even the ones that was, I think the Saudi Arabia people, told us they are the ones sponsoring terrorists. None of them has been brought to book up to right now. I think we are just playing. There's no way a country is going to prosper. It doesn't matter what kind of structural or what kind of how we're improving in all kind of other indices, which I don't think we are even improving. Not in our GDP, not in our inflation. Inflation come down, come up. Not on our ADI, and even at all we are improving in that area. But if we don't improve on insecurity, there's nothing. The country cannot be anything. The country cannot go further where they are right now. So that's my own main comment about Sheikh Gumi. He should be brought and tell us exactly what's happening, in the north. And he knows everything. And he knows everything happening because he has the opportunity to talk with the terrorists, the Boko Haram and everything. No other person has access like he do.
Let me ask you a question.
Yeah.
Tell me one, apart from interacting with the terrorists, tell me one act of terrorism that he has done or also orchestrated in Nigeria. Just one.
I don't have any particular one, but he's the one that we know that he interacts with the
Don't say
terrorists.
we know. I just ask you a simple question now. Just answer my question because you are calling me a terrorist. You just mentioned one thing.
If he has an access to terrorists, what does that tell you? And other clerics don't have an access to terrorists. And they're killing the other cleric, but he's the only one.
Okay, I think
it's a common
made
sense.
my point. Okay, common sense.
No. Let's
Use
debate on this. Let's think as a smart people.
What? No, if you want the government to take him, what are those charges that they can levy against him? Just tell me one. What are these done?
I'm
not siding him. I'm just being
aiding and abetting. Have you heard about that? Aiding and abetting.
Aiding and abetting what?
Okay, so you
How?
know,
Hold
on.
I mean, this is a man who's advocating to grant amnesty to the terrorists. He has advocated for that so many times. Doesn't that tell you something?
If you look at that, let me see this. There are so many people that have also advocated for Nnamdi Kanu. Will you say because they advocated for Nnamdi Kanu, they're also in the same shoe with Nnamdi Kanu?
Yeah, got line of questioning.
Nah, you see, this is the problem with you. When we're talking about something, you're going to bring
making sense for people who are ready.
What about him that does not correlate to what we are talking about?
So
we are talking about somebody who has a terrorist link.
What I'm saying,
who has a terrorist link that had not been brought to give an account.
And jail for what?
No, you need to bring
Simba Dekin, let me ask this. Sorry, Patus, rational mind. This Gumi, because they deported him from Saudi Arabia, that means they will have some fat in their hand. Even if it's not a terrorist, there is a way that probably he has done something wrong, one way or the other. But the same thing we are using for this guy, it can also be used for Kanu too. Kanu also encourage people to go and buy a lot of people, to go and burn down. So he has a case to answer. So this Gumi too also have a case to answer. So if we want to be fair, but to me, Kanu case is even more stronger. It's even more deadlier than this one of Gumi, because what Kanu have done to the southeastern people, a lot of innocent people, whether working for federal government, state government, or people that have not known nothing, that they have his boys are part. Ah, God, man. So
but hold on.
In fairness,
why are we making it about Nnamdi Kanu?
Let me finish.
Hold on. Hold on. Sheikh Gumi is a non-state.
In the context of what you are saying, you and Simba.
Sheikh Gumi is a non-state actor. It's a non-state actor that that fully interact with the terrorists and bandits.
Whether state actor or non-state actor, you cannot tell me here that his boys.
You cannot reason with these people. Yeah, no, forget that.
I mean, it is Simbad or Remy. It is very worrisome, nonetheless.
No, this is not about worrisome. I want you to be fair in your analysis. Don't be biased. Both of them have cases, and you know.
Okay, this is a man who is facilitating the freedom of the
man of prestige. Man of prestige.
Yes.
This Sheikh Gumi, so going into 2023, which can you remind me which politician met with him?
Oh, don't go there, okay? You're talking about Obi right now. Come on, stop your nonsense, progressive. You always do this.
Yeah, but
Yeah,
what do you
So
mean?
who
I
met
always
me?
do
Is
it?
it
that's what they do.
the only politician that met with him?
Of
That's what they
course, it
do.
was the
What
only,
does that mean? Does that indict Obi?
it was the only one that publicly met with him. No, I did not
And
see any
so
other one.
what? It's a
So,
Nigerian politics. That's the way all of you have played the game.
oh, that's
So
how it goes. Somebody that you say should be done.
so because I like Obi, does that exonerate a non-state actor like Sheikh Gumi?
Prestige.
Yeah, but why is your friend?
Prestige, we are doing a little bit of your
Why
time.
is your principal meeting with a non-state actor? If that's the case, why is it? Why was he meeting with a non-state actor?
Is he the only politician in Nigeria that met Gumi?
It's the only one that I saw.
It's the only one.
No, it's not. You are Tinubu, everybody. What are you talking about?
It's the only one.
Your present president has met Gumi. What are you talking about? He met the group. Didn't the Sheikh Gumi group, didn't they endorse Tinubu? What are you talking about?
I'm telling you, it's the only one that I saw.
But anyway, let me go. But it's not about Tinubu or Obi here. That's not what we're talking about. We're talking about Sheikh Gumi. You know, what he stand in Nigeria, that he need to be brought. The authority need to be brought and determine. The complicity with his interaction with all these Boko Haram. There has to be something. This is a man who has, on many numerous occasions, advocate for the an amnesty for these terrorists. Can anybody tell me why he's doing that? And
That
he
is not,
has.
that in itself is not a crime.
What is that not a crime? Why would he be the only one with access
No,
to
wait.
them?
Man of prestige. I think you are more intelligent, I suppose, than
It's not about
making such.
intelligence.
Wait.
When somebody says
Man of
something,
prestige.
you're talking
Man of
about
prestige.
intelligence.
Man of prestige. You speak. You say that you live in a developed country, and one of the things about development is that it allows you to understand law and logic. I can make an advocacy. Okay. However, my advocacy does not render me a criminal as a consequence of my advocacy. And I think someone asked you earlier on that can you mention an incident where it has been proven publicly that you know of? Now, I'm not saying that Sheikh Gumi is innocent. I'm not saying that he is not involved in terrorist activity that we may not know of. That's the intelligence agencies and the Saudi might know of. We know that Saudi and UAE supplied Nigeria with a list of terrorism financiers and supporters some years ago. So they might know some things you don't know. However, you don't know. There's nothing in the public space that I believe, and I don't believe you. I believe anything that you know that you're diverging now is whatever is available. Let me finish. Let me land. Whatever you're diverging now is what's available in the public fora. So I don't believe that yourself or myself or anybody in this community as we are speaking right now are privileged or privy to any information that would conclude that Sheikh Gumi has been involved in any particular terrorist activity that we can say of note. Wait. Let me finish. Man of prestige and rational mind. I'm not speaking about ASA now. I'm not speaking about what we think. I'm not speaking about some feelings that we have about it. I'm speaking about what can be proven in a court of law.
What do you mean by
it cannot?
What do you mean by
if what you and I know, okay, is what is taken to the court of law, that Sheikh Gumi has now advocated for terrorists in the past.
There is nothing out there.
If you go to court, okay, and your allegations is what is wait, rational mind. If we go to court today and we bring Sheikh Gumi to court, okay, and we charge him for crimes, and your assertions is actually what is the allegation against them, the judge is probably gonna actually is gonna throw the case out, okay, and it's probably gonna refer the lawyer, okay, for sanctions because it's nonsensical. Unless the intelligence agencies, which I suspect they know things, okay, and I suspect they should take him to court. I believe he's a man that should be dealt with in the same way the kind is being dealt with.
25% FCT again, 25% FCT. That's where we are.
So when we discuss, gentlemen, all of us are educated. We were talking about Tinubu having gone to college. Okay, I believe all of us over here are educated, and I think one of the reasons I don't join as often as I used to is because I think it's become a tendency for educated individuals to be discussing redundant matters. talking about all this nonsense is redundant. And that is why I like Madam AI sometimes, because when she wants to speak, she breaks it down. She breaks it down. Rational mind, rational mind. Madam AI, I like her because she breaks things down and she speaks to the facts and the merit of the matter. Let us stop speaking to nonsense and let's speak to the merit of the matter.
Okay, let me reclaim my decision. You may claim you like I mean, because she speaks to your own sentiment. That's why
No. I
So
disagree with
that's what it is.
I've been in the commentary section for a while now. I don't know if you check the comments. Madam Zita made about the Berbers, and I actually mentioned there was a Barbary slavery she was speaking about before that. But one thing I said is I disagree with her on the Atlantic matter, on the issue of the Atlantic slavery, and so we can disagree. I disagree with Madam Zita on many things, okay, but not. So thank you.
Well, Madam President, let me ask you something. You see, one thing I hate when people do here is when we bring up certain news that is out there. Maybe one man did not, maybe he wasn't aware of those news, and we bring it up here, and it's one of those such news that really you people find. I mean, you people you have disdain, or you maybe talks about a certain person. You people just you have feelings for, and you don't like talking about him. And then you want to spin the whole thing and make it look like, oh, why should you bring it here? We should not be talking about. Come on, dude. We did not go and resurrect the case here in the United States. Some law firm just came up with it. They said, yes, we just figured out something that this guy submitted. He said he declared on his form that he feel that he finished high school in government college in Nigeria. And come to see that government never. Hold on. Don't look like.
No, it's not Atiku, Madam AI. Come on now.
Can you allow me talk? Can you allow me talk? Please. Because it's out there in Gazette. People's Gazette has it. Shoma, if you are there, go and Google the latest news on Google. People's Gazette. People's Gazette reported it. Not I. It's not one man. It's not anybody here. People's Gazette reported it. And somebody brought it up that, this case, they brought it up again. But this time around, there's another angle to it that they're coming from with this case. We know maybe there's something about it. Maybe somebody's using it for political reason. I don't know whether it could be. But we are just talking about it. But somebody's bringing it up from a different angle. And the angle, please. And the angle is coming from is that this guy, please, so that we can educate our listeners so that they understand where we're coming from with this point. That he declared that, yes, Zita was right when he said, he went, maybe he did a GED. But he declared when in his form that he filled out that he finished high school in Government College, Lagos in 1974. I mean, 1970. And the Government College did never exist until 1974. And he never produced any high school, a person that finished high school until maybe later, late 1970s or early 80s. So now that's the way it seems like it's a perjury now. It's a case of perjury. You're lying on that oath to a school. So not really a case of maybe if falsified. He just said on his form that he finished high school. And he named high school.
Okay, rational mind. We have been talking this thing for the past 2 hours now. Hold on, sir. Please, sir.
Tony, hold on, please. Tony,
no. I've been waiting. No, Madam President. Why should we be talking about Tinubu that was once upon a time a senator? Hold on. A governor, no. Let me speak now. He was a governor. He was a president, and you think that you can still stop him for certificate reason? Please, President Chioma, move to another topic. This is a waste of time. It's a waste of time.
Tony.
Yeah.
Very likely we might not stop him.
They're still engaged in this conversation.
Is that what
we don't have right to move it yet.
Then what will he bring?
Can you say? I didn't hear you, Chioma. What did you say, please?
No, I'll say we cannot change it until it's finished. So
okay, please let me just land this point. Sorry, please. I beg you guys. So my point is that we know we might not be able to unseat him from the office. Probably, very probably, because he controls everything. We agree with some of you guys in your submission. But the point is that we need to let the world know that, yes, there's a truth to that matter. There's something about that guy that was just not right. If that stays in the annals of history, that this guy just bulldozes his way into the Nigerian politics, but he's a phony guy.
That's a fallacy.
Good.
Let you went and dig out the information by yourself.
Remy, calm down.
That is the record.
People Gazette said it. I don't know why who said it.
Anyway, sir. Anyway, sir, it was actually the Nnamdi Kanu's case that brought me back. I was already out of the line.
Let me say something, Shoma. Can I say something?
But I wanted Rational Mind to finish. I don't know who cut him off first.
They wouldn't let me finish. That's the thing. The Remy was the one.
Rational Mind
finished now.
No, he's not finished. Rational Mind is not finished.
Yeah, I mean, I was about
I
running
give
off.
him the floor to talk, please. It's my turn.
Okay, after that, Rational Mind, please, you give me the chance to interject. I want to speak about Nnamdi
No,
Kanu. I beg
Rational
you.
Mind is not going to give him. It's me that's going to give you the time.
I will let you know when you speak. Don't leave.
Okay, but be quick because it's already early in the morning here.
I'll be quick.
Okay.
I'll be quick. Now, who said you mentioned? Now, who said make his day or picking over? Go sleep. Go sleep. I beg, my friend. So anyway,
I'll go to work.
Anyway, so my point is this: is that as long as we can prove that case that there's something wrong about this guys, this guy's not just. I mean, if that's all we can prove, we can't get him out of office. At least let it be in the history that everybody that has been pointing on this guy that there's something about this guy that is fishy, that is phony about this guy. If that is only what we can prove in court, and they can revoke that certificate for that lying under oath, just as the way has always been lying, in all his INEC forms, where he would talk, say he went to one school in Ibadan. He was 77, 60 something years old when he became governor, whatever crap. I mean, if we can prove all this, at least we can prove it in one is that this guy is a phony. If that's all we can do, I'm okay with that. I leave it at that.
Okay, man of Fetch, please, man of Fetch, please. Thank you. So, please, I don't want to abuse anybody tonight, okay? Because anybody when they talk about Nnamdi Kanu, God punish all of now. If you want to be liking, hold on. If you want to liken a terrorist to Nnamdi Kanu that was out to protect his people and protect people of Edo and even Ondo and the Kogi state, God punish those people. I don't mention any of their name. You should take Nnamdi Kanu out of their mind. Yeah. You should take. She can't move like that because you guys are just come here to trash. So good night, everybody. Not everybody. When I talk about Nnamdi Kanu, I know have a good night today. But President Chairman, thank you very much. Okay, bye.
Chairman, I want to address you.
You guys are character.
Chairman, your body now something, this your body.
You have to hold on. Madam Zita wanted to.
No, I just want to address to you for 1 minute, please. I'll just.
No, you cannot. Nobody can address me. No.
Why? Who are you that cannot be addressed?
When the show is over, you can address me.
No. Let me address you now when the situation is still hot now. So that
No,
next time,
because remember what happened to
But it will be unfair to address the host now. It will be unfair to address the moderator.
Remember what happened to Kolasa?
It will be unfair to address the moderator. I would say. I think it should be afterwards, maybe. Another question.
Can I observation? Is that okay?
No. That's what
observation. Just observation. For some seconds.
No.
But come on now, Joma, let the man have observation.
I think it will be best to do that at the end of the show because if you do it now,
Allow him to do.
Let me say if you address her now, okay, and then whatever reaction. No, don't let him say it. Don't let him say it because whatever he says now, whatever she does as a consequence, it will be adjudged that she is biased then.
Choma is grown enough. Choma can tolerate it. Come on now. Let's have Remy talk.
Okay, see, this is what happened. Whenever I said no, if I'm moderating, is a no. And that's why I removed Kulata that time and he took it personal. Because of course
I'm not talking about.
But that was wrong though, Chioma. That was wrong. What you did then was wrong.
What I'm trying to say is that I don't want to hear any feedback. No, you can address me.
This is not a feedback, just an observation. Why are you talking like
no? I don't need to hear it. I don't need to hear.
Why are you talking that way? You can't do like that.
I don't need to hear
it. Why are you so difficult or necessary?
This one not by force. I said I want to hear it.
No, I'm thinking this is just a simple platform. Why are you making it difficult for people?
I'm going to put you backstage. Rabbi, I'm going to discipline you. Rabbi, I'm going to discipline you. So, Madam AI, what were you trying to say?
Okay. What actually I wanted to say is that everything here about Tinubu is all speculations that has not been proven. And it's really quite destructive. I said something about slavery here. Somebody said this, Western Europe. You know, the coastal line in Europe that was raided. Western Europe, majority came from Western Europe, but they raided the whole of the coastal line. Those are
Come
the
on, Madam
people.
Zita, why are you taking us back that way
Hold
again?
on, please. Let
I
me
mean,
finish now. I was given the opportunity to talk. I mentioned Tinubu. I'm talking about the coastal line. What I wanted to say is that for someone to be so passionate and angry about what they know nothing about is actually quite destructive. I repeat, if you should stay as a human being, you begin to get so angry and so passionate about something you actually have not taken your time to go back to study. Take your time to look at it. Every day we come here, we talk about Tinubu, how stupid he is, how he did not go to school, how he did not do this, how he did not do that. And we just run with it. We don't listen. Even when somebody is trying to explain something, they will say his certificate in Nigeria, he didn't school in Nigeria. He said he didn't school he did this in Nigeria. Can somebody take their time to do investigation on that thing and stop looking at all the things that are being thrown out in the internet? Let me close again, but hold on. Let me finish, please. Choma, our lady Margaret gave me this opportunity. Let me
don't be
finish. I will soon
don't
be
be
giving.
buttering that lady because she gave you the opportunity.
She's a lady. So if you want to be passionate about something and angry about something, please take your time to do a thorough investigation on that thing. Otherwise, you destroy yourself. Well, well done. See you guys
Hold
tomorrow.
on, let me ask something, Tita, before you go. Have you ever met somebody who is so mysterious in their, I've never met anybody that's so mysterious like Tinubu in my lifetime.
Okay.
Not even close. This
Can
is
I
the
answer
problem
your
we have with
question?
Tinubu. The
Can I
guy,
answer your question?
there's so much mystery about him.
Good. Good.
I mean,
There is
you
so
don't even know
much
where to begin. I've
There
never seen
is
such a person in my lifetime.
just as in the United States, you people claim there is so much chaos around
No,
Trump.
it's not the same.
Hold on,
Whether
let
it's
me
good or
finish. Now
bad, I'm
you
not
ask
saying
me a
everything Tinubu is
question.
bad, but
You ask me a
there's
question.
so much mystery surrounding
You
him.
people create that mystery. So
How?
if you create that mystery and you are finding it difficult, it will do a lot of people who believe there is a lot of mysteries around Tinubu to take their time to find out that mystery about him. But whereby you cannot, and you decide
There
to
is
be
nothing more
so
to find out.
passionate.
I beg you.
Hold
There's nothing
on.
more to
You
find out.
decide to be so passionate and angry about somebody you
Come on,
know
don't
nothing
stop this. Stop
about.
this. We're
It's
angry.
gonna
We are
destroy you.
well, don't stop all
Period.
this thing. I beg you. What are you talking about that we're passionate about? I mean, it's going to destroy.
Okay, can I make
I
my
said be
It's not going to destroy
passionate
anybody.
and passionate.
We're all just wondering who this guy is.
Hold on. Go ahead, Remy, because
I'm
it's my
AI.
floor
Let me
now.
make
Go ahead, Remy.
contribution. First and foremost, the observation I want to make the other time was that this platform is not a platform of Yaloja market women. Why you be raising courses on people? Why? That is too shallow and too little-minded. People are free to talk about whoever they want. This is just expressing your opinion. And I was calling Chairman at that time because if you are moderating here and you still want to keep the standard that one man probably will have informed you, you do not stop the guy raining curses on people. Why? For God's sake. We are not here to be raining curses on people. Because not only that,
You don't know. You don't know who and who not to respond to. You yourself, you have.
No, come on now, progressive. Remy is 100% right. Come on now. Tony didn't need to do that. Even at all, he disagree with people.
Chairman should have mute him or stop him immediately like that. It's not good now because so many people are listening to the platform on different social media device or whatever platform
You mean
It's
yesterday?
not good. The standard is not. Please, next time, if somebody is doing like that, yeah, I'm talking about that Tony guy. If somebody is talking like that next time, remove him immediately or mute him.
Well, he didn't curse you specifically.
But what he's doing is not good.
Well, I agree with him, so I don't need to remove him.
Next time, even
but
if it's me.
Chioma, how can you agree with him?
Here's the thing, Liz. I don't care your opinion.
It's okay, you don't care, but he said people who disagree with him, and he lay curse on them. And you think that's right?
No, it's not saying people who disagree with him. It's anybody that talk about Kanu this night, and he started to curse them. Is that
I
fair?
agree with him because that's his opinion. Just like you have some very foul opinion, and I don't say anything. I mean, you have the worst opinion about Peter. You've said worse on this. You've said worse than Tony, but I've said nothing to you.
Remy has never caused people who disagree with him.
Yes,
you know,
he has.
come on now.
Yes, he has.
Let me respond to you, Choma. Choma, I'm not blinded that way. I make my analysis, I base it on Peter Obi to build on his successes of 6 million votes. And I don't see him panning that way. I never call here and call Obi useless name or whatever. I never do that to any of the political candidate of the presidential candidate, whether it's Atiku or whatever. I never call them dumb, stupid, or idiot. I never use such a word in my life.
Okay, well, guess what?
Talk about people. But when I make my analysis, I make my analysis based on my own personal observation and the rest. And I said that Obi should have been on his successes, but it did not.
Okay, but
you're not lying on me. Look, you're not lying on me this evening. I don't like it.
Okay.
So if you want to talk to people, you also check whatever that's coming out from your mouth.
Okay, well, guess what, Remy?
You're not that kind of person. Look, so I'm not that kind of person. So whatever you want to say, be careful.
Okay, Remy.
I'm done.
Your unwarranted observation. But let me let you know, this is not your house. I am not.
You are not letting me know anything. I'm done. Let the other speaker go on.
This is not your house.
You're just moderating for the night. It's not for the whole day.
I'm moderating you.
I'm done.
Good.
So another person can speak.
Thank you.
Okay, Chioma, can I go ahead and finish on Gumi, please?
Yes. And Tony, in case you're listening, you can say whatever you want, boo-boo. Thanks.
So my point, the issue I have with Chef Gumi, you know, I mean, people are asking me, can I link him to any terrorist? But it's just his interaction. You know, my main point, you know, his interaction with the terrorists should be thoroughly investigated and prosecuted if there's any link to the terrorists or the bandit. That's where I'm coming from. And that man has not been thoroughly investigated. Remember, during the Buhari regime.
MOP, I can assure you of something. They know themselves. I'm sure he has been investigated. We know the country we are in. Okay?
What have we seen in investigations?
We know the country we are in. Things are political. Things are political, things are political, things are tactical, okay? So we know there's a failure of government, okay, to address matters, okay, because of what is politically expedient. Okay, look at the issue of Nnamdi Kanu. Individuals are asking that Nnamdi Kanu should be freed and they should use the political solution. Nnamdi Kanu could not commit even a quarter of the crimes he's committed in the United States of America where you are. You'll be in jail for life. End of story. They'll put you in jail and throw the keys away. You will be Newton and the likes did less. Okay? And even Martin Luther King did nothing and was thoroughly investigated by the CIA, undermined by them. So what are you talking about? Okay, so we know what is
been investigated.
So wait. You have not seen. Are you a man of prestige? Man of prestige. You are not. Wait, man of prestige. You are not a member. Man of prestige. Yes, and even the Lai Mohammed published, he said he was going to publish names. Now, man of prestige, you are not a member of the intelligence organization. Okay, so you cannot say that you know that has not been investigated.
How come we don't know about it?
He has not been publicly investigated. Do you think everything that the DSS and SSS and the NIA do is public?
Now you're making an excuse, okay?
I'm not making excuses. I mean, it's redundant. Why did they call them the intelligence?
What intelligent?
Recently,
the one we have in Nigeria. Are they not biased?
They invited him recently. Now they invited him recently.
When? And what was the outcome of the investigation? How come they are not telling how come they are not telling us?
Why would they tell you? Who the heck are you that they will tell you? You're not a member of their.
I'm a Nigerian. I pay tax in Nigeria. I
Did
contribute
the CIA,
to the development of the
did the
country. I need
CIA
to be
publish
informed.
everything they do? The CIA and the FBI, they publish everything they do?
It doesn't work that way.
They don't. Come on.
It doesn't work that way.
No, so you cannot get Peter Obi.
What is your progressive? What is your problem with P2B? Why are you so
question.
fixated about P2B? P2B is
It's
not
a
even in the conversation. Are you going to
Why
die
not?
and live?
He
Are you
met
going to
with
die?
the,
I
he
thought
met,
you're a
he met
progressive.
with
You
your,
need,
he met
you
with
need to
the guy.
discard that progressive name because there's nothing progressive about your name. You are more of a
Listen,
fascism.
Why do you let them?
it
Why do
is
you let them trigger you
no,
like this, man of prestige? You
no,
let them
man of
trigger you.
prestige. Man
You
of
just let it
prestige.
go.
It
Let
is
it
No,
go.
called. It
no
is called.
progressive. You are not a
What you are
progressive.
doing.
You need to change that
What you are.
name.
Hold on, hold on. What
All
you
of
are
our
doing
key.
is
All of our
what you
key.
are doing is guilty by association. So let's just
Not guilty.
continue on. Let's continue on that trend. Since Gumi is guilty because he was negotiating with terrorists, so those people who also associate with Gumi are also guilty of the same offense of associating with
Progressive. You
Gumi.
know what? Let me laugh, okay? So I don't get mad about your narrative.
Trust Sagado people. They will look for any excuse. Just to...
Let me laugh about it and be more, so we can
No,
have
no,
a cordial conversation.
guilty by association. Obi and Gumi, they are paddy. So if you are paddy with Usama, if you are
All
paddy
right,
with Usama,
progressive. Chum, I'm done, okay? I just listen.
You see. This is what they do. This is what they do.
Okay.
They know how to like draw.
I'm done. I'm
squeeze
done.
you and just get you.
Chioma, can you give me? Can I get a chance to?
No, you're not gonna. Let me talk. You've been
Please
talking.
now, RM, you've been talking now all night. Now, but I've been listening to you and Solly all night now.
Let me
RM,
talk.
I won't be long. RM, I'm just.
I'm not going to be long. Let me just talk. Yeah, thank you. So for me, this Gumi thing, for me, I believe there is more to it than we know. And I've not said that for the fact that we're talking about it means that we have all the facts. I'm only talking about something I said I once heard a bit like years ago. Was it on this platform years ago? That Bon Gumi will make you enter Saudi Arabia. And I was like, what do you mean? Can't go to Saudi Arabia. He's a mullah. He's an imam. He's a sheikh. He's a whatever. He's a cleric. He's a Muslim cleric. I mean, and a highly placed one for that matter. I won't be able to go. Somebody said, no border will make you enter Saudi Arabia. But it's okay. He said, in fact, they said they even deported him once from Saudi Arabia. I was like, yeah. He said when he was in Saudi Arabia, he was maybe, I don't know, he engaged in some kind of things that was anti the kingdom. And that was why they deported him. So am I surprised today when I finally saw this news today? I was like, whoa. So I was able to link it to what I heard back then. Like, yes, I think it's a substance to what I heard back then. And no born away became Saudi Arabia. So, which means there must have been something very serious that would have prevented the government of Saudi Arabia to have allowed, to have prevented him from gaining entrance into, because he was supposed to go for, I think he was going for the lesser Hajj. But you see, one thing about Saudi Arabia is, which I think I was referring to in the Benjamin Netanyahu's book. I only hear him when he was talking about, was giving a snippet of what an interview that he granted himself of that book, what he said, something about terrorism. Now, if you look at what the Saudi Arabia government has done, which I would implore, these are people from the north, our northern elites, which I doubt if they want to do it, because if they ever do it, when they have no control over the people anymore, the people who are prosperous, they can eat 3 square meals a day. They will bullshit them. They won't when they tell them to come and vote for them. They will vote properly. They won't care about who they vote for. They will vote normal way, because when they can afford their own food, they can afford a better house for themselves. Who cares? But they'll never let that be. So that's why they will never allow that. As long as you can keep the people poor, then you can manipulate them, you can control them, they can do your will, they can do whatever you want them to do for you. So if you want to turn them into Boko Haram, you can turn them to do Boko Haram, so that you can continue, causing mayhem in your territory, and then the government can continue bringing money for you, and then you can, all these are crap that is going on in the north will continue as the normal thing. So, but for me, it's just that they need to like Benjamin Netanyahu said in his de-radicalizing the people, because the kingdom does not want anybody. Because you see what the kingdom has been successfully done over the years. These are stupid things that they used to say in the north, kinetic, non-kinetic crap. I mean, I don't know even where they go. So that's one thing about this episode of Ibruku party. They will go and look for one high-sounding words, and they will now use it to be bossing Nigeria, just making Nigeria like as if they are some kind of genius of some kind of some sort. They use high-sounding word, Minister of Blue Economy and whatever crap. I mean, like you start wondering what is wrong with these people. Like, do you think that is it a word that really turned things around? So my point is just that they need to de-radicalize the people. And how do you do that? I mean, give the people opportunities, let them prosper, let them be able to live normal life, let them be able to like economically doing well for themselves. But they will not do that, and that's what Saudi Arabia does. And Saudi Arabia doesn't want a return to that. You know, remember when Osama bin Laden was a born Saudi. If you look at what happened to Khashoggi too, they don't want any voice of dissent in their kingdom. You know, because it's very easy to start even the splinter cells of radical Muslims that they have in Saudi Arabia. The kingdom has been clamping down on them secretly. A lot of them are languishing in jail. There's some splinter of Al-Qaeda within Saudi.
But RM, all dictators do that. Gaddafi did that. Saddam Hussein did that.
Yeah, they did that. They do that. But my point is,
even Hosni Mubarak did that. He silenced the Muslim Brotherhood.
So I'm just drawing my own conjecture from what I know the country. I mean, I'm not saying exactly that is what is happening. Just to answer your question, when you were saying here that why do we have to lie? Why do we like to do this? Well, we're only just assuming what could be the possibility why they deported him, because I knew.
So why if you are rational mind, hold on 1 second. So all your presentation scenes, right, and it's based on assumption. But
yeah, it's just what we deduce from what
you did not even think of any other reason. You just focus on one specific side of it.
But let me ask the platform something.
Dude,
do you think that the Saudi Arabia has the intelligence? Our intelligent people have the same intelligence, but our own intelligence, they don't want to disclose it. But the Saudi Arabia has the intelligence.
Man of prestige, I want to ask you a quick question.
Hold on.
This guy, I'm not done talking.
How many are you going to talk to speak today, Gossip? It's more than
1 second, please. Hold on. This guy traveled to another man's country, right? And they bounce him. It could be for whatever reason. It could be a visa problem.
No, it's not. It's a terrorist link. Progressive. Stop defending the indefensible. We're all adult here.
No, possibly it's not even terrorism or anything related. But the thing is this: the kingdom does not want anybody that will dissent with them.
Yeah, but we don't know why it was bounced.
Now, hold on.
We don't even know if it was the Nigerian government that actually sent a request to them. We don't know. That's possible as well.
Arrow, come on, Arrow, you need to stop it. Why did Nigerian government give me a visa?
He has made
Nigerian government won't give you a visa now. He's decided to give you a visa to come to their country now. Come on.
But the fact that the country gives you visa does not mean they would grant you entry. You want to realize
exactly
that.
Now they have the right to refuse you at the point of entry now, even if you have a visa.
So my point is, in conclusion, let me use that line. Remy, I know if you have questions, just hold on. I don't know if I want to answer that question, but if you want, it's okay. But my point is that the kingdom does not want any voice of dissent. A lot of them, there's this, I don't know, some of them, they are in Canada, here in Canada. A lot of them who they were able to move out of that country. They just want to live a different lifestyle. They cannot do it while they're in Saudi Arabia because the kingdom will not allow you. So the splinter cell of people like Osama bin Laden, and those splinter, they've taken them down. They've been doing a very good job in de-radicalizing most Saudi Arabians. That's why if you go to Saudi Arabia, a lot of their citizens.
It is just part of dictatorship. The rational mind.
They know how quickly it can descend into the
rational mind. Are you listening to yourself? Are you listening to yourself? Do you remember the journalists? Do you remember the journalists that buy inside in Saudi?
Rational mind doesn't have brain. Rational mind doesn't have brain. Your rational mind, your brain is empty. Sure, man, you are IQED.
Guys, man.
Stop now! Don't say that now. Don't do that.
Let the Mugu talk now. Let him.
Don't do that. Don't do that.
Hello, sorry, I've put him in backstage. I think that's
able to put him backstage now. And when we were making observation the last time, you didn't do nothing.
I'm gonna put you. I'm gonna put you backstage, Remy.
No, we can put me backstage. I don't care. You are
I
too biased.
will. I will put
No,
you
no, no.
backstage.
Choma, please don't do that. Let him stay.
This
Remy
is
is a
your
good
last
guy. Yes.
warning.
Please, no, don't please, I beg
But
you. I know you are the moderator.
Chioma, can I get a chance to talk?
All right, I'm done. I'm done. Oh yeah, you people can talk.
Okay,
Please.
can I let me, Chioma, can I please? I won't be long. Okay, RM RM and MOP. I'm not particularly. I don't disagree entirely with your position. Okay, the man is terrible. I'm trying to find the words to describe him. Okay, however, we need to understand this. Okay, we are not part of the intelligence community. We are not. None of you have been. I don't suspect that any of you have been trained in that line of work. There's a lot that goes on that is beyond the common knowledge of the populace, and it's in the best interest of the country and all of us all that it's beyond that common knowledge. Okay, so I think we shouldn't preempt and we shouldn't make conclusions now. We know this for a fact that the Saudi Arabian government, they actually regulate religious preaching. The other day when Rufai made an attempt to do that in Kaduna State, we all rebuffed it, all this and that. I personally believe that religious preachers should be regulated. That is what I believe. There's some form of regulation in most parts of the world, even parts of the world where there's freedom of speech. There's some form of regulation in the nature of how those their organizations are registered, and with the registration as a charity, they can then they can then do kind of a regulation by in that manner. Okay, so I believe there should be regulation for religious preachers. Okay, there was the other time as well when they tried to CAC tried to implement a taxation policy for churches and all these super churches, and Nigerians. See, the one thing I found about all this, we are self-defeatist, and we undermine ourselves. When individuals with good intentions try to do something, because we are so suspicious of everything, and because we are so entrenched in our ethnic and tribal positions, everything is seen with the eye of suspicion. So when the CSC fella tried to implement his tax rules for the churches, I think that was during the Buhari years. It was, the RCCG and the winners people came after him and this and that. And then when Rufai tried to implement his regulation of religious preachers, which was actually aimed at the Shia Muslims, or was it the Sunni? Yeah, I think the Shiites. It was aimed at the Shiites actually. With all the Christians and the CAC. He's trying to regulate Christians and this and that. So I think we actually undermine ourselves and we sabotage ourselves. A lot of Nigerians, the Nigerian population actually, we are self-sabotaging. I find that to be rather ridiculous a lot of the times. So the Saudi is a dictatorship, we know that, and they do regulate religious preaching. The same thing happened in Egypt under Hosni Mubarak. In fact, it was the joint action of the Muslim Brotherhood, okay, that actually brought about part of the spring, the spring, Arab Spring, or what they call it. Okay, and then we saw what happened after the Arab Spring. The Muslim Brotherhood, they came into power, and they very quickly became a worse government than the dictatorship of Hosni Mubarak. They silenced, and what happened? The Egyptians very quickly returned to essentially a dictatorship, which is what they have, and there's actually less freedoms now than under Hosni Mubarak. And we saw that under Saddam Hussein as well. As bad as Saddam Hussein was, the likes of Gumi couldn't survive in Saddam Hussein's Iraq. Any voice, and like you said, yes, voice of dissent is bad because they stir up trouble, they put stuff into people's minds, and before you know it, people they get riled up and they want to go out there and they want to, fight the power, fight the oppression, of which there's, and I always say, I personally believe that anybody that calls himself a comrade, anybody that calls themselves, what they call themselves these days, radical, they're worse than the dictators they're fighting. You know, so that's that. So I don't disagree with you about Gumi, but I think the Saudi, they know what they are doing. It's been reported, and I think it's time that Nigeria actually does stand up. But the thing about it is, if the Nigerian state just stand up to a lot of people, okay, all of us in this, you see people in this same panel that would say, oh, this is they're attacking my people, it's tribal, it's ethnic. We've had man of prestige today on this particular forum essentially canonize Nnamdi Kanu
How can we
as a
make
saint.
progress? How can we make
Wait. We've seen man of prestige.
When we say we should cut them off so that everybody
Yes,
can
we should cut people off, including people within our midst. Okay, I don't want you. Let's even come up that them and us steps. Okay, it's the them and
what
us
do you mean
should
by cut
be
people off? What are you talking
them.
about?
The them and us should be people that
But
cause.
you just said that
Wait.
if they tried, if people will say, "Oh, it's being selected," they are being selected, they're attacking their own people. So when you have
wait, Bachelor Mind, let me finish. Let me finish my statement. Okay, amongst us in this particular forum right now are part of people with that same mindset, because man of prestige has canonized Nnamdi Kanu today. Man of prestige essentially said that essentially said that Nnamdi Kanu is a saint. He has not committed any crimes. He has done no wrong. When it has been proven without doubt, we can see it without doubt that the man actually instigated individuals who went on to commit crimes, including murder, including essentially terrorism. Now, we claim that we want to sanction Gumi, okay, based on let's just say.
Don't speak about Nnamdi Kanu now. They don't put Juju down now. Why you want me Juju hold you?
Sorry, I know that, but I'm just saying, okay, we need to stop canonizing criminals because they are one of us. I remember the day that Stella Odua was meant to come before the legislature for when they were investigating expenditure at the aviation ministry. What happened? It became a matter of our sister. Individuals from our part of the country were saying our sister, and we need to stop that tendency. One person I particularly find to be rather repulsive is a lady by the name Ankyo Briggs. Ankyo Briggs was to the militants what Gumi is to the terrorists in the north.
Exactly.
So one thing we need to understand is this: amongst all of us are individuals that we need to cut off. Those are the them. Those are the real them. That's where the delineation and the separation should be between us, individuals that want to defend the truth, and them, individuals who actually want to support terrorism, who actually want to support illegal activities. Okay, those are the them. And when you start canonizing criminals, you also join the them. So I would say, man of prestige, I know that you love your brother Nnamdi Kanu, but I think you need to reevaluate your position when it comes to us and them. Do you want to stand on the side of truth, or do you want to stand on the side of individuals that promote
Okay, I need to come in. Give me a minute because you call my name. I need to come in.
Yes, I did.
Because I never made any statement that in American is a sense.
No,
So don't put that word in my mind. I'm defending the circumstances that he was detained and some other things. And I'm giving you a reference that some people who has done, in my own opinion, that has done more worse than he has did. And Sheikh Gumi is supposed to be one. This is a man This is a man who has underwent the so-called, peace mission. We started in Zamfara. From there to Katsina, Kaduna, Niger, Abuja, and so on in every part of Nigeria. I mean, this is a man who has advocated for a blanket amnesty for the criminal and the bandit, the terrorists. And you coming here to make some excuse, that will give you an indication that this man has a link to it.
I've not made an excuse
for the criminal.
No. I've not made an excuse for Gumi. In fact, I've said that he's actually a repulsive individual and he's no better than Kanu and he's a criminal. And in the same country, he should have been prosecuted and he should be behind bars. Individuals like himself do not have any, they should be part of society. That is without a doubt. What I'm advising you is that you need to decide what side you want to stand on.
No, I'm standing by the right side. I think my issue with the Nigerian government is the way they are prosecuting Nnamdi Kanu. I mean, this man has been in detention for how many years? You
I
know,
also have a,
you
I have an issue.
prosecute him if he's guilty, then jail him. You can't just
I
keep that
also
man in there
I have
forever.
an issue with that as
That's
well.
my quarrel with that.
I have an issue with that as well. I believe they
Okay,
should I believe they are dilly-dallying with the case. It's quite simple. The man has instigated terrorism. He has
Okay, you're gonna
instigated
keep him
murder.
there forever? Is
It's
that what
simple.
kind of judiciary do you have?
Well, that's
Even at all,
they are
let's assume
useless.
what you said is the case, which I'm not going to dispute with you. Whether I have my own opinion. What transpired. I'm not here advocating whether he's right or wrong, but you can't keep that man, in there forever. What is the Nigerian what is the Nigerian law? How long is supposed to keep somebody before you adjudicate the case?
I want to quickly comment. I think from before, I think the Buhari government, in my opinion, did wrong from the beginning because the mentality, this mentality to just try to cage people who have a dissent view at the time, I think they were wrong. The government was too heavy handed with Nnamdi Kanu at the beginning. If you remember at the beginning, it was just about separation, okay, Biafra and stuff like that. I understand that later it became very, very, very heavily divisive and kind of instigating people to commit crimes and stuff like that. But earlier, at the beginning, before he was initially arrested, and I've said it on a different platform that Buhari government did super wrong. They should not have arrested him. You should have just left him there. It would have been on the social media space like in the just the way one man is now, just the way JJ Media is. It would have also been it would have been like that, advocating for separation of Nigeria. People will listen. Some people will say, "Okay, guy, do whatever you want to do." Some people would not. It would just be a normal platform where people go and contribute. But they made a hero out of this guy, and
Exactly.
they made a hero out of him. There was no need for it, and it has become nonsensical since then. So from the beginning, yes, they made a mistake of arresting him in the first place because I didn't think he did enough to warrant him to be arrested. So after they got him arrested, if you wanted to try him immediately, and if there's anything wrong, if you find anything against him, imprison him, and if you didn't find anything against him, let him go. But what you saw was the state uh, uh, taking a big hammer to kill a ant, and that ant now has not laid a lot of eggs. It has not become a problem. You understand? If you understand what I'm saying, because for me, I think the way the government have handled it from the beginning was very poor. But did Nnamdi Kanu also made a lot of mistakes? Yes, he did. Look, you can condemn both. You can say you did wrong, and this side also did wrong. There was errors made on this side, and there was also errors made on Nnamdi Kanu's part. Okay, but he believes in what he believes in. If he says he believes in it, but I don't support the idea that he was calling for violence. Nobody can deny that Nnamdi Kanu never called for violence at any point. He has called for violence. And if the government want to use those tapes to prosecute him, they can. But the problem is now, what is stalling the case? Let the case get on as quickly as possible, and let us come to a resolution on this matter, and everybody can rest about it. That's all.
That's absolutely, yeah. They should have prosecute him cleanly, and if there's a clean, fair prosecution that can be adjudged to be fair by everybody, you can then use that rationale to go after other individuals because they've dilly-dallied and they've really messed up the case, and now they are looking for a political solution. What they are going to consequently do is they're going to have to come to a political solution and release what is essentially a criminal. Doing that would embolden other individuals in the future to do the same because they know that by the time they do ruffle fights, they'll get a clear landing using political solutions. In the future, someone from the Midwest, from the mid North Central, is still going to do the same. Okay.
Yeah, but there's no need. Like government. Look, people who are in government, people who are in elected officials, need to be humble enough to be able to accept any form of criticism or any form of
Yes,
diverse opinion. Like it's
absolutely.
not just somebody just say something, arrest him. Somebody say something, lock him up. Every
MOP,
time they
MOP might not know this. I used to listen to Lamdi Kano's Radio Biafra London. Okay, I actually downloaded an app called iTunes, and I used to listen to his radio. I actually downloaded the app and actually paid for the app. And 2 p.m. on the dot, director would come on. There's a man and a woman that used to do the show. The show will start very early in the day. They will play music, and at 2 p.m. Nnamdi Kanu will come and they will start, and between 2 and 4, he will regale the people with tales about how the Hausa and the Fulani this and what Abuari did and what IBB did to undermine the Igbos and what the Yoruba did, and all the Yorubas are cowards and sabos, the saboteurs, and they're going to catch the saboteurs, they're going to lob their heads off, or they're going to skin them alive, them and their children. And I used to look for, because I think I recorded a number of those shows, and I used to just wonder. In Nigeria,
did you listen to the time it was talking about the history of all the tribe? I think.
He talked about the issue of every tribe in Nigeria. Literally, there was not a single person, not a single tribe in Nigeria that was decent. The Igbos were the only people that were decent and deserved to live as to live. Essentially, they were going to take over land from all the way from Calabar all the way past into Warri and this and that, and even on into Southern Benin, into Kogia. So really, the man all this dilly-dallying they're doing with the case, it's nonsensical, because there's enough evidence to charge him for terrorism and incitement. It's simple. Charge him for terrorism and incitement, and you're done. It's the evidence is just right before you. So what's all this dilly-dallying? Then they invaded his house, they killed some people in his house, he ran away for fear of his life. They've wrecked the case.
Aragidigba, there was a time his own lawyer are also deliberately saying they don't want it.
Stalling the case, yeah. They were stalling the case.
What
And
I
then
say about the case is that if they let him go, that will also make sure that in future anybody can still go for.
You would encourage. You'll encourage other individuals. The North sector.
It's not that they should let him go. Prosecute if you want to prosecute. Do what is all this time?
They are already started this case.
Gentlemen, Remy, if they prosecute this case, he's going to be found guilty, and that's treason. That is death penalty, right? I hope you know what he's facing.
No. At the end of the day, the stop landing they are going to give him probably go for 5 years jail time more.
No, but
they won't send him to death. They won't.
No, that is why I believe they've been stalling the case.
Actually, they want to go to the nitty-gritty of the case. That guy.
No, seriously. What he's facing is treason now, and you know what that kind of death penalty. So if they really want to go all the way through with it, I think he knows what he's facing. So they've been stalling this trial by asking to change. Maybe they're hoping for a political solution to get him off, because I don't think he has any chance in the court of law. There's too many, like I was alluding to earlier. You have recordings, you have instigation, there are so many things going on behind the scenes, financial transactions that people they can pull up against him. So his only hope is to stall the trial until they can hopefully get some kind of political solution to resolve this for him. If not,
listen, Babati, I don't support him being just anybody. I don't support anybody just being locked up like that. Come on, man. Like if we say we want to practice,
with you. Absolutely, nobody.
If we want to practice democracy, I want to grow our democracy. We want to continue to strengthen the rule of law in Nigeria. Government should not just have that power to lock up somebody indefinitely. How many years are you going to take to try him?
Progressive, hold on. Don't you think that I believe, this is just my personal opinion, I believe those behind him, those actually behind his current detention are political leaders in the Southeast. I don't believe it's some Fulani guy that is a dictator.
It's the same people advocating for his release that are actually keeping him in jail.
They are the ones
in public, they advocate for his release. In private, they tell them not to let him go. It's been said.
you know how Nigerian politics work.
Aaron, where are you getting all this
It has been
concordant
no. The
information?
APC, the APC government said it.
Where are you
Someone,
all of you are getting all this
one of
concussion
I've been
information?
told.
Don't be coming here with.
No. I've been
You
told
need to
that is
come with
this.
fad and stop concocting something, please.
I'm not concocting this.
It's
This
so
is something
annoying.
this is something that's been said. One of the special advisors to Buhari said it. He said that it's the same people that will go on TV and be saying they should release Nnamdi Kanu. He said privately, when they have discussions with Buhari, they will tell them not to let them go. This is a special advisor to Buhari that said it.
Let me
and I don't believe he's lying.
Hold on. Let me give him proof. The proof is what happened to Sunday Igboho. The way Nigeria is structured, nobody can just pick you up if the kings, the governors, and the political head of your area don't know about it. They have to approve or know about what's going on. Nobody will just come and do operation partner in your state, your governor knowing or your Obas knowing. That's the way Nigeria is structured. They involve all these guys in decision making. It's not a Fulani cabal somewhere running the whole country. No, your own people are also involved. So go study the case of Igboho. That will tell you. You see OBJ fly to Benin Republic. It's your own people. It's your own tribe. That if you want to look at anybody, stop looking at Abuja or Fulani. Look at your own political leaders. That's what the problem is. So until you can resolve that issue in the South,
BT, when you finish, I have something to say.
Yeah. Until you can resolve that issue with your own political heads in the Southeast, you can't keep blaming the center. Yeah, go ahead, sorry.
Okay, so we always like to come and sermonize. Oh, if you want democracy, government cannot just be arresting people. Government cannot be. Everybody should have freedom of speech, freedom of association, and all those things. The question I want to ask you people, even where we are living, even in the developed world, how many of those people that is actually pursuing that kind of belief are allowed? By the what we do in Nigeria is that whoever is saying anything against the government, maybe because we are angry against our government, whatever the person is saying, oh, the person is good, is fighting for the people, we tend to breed monsters. That's what we do. We breed monsters. By the time they will not breed them, they now grow, and then they are now beyond our own control. Then we started crying. This in American, when he started, everybody loved him because he's speaking against the government. He grew to this thing and become a monster. We are breeding so many other ones, even the likes of this guy that we are talking about. When people compare this guy, what's his name? Very dark man or whatever his name is, because he's an activist, he's this, he's that. Activism, those people that we know that did activism those days, like the likes of Ganefa Wemi, Beko Ramso Kuti, all those things, they didn't make money from it. The kind of people that we are breeding and we are championing them, by the time they become a monster, we'll all be here to talk about them. You can't be standing. Let me say, every place somebody was mentioning, because where is you government? Why do you think government don't want that kind of people to thrive in the society? Why do you think that they don't want? There's no government that allow that kind of people. You can't be. How can a single person be giving government? And we are saying we have to build institution. You come and say you give minister 1 week. You give you expose a whole. It's uncalled for. That is not the way to go about this. But we are all happy. Hey, he's helping people, and he's the voice of the dissent and all those things. Let us continue the way we are continuing. We all see the result of what we are
I'm not
building.
a fan of VDM or whatever. I'm not a fan of it because that pressure they're putting on him to expose whatever he's exposing, that is the job of your House of Rep member or your senator. That is the person you put pressure on.
So this is what what the symbol what he said earlier. In the UK, some years ago, there was one Islamic radical, all those radical preachers. The man has one hand, and the other hand is a hook on it. They call it one Hook Hand Man or whatever they call him then. I cannot remember his name. So this guy was arrested and prosecuted. I think he came to the UK to apply for asylum. His asylum was granted at the time. So, and it became, and it was the government thought that he was radicalizing people, and then they prosecuted him, went to prison, and the government was trying to remove him from the country. Guess what? The guy was accorded the right to free hearing. He went to court, and the judge said, "No, you cannot hold him indefinitely in jail." The government or say, okay, the government had no choice. They complied, released him, and they just what they did, they just monitor his movement. They just monitor his movement at the time until they were able to get a judgment from the court. This guy took that case as far as to the court of ECJ, European Court of Justice. You know, it went that far after he exhausted all his rights of appeal. That was when the UK government removed him to, I think it was Jordan they sent him to then. You know, like if you want to do things, like government cannot be seen to be doing wrong and then you expect the citizens to do right. What kind of nonsense is that? If you are the government, if you the government are breaking the law, how do you expect citizens to be law abiding people? You have to show and lead. If you want to grow the system, if you want to grow democracy in Nigeria, the first point of contact is the government. Institution of government must be seen to be doing the things rightly, not just look, not just say, oh, because the man is going to be a monster. Is going to, what is it today? Like, what then? Okay, the monster you are trying to tame, what then happened? How many people lost it? How many people buy for it? So in the beginning, if the government was even decent enough to just say, look, he hasn't done anything against the law. It's just some social media person who is just using his platform to call for a Biafra Republic, and that is not even against the law at the time.
Akim, let me say this. You know, you cannot come from the point of, okay, you're using an example of every politics, every societies have their own peculiarity.
No, you are the one that said in this country that
Wait,
we
let me
live
say
in.
this. Let me say,
You said
I'm
it
not
before, and
finished
I
now.
gave you
I'm not
example.
finished. I'm not finished. You know, in our own society, you know, we talk about immorality, we talk about corruption, we talk about all these vices. But it's not as if we don't like all those vices. What you see is that when those vices are against some group, people will talk against it. But when it is in their favor, they will support it. You know, we in our own society, we're even the one causing problem for our government because we don't even know what we wanted. Things that we think that we seem to be not to like. It's not as if we don't like them. It's only when those things doesn't favor us. So when Arogidigba was talking earlier, he made mention of examples of even corrupt people that government will want to even say, okay, let us jail these people. And you see people from his our own side saying, no, it's our son, no, it's our daughter. And it's the same thing that we are doing. Even you, now, you cannot tell me that when we are talking about the very dark man, it's because you are from the same state, you tend to have that soft spot for him. And you won't see anything wrong. And that is what all of us, not only peculiar to you, that is what we do. How do you go in society when we have all those sentiments?
Okay, Simba, you see, this is where you are wrong now. You see, no, hold on. Let me quickly, please, I beg you, please. Look, one second.
I'm only asking a question.
Simba, if you are listening to this show in the beginning of this show, I made a submission about a very dark man. I wish you can go and listen to this show from the beginning some other time. And this is why people should not make assumption or just come up with a talk like that. I am somebody who is ideologically straight and I know what I stand for. Okay. And whether it doesn't matter who is on the who the shoe is on his foot, I will say it the way I think it is. My beliefs. Okay.
Akim, I think you should understand what I'm saying. Don't use yourself and now generalize that. That is what I'm talking generally.
No, I'm talking about
And
me.
it's not about you.
It's about you now,
It's
Akim.
not about you. Don't so personalize it. It's not about you.
But back to my question to you guys is, with the point you brought up is a great point. But can you blame someone that feels like they really want to say the truth, but this, like, if they, for example, they're from Edo and they go against Vdm, that the tribe they will be ostracized. They'll not be welcome home. Like it's like you betrayed your own people for telling the truth. So even if you're like an
that is not true. That is not true.
I'm asking the question, that is it that people are scared of saying the truth, or they just don't know?
Nobody is scared of saying anything. This is the problem. Look, you go to social media space, go to think Facebook or YouTube, and you go to check one guy they call City Niger, right? He's an Edo man, right? The guy, you see, he's done countless of video where he criticized VDM. He called him fraud and stuff like that. And he's also done video where he was calling for his release. He supported him on other occasions. So you should be able to call things out when they are wrong, and you should be able to support things when you feel like, yeah, it is right. Like it is not. We're not obedient, whereby everything is a go. No, sometimes you have to.
We're not Agbado.
Sometimes you have to.
They have no brain. They have no
sometimes
brain.
you have to challenge different opinion, different positions, and then we can have a conversation about it. So it's almost like, okay, let me explain something to you. When I come to this platform, you can say something against Tinubu, and I question your position. Straight away, what you normally hear, oh, this Agbadoria, they've started again. No, those are the lazy positions that people quickly default into that position because they don't want to engage in that conversation. And
like it's
a lazy way of doing things. When you come on platform like this to have a conversation, you should be prepared to be challenged, not because you come here, you want everybody to just believe you or follow what you say. No, like if I come here and I say something, you should be saying, hang on, come on, that doesn't make sense. That doesn't sound right. Okay, come up with logical questions about my submission and put me on my feet. If you are doing that, it doesn't mean that you are obedient. It doesn't mean that you are Badorian or Atiku, whatever it is. It means that you just want to interrogate me. That's all. We can have a conversation. But that is not where we are again.
Okay, Akim, here's my issue. I am hold on now. Hold on. Here's my point. I would rather go to the policy maker that can change the law rather than going to someone that I will protest and scream online. I think I want us to channel that same energy towards calling our lawmakers out, engaging them more, forcing them into town meetings where you can actually engage them on issues like this, because they're the ones that have the power to change the policies. Not some guy on YouTube. Yeah, they can go on street and protest, but I am sick and tired of protest. It doesn't make any difference to me. Go to the policy maker themselves. That's where the issue is. But we don't do that. Just that same energy that you have online on YouTube or to go on the street. Find one. Okay, you're from Edo North now. Who is your House of Rep member in Edo North? Do you know him? Most people don't even know those people. Then they have their offices. They should have an office in your state. You must first demand that, because the law says they're supposed to have an office in their local, right? They're supposed to have a presence in their state. Demand that first. How can we reach you? Then demand that you have monthly meetings with them, engage them. That one is more effective. It is very difficult, but it has to be done. That is the best way to solve the problem, not going on some VDM on Instagram. I'm sorry.
Babati, first of all, the people need to be politically educated first, right? Because even the way they are now. Hold on one second. The way they are now.
No, listen. At some point, At some point, they need to go the fuck up in that country. Enough of the
hold on. The way they are now, even if the man have an office there, right? Let's say he have
a
a
point, we need to grow up, man.
Yeah, hold on 1 second. Hold on 1 second there. Let's say the man have an office in his constituency, right? And he said, okay, I have a meeting. All he needs to do in that meeting is to put some minerals down and just for 5,000 naira for those people that are there. And the conversation is over. What are we talking about here? So, but you see, it's not like, I think the people need to first of all be educated politically. I'm not going to say our people are not educated. Well, education is a very, in my opinion, is a very okay, let me just say, forget about it. So the people politically need to first of all be educated. They need to understand that the purpose of these people being in positions is for their own good, and they should also understand that they can make demands. They should be able to make demands from these people as to how they're being represented. But until they get that education, we're just gonna come here and be cursing Nigerians. Nigerians are too lazy, they are too laid back, they are too this. It's not all of these things you're saying. It's not like they know, they don't have, not all of them have that much knowledge. I always use myself as an example. If I never left Nigeria, say I never left Nigeria, there's a very good chance that I don't have this much knowledge that I have today when it comes to worldview or political issues and things like that. I would just be there looking for my daily bread. Wake up in the morning, go and hustle for myself, come back. That's why you see sometimes something will happen in Nigeria. You that is here in Europe or America, you will know first. You have that information first before the people in Nigeria, and you will call them and tell them, this thing is going on. They say, what is that? There's nothing like that.
Akim, I'm with you. One example is the landmark thing. Do you know, even till today, people are still ignorant of what we transpired.
It's not even landmark. The student loan. The student loan. Oh, just call people and ask them about student loan. They'll tell you what student loan.
But Akim, we cannot keep babying these people. At some point, they need to grow up themselves. At some point, man, you need to grow as a people. You need to stop this nonsense. Inform, come together as a people and move something, run for office, do whatever.
I was the one that told somebody last time that they said, no, don't listen to all this government. Or say lie. I said, okay, just go open your Google. Type
I'm trying to be Thr personally. I'm just angry now.
You've lived abroad for so long that you think everything is just the way it is, right?
BT, let me say this. Let me ask a simple question. No. That's not mine. I want to talk first. I want to talk.
You talk, but I want to
No. Let me say what. Don't let it. I'm at work and I don't want this thing to just escape my mind. You know what BT and Akim you are talking about. Let me tell you this. We are used to not believing whatever government put out there. People don't. They say, no, it's not true, and they will never go there and check whether the thing is true or not. We have that mentality. You know, some days ago we were talking here when Ekene was talking about that commercial bank give loans. I mean, in the interest rate is 45%, and I told him, I said, go to Bank of Industry. That bank has been there for only God knows. You understand? But somebody that is doing business in Nigeria does not know about Bank of Industry. It tells you what? Because if I don't get loan and I'm saying this, people will say, no, what you are saying is a lie. Have you been there? Have you been? This is something that I did within 6 months. In fact, it was COVID that actually delays it. Within 6 months, I got this loan at 9% interest for 3 years. I got 10 million and I liquidated it by 2020. You understand? But Nigeria will say, no, government is not helping us. So whatever they are doing is not true.
Simba. Let's be honest. How can Bank of Industry be loaning money to people that are buying and selling?
What am I doing?
Let me tell you,
the way they do. Let me tell you, the way they do. No, wait. let me tell you.
No, it's a
One,
question.
you
Do
know,
you know
Nigerians, they like it. No. You know why most businessmen in Nigeria used to go for commercial bank loan? Because those ones, they just do wuru, and that's why they give them at a very high interest rate. My auntie used to do that before now. She would just need some cash to just buy some things and sell, and if you want to be getting that kind of flow, in fact, what they do is that even banks, they do it off record. You understand? Because that would be a discussion between you and probably the bank manager. Oh, I will take this loan within 15 days or
Why
what,
would you
30
do
days.
something off the record? Kilo tenso, boy.
That I'm just telling you that some of them do that. That's what
Yeah.
they do.
So is that
Rational,
legal?
you are not there. I've been there.
Is that legal?
Hey, I'm not saying whether it's legal. No, and that is why, let me tell you, that's why they will give you at a higher rate, because they are taking risk. If you want to follow due process and go to from normal bank loan in Nigeria, the lending rate is still between 17% to 25%. Commercial bank.
And the central bank is lending at 27%.
No, wait now.
27%. Where are you getting your 7%? 17%, bro?
Go and check. I don't come here and give you what I don't know.
Come on. The central bank is lending at 27%.
Go there, go and check. Don't
you understand what story.
Don't might deviate from the main point of the people choosing to be ignorant. I say that I live abroad. No, I've always felt this way. Even in my time in Nigeria, I've always felt this way about Nigerians. So you know, when I came here and I changed my views and I have a new perspective. No, I've always had this. Oh man, bother me. Like, why do people reason this way? They're just lazy, politically lazy. Oh, we live in the hands of God. No, it's in your fucking hands. So or anybody, it is in your hands. Your own destiny is in your own hands. So it's always bothered me. I came to America and now I have a new view. No, just to quote that what you said earlier. I've always felt this way about politics in general in Nigeria. Even though the military time, I've always felt this way. So,
for me, I would not say I always felt this way. I think I had a huge transformation.
I grew up in that kind of in that environment.
I had a huge transformation of mindset when I left Nigeria. So for me, this is why for me sometimes I can reason with these people the way when they behave in certain ways.
Because Akim, when you and I were there, a lot of us would try to get things done in the proper way, but that country frustrates you. So when every time you meet with frustration, I mean not you, but anybody meets with frustration, Nigeria meets with frustration every time. Even when the right thing is going on, they will just take with the pinch of salt. They will doubt it. It's a lie. I mean, even when it's true. So that's the point, because that country will frustrate you to the point whereby you get to a point whereby even when you are seeing opportunities in front of you like this, you think because you assume it's the same process that you went through years ago.
Okay, so there are people who like recently in my area, right? So the guys that are in charge of the community that organizing the community, so they decide to say, look, why don't we just move to line B? The electrical, not this electricity line. And so no, line B, not A, B.
Ban, they call it ban, not line.
Ban B. So they were in D before, so they said they want to move to B. And then the conditions was that they just like this their NEPA people with their stupidness, man. The condition was that certain percentage of household in that community must have a prepaid meter, and then before they will be able to transfer them to that line, to that ban. And so these guys, people start to pay, even when myself I paid. And God, Lord behold, this prepaid meter that people tell you does not exist. I don't know where they park them at, where they go there from. These people brought more than 200 prepaid meters, and they installed more than 200 prepaid meters. Today, that community we are on band B. They moved because we then have to donate money to buy wires, buy everything. Today, that we are on band B. So you ask yourself a question that, okay, but why, if this prepaid meter if it's available, so why are they making life difficult for people?
You understand? Let me say, Akim, let me tell you this. You know, I have a friend. You know, Nigerians, we just like to say whatever we want to say when it comes. I have a friend. When, in fact, that was the day I went to his house. If you see the number of AC, that the air condition that the guy is using, and I asked him, I said, why are you not using prepaid? He said he doesn't want to pay because if he's using prepaid, he will pay more than the estimated bill that he's getting. You understand? Some people deliberately, they will tell you, no, if you apply, you will not get it. It's a lie. So the majority of them, they like that estimated bill because you know the way they do estimated bill. When they look at the cost that they roll, I mean, maybe the energy they supply in a month, and the amount of money that they have gotten for people that have paid for their prepaid meter, the remaining one, that is what they are going to share. Some people will get more if you are not using more, but there are so many people that will use more than 10 times of what they will get. You understand? So there are some people like that, they just
No,
love that, they don't want to migrate.
Simba. Here's my issue. What you just said. Applying for meter to me is even annoying. Once you build your house and have a property, you have to you must have one. They have if we will find they no matter of applying or being denied, it comes to that's the way it's supposed to be.
But Babati, do you know how many people make that money from that? From just people doesn't have
I know. All right, I'm with you. Oh, yeah, me people are uncle them, but that is where you them tackle the issue. What's going on here and fix the goddamn problem.
You know,
I tell you
let me tell you this.
I was reading in the newspaper today. Something Niger Data Electrical Company, something. They generated 2,000 megawatts with gas, and they got no way of pumping it out. They said, according to them, they said what is it? They are distributor, right? I mean, the people that will distribute it, that will buy the electricity from them and then distribute it to their customers, they refuse to take it from them. And you start asking a question.
Yeah, but they don't have capacity. Why would they take it from them?
No, wait. Do you just know about that? That we have the capacity to generate more than what we are generating. It's because we cannot even feed that, they cannot buy, and they cannot feed, they cannot transmit it. That's why.
Why can't they buy? Are people not paying? Are people not paying?
Let me tell you, people don't pay for electricity in Nigeria rationally.
Yeah, put them on the meter, like we said. Why
no, let
me
tell you, even the meter, let me tell you, if you see the way Nigerians behave, and that's why sometimes I said Nigerians don't even know what they want.
We like to make this.
Let me give you
I understand what you're saying. I understand what you're saying.
You know, do you know the reason why I ask? Because RM is into all this approval of building code. So you know what I'm talking about. In this country, they don't even approve for you to even complete that. They don't have those required documentations or applications. One, you approve it now. So how come you get to build house, run cables, and who is the one approving all this stuff for your house, for your building? Who approved it?
Exactly.
Let me tell you, most people
our government has their huge
no. Government doesn't have the hand. Rational mind.
We know Nigerians
people will build house. Let me tell you.
You can straight people out by putting in place and enforcing those laws. That's it.
You know. Let me tell you this. Building a house, let me even tell you, I can guarantee you that more than 50% of houses being built in Nigeria did not have approval. That is one. Two, when people finish their house, they want to connect. Most of them will not even go to the authority that has that mandate to give them light. They will just call one man out there, maybe it was an electrician in their community, come and connect me. And the only thing that we believe, okay, you can imagine, let's say they said to renew your vehicle particulars, let's say it's 20,000. Nigeria will prefer not to renew that particular and be giving maybe every week 500 naira bribe to police that will be arrested. And at the end of the day, they will pay more. In that 1 year, they will pay more than that. But they will
then deal with them, Simba.
Who will deal with them? Everybody is doing the same thing. The people that are shadowed with that responsibility also see it as a way of making money.
You see, sometimes okay, how can I just take some wire and say connect me? That is criminal now. It's a criminal
No.
offense.
But that one is different. The way they do it, that one now, even those electricity company, they are the one that is causing a lot of this problem. So even you have to understand that these people sometimes will just do like a community. They'll just deal with the community instead of to be dealing with individual houses. They'll just deal with the head of the community. So it's almost like if you build a house in one community now, and you want to connect light into your house, you will go and pay those community people. They are the one that will authorize you before you can draw the light into your house. So because they are the one that are dealing directly with
That is a
the
fraud
electricity
system, is
company.
my
You
point.
know,
A fraud
Hakim,
system. That's what I'm
even
saying.
that one that you are saying that the community are the one dealing with NEPA is not true, because it
No, it's
happens in my
true.
own community. No, wait, it's just an assumption. Let me tell you. When I go to my own community, we bought wire, we bought pole to go and bring light wherever the thing is to my house, and we are the one that made that investment. So anybody that now comes after, what the community will say before you can connect, it's not as if the NEPA people have any agreement with the community. The community is okay. If you want to take from this pool, this is the investment that we have made, and this is the amount you two will contribute to that investment. It's not as if they don't have any connection with the NEPA.
No, now Simba, I'm telling you that these people will even collect this people. You pay your estimated billing.
Oh, wow.
Estimated billing you pay to them every month. They are the one that will go and remit to those
You
people.
you pay your estimated billing to the community and not to the
Yes.
NEPA.
No.
No. Wait. Do you get? Let me ask you. Did you get any bill for that, or you just be contributing money to the community?
You just contribute money to the community and they go and give NEPA. That's how.
No. I don't know. A estimated bill that we talk about, NEPA will bring the bill. They will say you will
They
pay
do that.
this
They do that.
amount. You have an account. This
There's
one
some
that you
places
are
in
saying.
Yanapaja there.
This one, they were not doing it.
I have family members staying in Yanapaja there. They will bring estimated bill for everybody in that street. They will all pay. I just
This
wonder,
one they will not bring. Look, this one they will not. Me, I paid. Look, I paid the money. I was paid the money before I bought the prepaid. Before I bought prepaid meter. Now I was paying it.
You see,
NEPA
And you are
didn't want
paying.
it.
It's the community that you are paying to, not NEPA.
we just want to blame our people.
Yes,
I'm not
the
saying our
community
people.
that you paid to, not NEPA. They were the one that were dealing directly with those NEPA people.
Exactly.
And when we wanted to move to that band B, it was also them that organized everything. They were the one that went to NEPA. NEPA told them, look, 30% have to have prepaid meter for you guys to be able to move. And then mobilize the community.
Akim, why you, with your level of enlightenment, why should you get involved in such a thing?
What do you mean? What do I do? That is what everybody in that community
But
does.
you know that what now, let me tell you, if at the long run they now said that okay, even the community leaders, whoever is your community leader, did not remit that money, what evidence do you have from NEPA that you are paying your bill? Just tell me.
Yeah, but the community, let me explain something
That
to
is
you.
wait, that is what we do, and it's part of the problem. You
No,
understand?
it's
I
not.
can never get. Let me tell you this. I think I mentioned one example. I bought a land. You understand? I bought a land. At the end of the day, when I did the survey and I want to perfect it in the Ministry of Survey in Kwara State, they told me that land I bought is a government land. And right there and there, I said, okay, the only thing I can be using when government say they want to take their land, I will give it to them. That is a bad market for me. But that same land today, some people know that it belongs to government. They have built their houses on that land. You understand? Then when government now comes, maybe it might not even be in the next 10 years, might not even be next 15 years or 20 years. They will say, why? Then you will all come here. You will say, why are they looking at them when they are building the house? Why can't they have a human face, human this thing, human that? We, if we want our society to keep
Hold
everybody.
on. That's what you just said now. I don't like saying things, but I will say this. You see, this is for some of the things we're talking about. When you just give me an example now that you bought land, and you didn't know that that land was a government land until when you went to the registry. Now, how it's done here, I work for a city government. I've lost track of how many C of O's that I've issued personally, because I'm by law, by virtue of my job position, that's what I do. New construction, new homes. I issue C of O.
Can't give me one. No, I need them. Oh.
No, I issue a ban. My point is this.
At least
Now,
you get power.
you see
Just
what?
give them. I need them.
No, we don't just issue CC of O's. We have lots of developers here. Lennar, we have Toll Brothers, we have Mainview, we have a lot of them like that. Who are big time home developers and home builders. My point is, now, how would you have acquired the land first? How would somebody have even sold you a land first, without even you inquire from the city or from the government where that has jurisdiction over that area? You should have gone there first and find out. Even nobody is even entitled to sell the land.
Rational mind.
So my point is this. Hold on. Let me understand. You see, the failure of our government back home in Nigeria is why there's just this crappiness everywhere.
No, what you just said
Everybody
now,
just doing.
is it the failure of government or my own failure? Is that the
Maybe your
failure
own
of
failure.
government or my own failure?
My point is this: the way things of that nature is handled to prevent fraud, where people are defrauded, like in your own case now, somebody defraud you now, taking your money and run away, lie to you. In a normal society, that's what should be done. People will go to the land registry. But another thing I want you to understand about land registry in Nigeria is that sometimes they will frustrate you, because when you want to inquire. I mean, I can sit down here in front of my computer here. Say I want to buy a land, say in somewhere in Arizona. I'll just sit down here. I'll just map. I'll go on GIS and I'll map that place out. And I'll go and I'll see whatever history that's on that land, on that property. And I can reach out to the county or to the city that has jurisdiction over it, and I'll ask them, this land is also land. I understand this is somebody has this land. The deed is on his name. Can you please let me find out if it has not, because if you guys have not updated your GIS reports or whatever, they would let me know.
So rational mind. You see, because you have this experience and this knowledge, right? And
my point is this: our government are enabling this kind of this chaotic kind of life that we live in that country. When we say this thing, we say our people. Yes, our people are involved, but the government too. That's why we talk about governance. Governance is not just about us wanting to be a president or a councillor or a chairman. It's about deliverables to the people, service to the people, structuring the society whereby it works for everybody.
You and I, we had a talk before.
Hey, what are we talking about?
About town planning, right? Town planning, right? So nothing by as of town planning, city planning. Before somebody is even put on wire, Sheikh government to plan. Okay, gas pipe, water pipe, electricity pipe in this area, they need it. Yeah, this is the things you plan. It was there. No, don't give me that.
This is how government runs.
No, let me. I know. Let me tell you this. And I know you people will not agree with me. Do you think that we have developed to that kind of level that
we had it before?
Where is that? Wait, where no. Let me ask you. Where did you have it that the lake pipe for gas, the lake pipe?
Simba. Rational mind was right, because this thing was happening in Edo State under Obaseki. Obaseki created Edo GIS, Edo GIS. They mapped out the city. All lands were registered, and that was the only time. I don't know if they're still doing it now since he left office, because we had the office of Edo GIS where they were issuing C of O's. And if you buy any land, because that helped a lot of those in diasporas, because before they just used to steal money from people when they want to sell you land. So then you can just say, okay, you know what, I want to buy this land. Okay,
that land that you are talking about, is it being sold by government?
No, it's sold by individuals. But how do you know that it's a government land or the land has been bought by somebody else? It's true. It's when you go to this Edo GIS, they will tell you right there. that, sorry, this land is for, it belongs to so person, or this land is a government land. They will tell you right there. So people
just wake up one day, you
let me
just
tell
get
you this. Let me
take
tell you this.
some
Sorry,
start building, no building code. Maybe that place is
Beauty.
for my
Sorry, let
family.
me say this. Let me say
What kind of
this.
country are you even running?
There are some services that are available that people don't access, and maybe because they don't know about it or they don't want to go that route. Let me give her this same land I'm talking about. Wait
There's some
now.
going on me. You don't want to pay me now.
I went to the Ministry of Survey, and they follow me to that land to come and even look at it. And they brought their map and told me that I should look at it. Look at from here to here. They have everything. You know, sometimes I did not blame the person that sold the land to me, because I blame myself for not doing my due diligence, and it can never happen to me
You should have done
again.
that. You should have done that before you bought the land.
You understand? It can
Yeah.
never happen to me again. And anybody that actually seek for my advice before they even acquire any land, I used to tell them, go and confirm. And it doesn't cost anything to confirm. The Nigerians should know that. You know, we always have this belief that, oh, whatever you want to do, people yes.
But you just don't want us moving forward in that country. And we understand that we have that problem. We understand what you're saying, that we have this problem. Our people are like this, our government are like this. But
How is it Timber that doesn't want us to move forward in that country? The way you talk
the way you speak sometimes, like it sounds like we could just leave like we just. I mean,
I'm not saying I'm enlightening people. I'm telling you things that are available. Why am I making it difficult?
No, that's why people like us come here on this platform. We spend hours, not because we just don't have anything to do. So that if our policy makers can be listening to us, they don't have to wait for some of us to come from abroad to come and start it. Right there within themselves, they can start. I mean, if they listen to some of us here, the way we provide solution to how to handle some of these issues. Look at what he said, what Akim said. If you can map those lands in your territory, map them all out, let them know this is a government land, this is an individual land, and every information about every land is on GIS. I mean, no matter how illiterate that person is, you can always go out. You can just go to a cyber cafe or go to somewhere that can help you. Somebody can even start a business from there. You can even create employment from there. Somebody will just start open a cyber cafe or a small business center. Maybe because you don't know how to use it. You say, "Oh, check your land there, whatever here." You go there and you say, "That's how you create employment." And even from there, you can create another sub-employment from there.
I think
and we are talking about
what they need.
Come on.
Wait now, you don't need to shout and be talking as if you are talking to your child now. What I'm saying, just get what's going on? What I want to say is this. Let me tell you, there are a lot of services that are available out there. I think what we'll be supposed to be doing is to tell people that these things are available, access it. You know, we have this habit of whatever. Some people will not do anything, and they will not make any attempt to, and they will give you 1,001 reasons why they will not do it. We have seen people on this platform.
Is that net fund simple? That net fund one that was even surprising to. I was able to tell this one. I was just saying, look, this thing exists. Oh no. I said, okay, go Google now. A net fund, and the person said, oh, it's true. You know, it's true. When did they start it? I said, you're an idiot.
So what we need to do, the government need to do more, is to just educate people. Maybe they should have a lot of jingles about this. Before you need to do this, this is the procedure you're supposed to follow, and this thing doesn't cost money, because we always have this.
That comes with fines and penalties. Now that's the way you can discipline people. There has to be punishment also. Ignorance is no defense. So as you're educating people, I get that part, but there's also the discipline where you can even make money as a government for violations. So
let me give you for example.
Let me say this. See what Wike is trying to do in Abuja. Like we heard today that they said it's trying to do. They'll be shutting down. Even I think China too. I think China was affected. Yeah, I don't know, maybe a cultural center or something processing center for China. I don't know, maybe it's China related, but I saw China on one platform today. So their property is being confiscated. It's being shot. I mean, it's being how do they say?
They will demolish it.
No, you see, that's what I'm saying. See, that's why I'm even going with this point there. lock it up, and if they fail to pay, sell it. Here, how we do it here is this. Sometimes some people who are like seniors, maybe they're in their 90s, 80s, they've retired many years, and they finish paying their home. They pay their home off because a lot of them, when you're 90s, of course, you must have bought the house for like 50 years ago or something like that. But they've not been paying their property tax. If we reach out to their survivors, like their kids or whoever was named in the property, and we can reach out to them to ask them to pay up those backlog. And if they cannot pay, what we do is that when that person passes out, some countries have it here, they have the policy, when they die, we'll take over the house, we'll sell it. We put it on the market and sell. So you don't need to demolish people's property like all that. You see, this is what we're talking about. You don't need to, since you have the law on your side that says if you're owing property, when they do all the calculation of the property, I mean, I said you're owing property, you're owing, what's it called? A property tax. You've not been paying your property tax. If they make the calculation and you're not able to meet up that, they will confiscate it. You don't need to pull it down. Just sell it. There are people that will take over that property and they will convert it to something, or they will even rent it out. Or that's how you progress. Now, when you pull it down, somebody now will have to come and build it again. I mean, what kind of?
Did they say that if they are owing money, it's not as if they built in a wrong place, that because of that it would demolish? Did they say that?
That's what I have people say that say it's going to do. And you said that you demolish it. Is that not what you said? Demolish
no, I'm just asking you. I didn't say that though. I'm just
asking. They didn't say that though. No, nothing else, stuff like that.
But that's what I think I've heard that today somewhere. They said they're going to demolish their house. They don't pay.
They are not going to demolish your house because you are owing money now.
You see, this is what we're saying, that our people, our government needs to understand.
Let me when you are in Nigeria, let me ask you this: when you are in Nigeria, how many times have you seen that somebody will start house construction and the town planning will come and put that red cross on it, stop,
and they will continue,
and people will continue?
Yeah, a lot of times. And a
lot
of
times. I have seen that.
Let me answer that question. As far as I can remember, way back when, some of those crosses or whatever, they're not warranted. Some of them is just because we understand it's corruption sometimes, and sometimes they have a point. Some people are building on, they are encroaching on setbacks.
It is not. No, let me tell you, it's not only even on setback. If you don't have an,
I understand I'm just giving you an example of setback as an example. I'm giving you an example. What I'm just trying to say is that a lot of them are not just, they're not really warranted. They don't.
Why?
There's no violation.
No. So they have all the papers. No, I'm asking you now. Did they have all the papers?
Do I have what?
Did they have all the paper?
I'm saying they have all the papers. They just want them to come and settle them for some things.
So is that so? That
but the majority, like you said.
No, wait now. Say what you are saying. I just want to use that one to rubbish maybe 1 or 2 100 things, and we don't want to just one person or two.
Everything's not have to be this the way you are always taking everything. Try to understand the
nuances. We are talking about generally. Then you are now using that one.
I'm saying to you that some of them
are doing their work.
How would they have all their valid paper? What is the first one? I don't understand.
Why do
they have all their papers and they still want to join again?
Not
when we are talking about this, why should you even give that kind of
example? Sometimes
you are the one now. It's like everything that we have been saying that government does this, you always find one excuse or the other thing to rubbish whatever they want. We are saying.
No, nobody's rubbishing anything.
It's you. You have that
I did not rubbish.
That's what you do most of the time.
Ask me a question. It says when the people put that
then the only thing that you say is that okay, some of them we have people.
We call it stop work order here. We call it stop work. That's how we call it here. We just put a tag. We put a tag and we just say stop work. So, but in Nigeria we put X, right? So I understand what you're saying. But I'm just saying that some of them are not warranted. They do not. It's not something they do. But they use one journey. For example, I'll give you an example. or by paper building whatever. But into issue with when because the office is by. So the other person won't go and you to wala no to paper you paper okay. And you pick a guy a lot of pay go on no. Oh, what paying on shilling that? I've seen it. They do it.
No, let me tell you. Let me tell you this.
More so, it's not supposed to be
If I
announced.
have all my
Every
documents,
local
if I
government should
have
be able to
all,
handle their
let
own,
me tell you this.
their own
If I
land
have
issue on
my
their own.
documents, just forget about that.
That's what we're talking
If I
about.
have, wait now. If
You
I have
have people
all
that
my
are running government, they don't know how to run government.
if I have all my documents, let me talk now. If I have all my documents and somebody will come and put X, there's no way you can justify that. You can't intimidate me now. You can't say that one is you cannot be using what the example that you are giving just because you want to collect maybe 10,000 or 20,000 or 15,000. You now say they will come and put text on my building because and I have all the documents. Does that make sense to you?
Should you be done money let non snitch? What do you mean?
Oh God, Oton shift to go for somebody or money let you are talking about officials.
Can we Aaron, hold on. Can we stay on the fact that people
no, I'm just asking about X.
Even with those hold on. Oh, I know, but even with those stop work orders, people still will continue and they will say, okay, let them go and see somebody that I can pay off at the ministry. But they will still continue that construction, which is illegal, which is a criminal offense.
Babati, there are different things. Okay, one, if they pull stop because the person have not done approval, that's a different thing. Okay, but if they say stop because if they say you are building on maybe waterways or whatever government land, that's a different. But if there's because some people, because I know of a lady that was building recently in Lagos, some area in Lagos, and they come to say stop work, but it was just because of building approval, and then they went to the office and they did all the process and she got the approval and then she continued the building.
But even Akim, let me tell you this. Let me give, for example, because I like giving examples. You know, there are certain areas that they will tell you that you can't build more than one story. There are certain areas they say you can't build more than this. Do you understand what I'm saying? That is the essence. There's some area that you say that location supposed to be a market. That location supposed to be a school. That location supposed to be a hospital. You understand? And that is the essence of it's not about say, okay, let me start, then later I will get approval. That one is even wrong because the kind of house you want to build might not even be fit for that location.
They don't do that one in Nigeria again now.
They do it. Let me give you, for example, in Ilori, people that have lands very close to airport, they will tell you when you go, if you have land and you want to build your house, they will tell you you can't build more than this number of story. You understand? But if you now go and build more than that, even they might not even come for you now. You understand? What we are saying is that if you want our country to work, we should also learn to be disciplined and obey the law.
But who does that? Who's in the right to do that? To whip the people in shape, in line rather, to whip them in line. Who carries the sword? Who carries the sword?
Nobody really wants to obey the law, even in the West. It's because they are scared of fire.
And the government does their work. Naturally, we as humans were very unruly.
Frustrate you as well. You go to these offices to try and do one thing or the other. They will just be running you here and there, running you here and there.
Akim, let's fix that. No, Akim, hold on. I was in Nigeria a while back, and I had issues with that too. But let's fix that problem. Is what I'm saying. So let's go there and fix that issue with that government office. You know what I'm saying? Let's fix that problem.
We should not be compromising.
You see, our people like to shift the blame on our people. I mean, by our people, I mean our people. Some people just want to shift the blame on
sentiment.
Like you said, Babati. Even here in America, people don't want to obey the law, but they have to enforce it. Like I myself, as a code enforcement, now. But why are you getting now? As a code enforcement officer, if I go out, I know people violate it a lot. I mean, I will go. I don't know what you me right. they will have like cars second one look for like ogun don't look bicycle. That's a violation. Yeah, that's a violation of city ordinance. And I'll go there and I'll write them up. That's how people are. In my course, there's one thing we took there. I mean, I took in my course, which is people are by nature just like that. You just have to whip them in line. So if you say, well, because people are like that, people are watching in here, that is the fault of the government. That's the question we should be asking ourselves: why do we have government? What is even the need for a government? It's for them to whip people in line.
Let me ask you this.
Yes, that's what I'm saying. So let's not just blame our people alone. I know our people have their own. Government has to whip them in line.
You and I agree on one thing. You said you built house in the community. You went to buy pole and wires. You were the one that drew the light and everything. Okay, so in my own case, prepaid meter, I bought prepaid meter. The community, we wanted to move to Band B. We were the one that donated, each household donated 50,000 naira to buy poles, to buy wire, now NEPA, it was NEPA that came to connect us to change to Band B. But all those things, and at the end, we are still paying for the bills. But you see all those things that we did now, those were the things that they were supposed to do. Okay, they were the one that supposed to do it.
I agree with you totally, Akim, exactly. On that. Let me say this. You know, me, the way I reason. Let me give you, for example, that you know, some people will do something that they know that this thing is not good, but they will continue to do it. But when the consequence comes, they will be crying and then we'll be blaming the system. Okay, like that one now, they've already told me that the land I acquire is a government land. I will not go and put any permanent structure on that. I will not invest on something that will cost me more money. Later on, then they will say, okay, I should remove it, then I will be crying. You understand? But Nigerians will still go ahead. You know that what you are doing is wrong. You understand? Then when the consequence comes, you'll be crying and say, okay, we'll be blaming the system. Is that right?
Yeah, so in that situation I just gave now, that's why we need governance should be allowed to the local government level. If possible, sir, even within the local government, let some part of the local government, if the local government is too big, here, like again, the reason why you like to use America is because we practice almost the same identical system. We have state, we have local government here. We don't know, we call it counties. We have local government. We have governors there too. They have so let me not bore us with that story. But my point is that
sorry, rational mind. Does the land in America, does it belong to the government or belong to individuals?
Yeah, there are lands that belong to the government. Yeah, there are lands that belong.
Most of the land to government.
Well, most of the land belongs to the local government.
So that is the problem we are having in Nigeria.
Well, this is how it is. Hold on. There is federal land. There is tribal land. There are state land, and there are county land, and there are city land. No, so city here, how they usually do is sometimes what they call incorporation. Some city will be called, like for example, let me give an example of Apapa local government in Lagos. Apapa local government used to be I think it all used to be under Ajeromi, and then they had to carve out Apapa local government. That was a local government. So now within Apapa local government, there's a Gomu. So now Igomu used to be part of Apapa local government, but they had to share it. I think that's what Tinubu was trying to do when he says something LCDA. Is that LCDA? Local government, local government authority, something like that. Anyway, but my point is that here we refer to it as incorporation. Some cities within a bigger county, which is a local government, they want to say, okay, say for example now, in Washington State, city of Seattle is in King County. So city of Seattle is, I feel we want to be on our own because we are able to start our own city here. We can run our own civil servants that will be able to run the city for us, and they will allow them to go. They will be on their own. And within King County, we have so many other cities too. But King County still has some part that whereby they still they still kind of govern over. They do the whole utility things there. They collect property tax. They regulate the building and everything there. So my point is that we can do that. So those on government spaces like you're talking about, you're asking me, One person cannot just, you don't have to go to the states. Everything has to go through the states.
You
Let it go through
know,
the local government.
rational mind. I'm sorry to
So that
interject
you can create
you.
employment that way. People can be working in the small local government, and everything will be concentrated in Alausa.
Rational mind. Do you know what you have in mind is good, but until states are controlling their resources, but still waiting for Abuja to give them money, that the wala will still continue.
Agreed.
But if we just move to total state resource control, go and deal with your wahala. Nobody will be shouting presidency anymore. What do you mean state road, federal road? I don't understand sometimes. You said a road inside your own city. Listen, a road inside your city, Badon City. You'll be telling me that road belongs to federal government. It's within the city itself. Why can't you just renovate it? You say it's federal. That is total rubbish.
So
I don't.
listen.
It's very funny.
Look, if you advocate that, what you should be saying is that, first of all, why is federal government not releasing those roads to the states? Why not just say from so
It's
kilometers?
a lie. They just use that for not to repair the road.
No, it's not a lie. It's not a lie. It's not a lie. When this one, especially in those states, Benin, if you know Benin very well.
You blame the federal government when they will do the road for 20 million and they go and call for federal government 50 million.
Yeah, but even listen now, stop it. Listen, you see, the federal government can say to the governor, listen, this road from now on, from this place to this place, will be under state road. It becomes state road. We hand it over to you. It's no longer federal road. It doesn't make sense inside the city. Hand it over to the states.
Remy, look at
why can't they do that?
Remy, hold on. Look at our state now, Ogun State. You know, we have most of the longest stretch of federal roads in Nigeria is in Ogun State. That's the reason why we have issues with roads. And I agree with what Akim is talking about. Those things should be handed over to the state government and local government and they want to go and fix their roads themselves.
Yes.
Look at how many years. Look at how many years it took to fix the Lagos Sango road. That guess who's not fixing that road now? It's the governor, even though it's still federal. He had no choice. He had to go get approval to fix federal government road in his own state.
That's the problem. You first of all need to go and contact the federal government first. They have to approve it first before you can go and fix. Just hand it over to say this.
Even under military rule. Sorry, Babati. Even under military rule, we had local government was functioning. Like I remember in the 90s, late 80s, early 90s. I remember Apapa local government were doing street roads. In fact, they even have their own equipment that will come and they will make the roads. It's only when they cannot do it, maybe they have too much of work, maybe they will contract it out to some local. I just wonder where are all those local
in rational mind. The local government was functioning until Obasanjo killed the local government.
They were building roads now.
Even I remember even those days, my own father used to get contracts to construct all those, not even road within the town, even farm roads.
Timber. How do you think Lucky Benedion became famous, that he became governor? How do you think he was a local government chairman, already local government chairman, and it was very popular? He was doing road, grading road.
Most
everybody
of them started from local government.
But was Lucky not Sama's son? So you can't say that he became governor because he was local government chairman.
People knew him when he was the local. People knew him.
Even Wike, the almighty Wike was the former
I think that's my point. Back in the day, now they can't even build 1 kilometer of road. You will see one guy from Turkey.
Because
they are not even existing in the first place.
The state governor has stifled them with their fund now.
Yeah, they don't even allow
that MKO road. For if you know about that MKO road was built by our neighbor. He's an engineer for the ministry. He was the one that built that road, one of the longest in the city, because we were working for the ministry.
Do you know let me tell you this, in my own state during Aregbesola regime, when they now got all the money from local government, you know what he was not doing? He will not say, okay, every local government, they will build 10 kilometers of road. They will not divide it among the town. They will, in fact, some can be 1 kilometer, some can be half kilometer. That's what they were doing.
Which is crazy. So
we say we don't have leaders. We don't have people who understand what governance, how to. That's not to say myself. I know better, even though because I came here, I saw how things are done for me to understand.
Those people are not bad though. Awala, Shetelonu.
No, I don't do that. Let's not go this.
People are easy to. People are easy to tell on. It's just about whip people in line.
Let me
enforce the law. Enforce whatever you need to enforce.
You know,
that's all you need to do.
What we needed. Let me tell you. I will give you 2 examples. In the Niger Delta, my brother was a civil engineer working with Julius Berger, and so they wanted to lay pipe. I think I mentioned it on this platform before, and it was the one that normally negotiate with the community that, okay, we are laying this part through your community, but you have some community project that we wanted to do for you. So they would have a meeting with them and they would ask them, okay, what did you want? Could you believe that none of them requested for road? They didn't request for hospital. They did not request for something that will be beneficial to the community that can last. Is the one that they even said that some of them are requesting for cash that they will share. The best deed that they said they got from them was, okay, to build a town hall. You can see people. No, let me give you, for example, if you look at government,
they need town hall to gather now. They need town hall to gather everything.
To so so if a local government has 1 million naira, even as worse as things are in Nigeria today, you can use that 1 million naira to construct a ball. But they would rather collect that 1 million and share it maybe 5,000 naira or even 1,000 naira. That will not be beneficial to anybody.
Simba, who is sharing the money?
Is the member of the community.
No, I'm saying that if you have a functioning local government that has to account,
you know why I started from that? That was a day.
No, Simba, hold on, my brother.
One of my friends. Wait now.
It still comes down to the government of that town.
The people, what they actually, the request. Let me tell you, when you go to local government today,
I can request candy for my father. That doesn't mean that to give to me now. That give me candy. Because I didn't give you candy because you request for the candy. I'm the father. You are the son. That's my point. If you have a
you know why it is easy those days. You know, in as much as we are still practicing democracy, what our people, maybe because of poverty. If you are constructing road, I've seen where people will say, "She on the lafe Jenny, e being power lano."
Fire came in one now. What did he say? Stomach infrastructure.
People will prefer somebody that will give them money.
This argument is becoming ridiculous. The way people are going about it.
No, it's not ridiculous. Let us define our problems so that we can find a solution to it. Let's define our problems properly so we'll find a solution to it.
Can I say something?
Hold on. Somebody said Burukutu earlier. Hold on, Burukutu or borehole. I, as local government chairman, will give you those 2 boreholes. I'm not giving you any money for
BT, you are local government chairman. Do you want to come back or you want to be
I will still do my job for the need of the people.
Let me tell you, if you are a politician, that is what I'm saying, that the kind of democracy that we practice. Let me tell you.
Simba, you have to think that the people who are giving them those offers, them two are they are making mistake. You go there and you say, look, this is what we want to do, and we are building a health center for you. That's it. That's all.
Now.
You can only do that if you are a dictator and you don't need their vote.
I don't do. Come on.
You see, let me say this, and I want everybody to just listen, hear me out. I might go a little bit longer in what I want to say. Somebody that I would have expected with his level of probably, I would say, because he has really been in America, and because of, we said he built Lagos, like the crap he always talk about that he built Lagos. Let's just assume that all these things are all true about him. What I expected of him, I'm not surprised. You can't give what you don't have, like I said. But let me just say, what I would have expected him to do is, okay, You want to build a party. You want to build a very strong, formidable party that is well respected, that bring about transformation in that country. You cannot do everything together. You cannot transform all your Nigeria. Why don't you call all your governors, have a closed door meeting with them? Now, call some group of people within your party. Let them fashion out, make policy, some kind of policy manifesto for your party. That this is what we want. This is our target. Every state under APC, this is the target we want to achieve. And this is what we want to do. This is transformation we want to bring about. Not just myopic or this mediocre kind of transformation. We want to take governance to the very core, the very closer to the people.
So rational mind, you assume that
can you allow me without? Can you just allow me, please? I know you have.
You assume that he didn't do it, or you know that he didn't do it.
He didn't do it. He didn't do nothing, not even anything close to it. He did. But let me continue. Now talk to them. Tell them, listen. I'm not threatening anybody. That's going to because we want somebody that will work according to our party manifesto. If anybody fails to do this within his own state, if anybody says he wants to contest against you in your primaries, I'll support him. It's not a threat. We'll get person that will want to do it for you. So they will sit up. It's not a threat. You're telling them to sit up and be serious about.
But wait, the AG or the Attorney General already threatened any governor that tries to undermine the local government now. What else do you want them to do?
No, apart from that, rational mind.
If the AG says, if the Attorney General says something, who do you think is responsible for this?
Whatever. Talk about Tinubu is the leader of his political party.
Rational mind. Have you not heard APC governor, any APC governor, when they are giving speech, maybe they've constructed road, and when they are giving speech, they'll say, "Oh, we're doing this in line with the Renew Hope agenda of Mr. President."
You can't hold yourself and do all this your crap of a party that you is that. I mean, what are you talking about? Come on, you see.
Lord, the rational mind. If you become governor, rational mind, me, I'll be campaigning for the office every morning.
Even here in America, governors don't even go about talking about building road. They don't do that. Let me tell you how they do it. Let me tell you. We have what they call.
Mama of America compare Nigeria.
We have what they call Department of.
You haven't heard of the Renew Hope agenda.
We have what they call Department of Transportation.
Rational, but you didn't answer my question. You have not heard of Renew Hope agenda.
Is that?
You've not heard of the Renewed Hope agenda.
The renewed hopelessness of agenda.
I keep leave rational mind alone. I don't even know where.
What is the hope? What is the hope? I mean, look. You know how many of our people? How many of our people?
Rational mind. Tinubu gbayawo rational mind. Really, abo gba sisi rational mind.
Away from It's because our Nigerian.
Rational mind. Don't you think it's high time you go and drink chill water for now?
Because
you have been talking for more than 10 hours now.
Nigeria has no business to be in the situation that we find itself today. We have no business in that.
And it's Tinubu that
we should have able to transform ourselves.
Nigeria have business to be where it is today because you know
exactly.
Right. Yeah, right. We have business to be where we are.
Nigeria.
All right, everybody. Let me go. I'm having a dick already. Let me go. I want to.
Rational mind. Don't run away. Come on, what basic?
Because when I talk to people like you like this, and you people always talk like this,
you know Omugolawa. Afọfuniwa amoroso.
I hardly agree with Arem on anything, but when it comes to the duty of government, when it comes to some things in that country, you cannot absolve them of that.
We are not contesting that beating now. We are not contesting that. What all this pontificating our
look at the answer Akim gave to Rational Mind. Rational Mind said we don't have any business, and Akim responded. You know that response, it has a lot of things. You can expand it. We have a lot of business to be where we are because we have not been doing what we're supposed to do. And not now, not 10 years ago, not 15 years ago.
But this is my point. Each time I prefer solution to Nigeria's problem on this channel, I never discuss federal government. I hardly discuss state. I always discuss local government because that is the best, that's easiest way to go to solve your issues locally. Police and everything has to be local.
You know, National Man, I mean, BT, having local
I
government
don't
is not.
discuss federal that
Let me
much.
tell you, having local government alone is not local government. You look at
It's
those
not
local
enough. I
government.
get it, Simba.
Wait now. Let me. I know why I said that, and let me expand it so that you can understand where I'm coming from. Having local government in even some local governments in where you people live are more buoyant than even states in Nigeria. You understand? You know, we are not, the problem I have is that you people, you come and be equating what you see there and say, "Okay, that is what you're supposed to have." Let me tell you, how many local governments in Nigeria can even raise money to even pay their staff alone, talk less of carrying out projects, apart from waiting for federal government.
Ikeja, there's a one or two in Rivers, one or two in Delta that should technically be
But
able to
that
finance
is the
themselves.
point. Let me tell you.
No, those ones in data, it's oil money. You take oil money out, they can use oil money.
But it doesn't matter now. It's if you left them, okay, and we do real federalism, they can
No,
support themselves.
I will not let him back get to that point. Hold on a bit, brother. The law says this is where this is what Simba is missing. They don't have money. Number one, do state allow them to even collect their taxes that they can? All those motor park signages is supposed to go to local government. Number two, the law says 1/10 of your ITR as a state is supposed to go to local government. Okay, so if you follow the law to the letter, they should be able to get enough funding to run that local government. Let's fix that problem again. Don't make an excuse that they don't have funding.
Do you know? Okay, let me ask you. Okay, if I ask you now, BT, if I ask you now, we are having a discussion. If I ask you now that out of 700 and something local government that you have in Nigeria, guess how many local government can even, let's say, generate 5 million naira in a month?
They generate that 5 million.
Because wait now, wait.
This is what I'm saying. This is ridiculous.
You said talk that one.
You should raise it to 50 million, not 5 million.
5 million.
Yeah, maybe even 500, 500, even 500. Our monitors on jet ticket, you know how much the people are.
But the money does not go to the local government account.
Local government that does not even have
no. I said
they don't even have a motor park. One motor park like this. There are some local government.
They are getting fed.
They are just go to the north, go to interiors.
They are getting fed. Hold on, my brother. Demand is different everywhere in the country, so you can't compare one government in the Ghana that nobody cares about to local government. It's different. So the demand for the government, the level of government is different. I'm saying that even the state government is supposed to chip in into what they are getting. Number two, when it comes to funding their education, it's supposed to be joint stuff with the state and federal government. With spare, there are many things in that law that follow here. That is the problem.
Look, let me ask you people this, because I've been hearing local government. Okay, those days, but even when we had them, you understand? Can we say they are really functioning like that?
It wasn't perfect.
No, they function. No, they did.
It wasn't.
I'm okay. The meal, but me go to local government there within the limited time I spent in Nigeria.
Okay, this is my point. It wasn't perfect, but it's still the best you have, and you can improve on it. That's the point I'm making. Don't leave that boy alone. Leave Tinubu alone. What is going on in your area? What's going on over there? How can
the reason why I cannot leave Tinubu alone. Let me say the reason why I cannot before I leave.
You're still here.
Yeah, I'm still here.
He will leave 100 times. Don't worry, he will leave 100 times today.
The reason why I cannot leave Tinubu alone is because of
Tinubu here.
When we find ourselves in that country today, the only person that could make that bold step, especially as far as APC is concerned, because they have many states under their control. They could set that they could become that trailblazer for the rest. They don't even need to do all this crap that they're doing, trying to silence all the opposition. When opposition sees that they have all their respective states, They are more progressive, like they call themselves progressive. They are doing what they're supposed to do for the people. I tell you, people will vote them. They don't have to do all this crap of silencing opposition or whatever.
Nobody is silencing opposition. Opposition are undermining themselves.
Okay, that's another topic for another discussion. Don't give me that crap that they're not silencing like as if we're babies here.
They are not silencing the Labour Party with 5 factions. What are we talking about?
PDP, you know PDP have a new round of problems.
The last thing, come on, Lord, now.
I'm around
when you're Tinubu see America. Oh, I
wọ́n ti ń pè mí already. Wọ́n ti ń pè mí. So my point is this, is that
somebody that rational mind, it might have that Tinubu hat in his house, you know, that cap Tinubu wear.
I need that gone.
I hear you. So my point is this. What I'm trying to say is this, is that, you see, why I would not leave Tinubu alone is because where we find ourselves in that country now, we need somebody who is decisive, who is at the head, to be decisive, to whip these people in line, especially those people of his own party. But because APC does not have any agenda, any clear-cut agenda, a roadmap that will take us out of this crap that we find ourselves, that will bring about that so-called progressive, as their name implies.
So
all they want to do is all this mediocrity. Can I talk?
No, let him talk now.
It's all about just this mediocrity kind of project policies that they have that doesn't go far enough to even touch the people, to reach the people. The point is that, like Babati said, take governance to the people. We've been debating this issue here some few months ago. When I call me, people will say, he has gotten a Supreme Court ruling that says the local government should function. To this very day, local government is not functioning the way Supreme Court said they should function. The state governors are still dictating to them how they collect their money. Everybody just went dead on that. Nobody even talking about or someone. Attorney General going so come on. And you people are here telling me that we should not say anything about it. I don't get it. So the only way we can move forward is
the money goes to the local government.
You say what?
The money goes to the local government. If the state
it doesn't go. Tell me what local government today that's getting their money.
So I have to go and check their bank account.
Oh, okay. Don't check your bank account. Everybody. I'm going.
No.
Okay,
rational mind. Let me tell you something. Rational mind. Let me tell you something. PDP more sanwó tenement wọ́n ti jẹ gbèsè. So is it Tinubu that influenced them not to pay their tenement rates for more than 28 years?
You're a bit off tonight. What's going on with you?
So
what's wrong?
You can be lower. We really to put a new wiki. Some of you call me and say,
hey, rational mind. Your property in America, okay? If you don't pay your property tax, do you then start giving them excuse? They will put your house on. They'll put a lien on your house. They will auction it on the courthouse steps.
Yeah, I agree that. But my point
is, what is Wike's business in them not paying their bills?
You will be FCC minister, Wike. Social money. It's not the same people here that will say that.
No, he gave them a notice last year, and he gave them a reminder 2 months ago. So what else do you want to do?
Arrow is always been like here. My people, let me just quickly say this. My point is that this is the same Wike. This is the same Wike. Who will people say here that is single-handedly sponsor what's it called, PDP. Where was he? Does he not know that PDP had not been paid their tenement rate all these years when he's been using River State money to prop them up?
He was not in the position to know that.
He's not in position. He was dishing out money to prop.
He was dishing them out money to the chairman and the secretary. The chairman and secretary are they not of good mind? They don't have a good mind to know that they need to pay their tenement rates. Which was a governor. His responsibility was River State now. He's not responsible for the running of the party now. I'm not the reason you are naked. I've been generous enough to give you money to endow yourself. If you don't clothe yourself properly, it's not my business.
Arrow.
Okay, guys, hold on.
Rational mind sometimes, when he talks, you think that rational mind is rational mind that was busy defending OT that is running government house from his personal house. You understand? You know that.
So, guys, I think Awo wants to ask
I want to speak to rational mind.
Go
No,
ahead.
I'm good, Chairman. I'm
No, go. This one is very important. Your Messiah is now going up and down with a structure of criminality. I've never heard you comment on that. How is it going to be?
Structure of criminality. What are you talking about?
What do you mean by structure of criminality?
He was sitting very comfortable with Atiku and Saraki the other day and Wabara.
Those are the people he described as a structure of criminality now. So now that he's moving close to them.
Who described them? Who described them? Structure of criminality.
That is what Bobby said now. That is exactly how Peter Obi describes them. Structure of criminality.
So if you guys want to maybe talk about this, maybe we'll talk about it in the next session. I have to go right now.
No good now.
Rational mind. Remember, you want to go to bed like this. Imagine if a Christian, imagine if rapture just happens while you're in bed. Imagine if rapture happens while you're asleep. Think about it. On the high speed train, I want change China, I want change Japan. Yeah, that I go enter. Straight.
Do you people really think that rational mind make good for Nigeria? He's only looking. He's saying all this.
Why are you guys ambushing rational mind? He loved Tinubu die. Don't mind him.
It's the ambushing session now. This is the ambushing session for the.
They're ready for.
National mind. Don't go yet. I'm going to phone him.
Good night. Progressive. I hope you're doing well with your Nigerian project. Okay, done. But anyways, I'll give it back. I'm out of Kabis later.
Our people here are but they are useless. Both of them. All of them are useless.
So Naomi is back. I didn't know that Naomi was back.
What did you say?
Is Naomi back?
Naomi is back in full effect. Though she's shuttling her career and effect
from prison.
She said that since now they released. She only did like 30 days now. She did 30 days in detention, and there's already been political solutions to that matter.
Is she back in the palace? Is she back in the palace?
She's back. She's back in full effect. She's in control. She's in charge.
You know what she did before was foolishness. Now, you did not even have anything. How can you be? What is that?
Let me just keep quiet. You know one thing, I think they should just abolish. They should just abolish all those. They should just abolish all those kings. They don't call abolish for they are useless. They don't do anything. They have no benefits.
Let's moderate our language when insulting monarchs, please. Let's not do that.
Becky, what use have they been to any of? I mean, you two want to go and marry Johnny? You can marry you can make it the 8 wives.
Chioma doesn't mind though.
Imagine a blender that can do everything. It can blend.
What's going on now? I'll get it back. I said our new Alaafen's wife is also the second king.
She's a co-king.
She's running things like I'm in charge. I'm like, what kind of Alaafin is what's going on?
Nothing escapes her. They are doing a co-op and down the place.
So hold on. So he has 7 wives, right?
They only has 7, yes.
That's one for every day of the week.
That's small now.
Why are you doing timetable? Why are you doing timetable?
He has only 7.
I'm just imagining the lives of people get to live.
But
let me just.
You have to be saying things that are fact. He's asking you, is she back in the palace?
She's back in full effect. I'm not okay. Maybe you don't understand that how I know.
Aro, you are from the one of the ruling family. Why should
indeed
So do you
You
have
want me
any
to lie?
beef? Because I know that this one is not from your own.
So let's
So,
ask
so
the
why are
man.
you
Do you want me to lie? Ṣé pé kí n parọ́ ni? Ṣé bó
No,
ṣe ṣe
lie.
dáadáa?
you don't have any right to say anything because we can see it, you can view it from
You can hear
yes,
in my
now
voice,
because
eh?
it's not from your own. If it is from your own lineage, you will not be saying what you are saying.
No, if it was
So
no. To be frank, no. If it was one of
we know your
my
own story. We
relations,
know the story of your own family. Also, we can bring it to the fore here.
it's fine.
So
But I'm telling you, it was from my own family as well. My any wrongdoing here, I will say it as well.
it will
But
not
I
say that. Don't go us.
Hold on. These queens, they are paying bloggers to go after each other, right? So everybody has their own blogger, and they're good.
to be frank, Ojula, no.
Let
I
me tell
think
you. Let me
it's
tell
a
you.
time of social media. Social
That kind
media is
of
really
thing
what has wrecked things.
is good for the king, so that all of them, just like politics, they let them be fighting themselves, so that they will not have time to be dealing with the king. King, he can divide and rule. It's good. Let him enjoy himself.
But I don't give you that. Sorry,
Social media, no back or jet to be frank. It's not that women will fight and bicker, but it's just
I know,
social
but
media.
hold on now. In that kingdom, is it okay for a queen to go to jail for 30 days and come back? I mean, where is the? Tell us. Is it part of?
There's a start. It become nothing better. So
The boss initially, what type of divorce?
Hello, hi.
What's going on?
No, it's not. That's myself. That's not myself. That's not me.
Can you meet Awo?
Is that not Sherman?
Sherman, can you meet Awo? I don't know why it's.
Oh, Sherman need to mute herself.
Oh, okay. I thought it was Awo. Yeah, but
so okay, Baba T, do you not think that she actually came back just to fend off that case she had?
Not really. I think there's still have see the time. She's a young girl, okay? She's very young. She's only in her early 30s, okay? She's a very young girl, okay?
Was she not somebody else?
Sorry?
But how can that man have 7 wives?
Why can he now? Why can he now have 7?
Why
can he now have 7?
What is your point, or Remy? Why can't he have 7?
Why? Do you know how much? Do you know how much?
7 wives at the age of 40 something.
Do you know 50 to 51 now?
Where's your law?
Wait, in fact, let me tell you. You know, medically, let me tell you this. Regular sex is good for your health. If you don't know,
it's good for your
all you people that marry one wife. Wait. No, I just want to beat it up on Dickens professor now, so that you know that spermatogenesis actually, if you don't do it, is the muscle of your prostate that will multiply instead. You understand? So if you have regular sex, is a form of exercise. It's going to make you fitter in terms of exercise, and it's also good for your long-term health, especially development of prostate cancer.
Like for multiple partners.
Hold on. One question, please.
Yes,
so what about those men that die on top? What happened to them?
What do you mean by die on top?
Those ones that they die on top.
People can die. People that you have not seen somebody that is just walking that die and stop and die, or people that are playing. So forget about that one.
Simba is telling you that one thing will kill a man.
Exactly.
So Simba, do you advocate that BT should take a second wife? Is that what you're advocating?
No, what I'm saying, I don't have anything against marriage. If you have the means, let me tell you, I don't have anything against anybody that marry many wives. If you have the means, the only thing I don't like.
You have the means now. You are not having
second or third wife. How do you know I have the means? Do you know how much I have? How do you know that I have the means? How do you know I have the means?
In Nigeria, you don't need too much means. In Nigeria, you don't need too much means. You just need some means. That's all.
But I don't want a situation whereby you bring those children out and you'll not be able to care for them. That's the issue.
Simba.
Pato.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
What of those Buddhist monks that are celibates? Why are they not having prostrate?
So what do you want to tell me about them?
Do you know what's funny?
I'm trying to say
he did not show up.
At least we are supposed to. Do we have incidents
came from nowhere?
Do we have incidents of high prostrate among celibates?
Yes. Yes, confirmed.
21 days, let me like you every month. 21 days.
Pato, as you are going, as you are getting older, you are getting older, Pato.
You know, it has been proven also that people that have many wives, they live longer than you people that have only one wife.
Pato, ṣe ti gbọ́ yẹn o, ẹ ti dàgbà báyìí o, so ẹ kàn lọ wá sisi kékeré kan ní mo lè a lè donate fún yín nífẹ̀ẹ́.
Nígbà tó jẹ́ dókítà tó ń sọ owó òṣìṣẹ́ yẹn. Advice now.
Okay, guys, since we're done with serious topics, I'm gonna put you guys
it's a serious topic. This is a serious topic. We are saying somebody should have 2 wives.
Okay,
so
I'm
that
gonna
your man can hear us. Let him go and look for second and third.
Okay, I'm gonna put this. I'm gonna put you guys backstage, and anyone who wants to listen to sex education can come on the studio. So thank you guys for listening. Have a wonderful night, and don't forget to click the like button. Ta-ta.
Okay, Joma. Thank you.
Thank you, Chioma. You've been good.
Thank you very much.
Goodbye.